more than 40 years ago, he told us, but she, this race has been actually pretty cordial. They've just kind of stuck to the topics at hand. It hasn't gotten very personal aside from them, saying decently nice things about each other. But this district here includes Hartford, and it's a really strong blue district in Connecticut.
In fact, it's voted Democrat since 1958, considered one of the state's, like Jen said, safest district for Democrats. All right, well, the person who is really running elections here in the state would be the Secretary of the State, Denise Merrill. She spoke earlier this evening and said that there was a huge voter turnout here in the state of Connecticut.
It's so impressive. The Secretary of the State joining us once again. Thank you for being accessible tonight and today. We appreciate it.
Very welcome, and it's been a good day.
Oh, are we having trouble with your audio, I think?
Maybe just unmute, Secretary?
Yeah.
Nope.
Oh, we can hear you now.
Okay, great. Yes, I'm back.
I can hear her.
We actually had a good day.
Excellent.
We haven't had anything go wrong, and that's a good day in elections.
Yeah, that's so true. I mean, talk about this high turnout with not so many problems. You must be happy with how the election played out in our state today.
Amazing. I mean, we really planned this since February. It has been an enormous job, especially on the part of the local election officials. We changed a lot of the rules based on COVID. We allowed so many more absentee ballots. We had to change some of the counting process. A lot of things had to be adjusted. And we managed to pull it off, and I think it's great. We've had elections in the past that have had problems. Today wasn't one of them, in spite of the enormous turnout of people in person, which actually kind of surprised me. I really thought we'd get more absentee ballots at the last minute and fewer people in line, but people waited it out. I don't think anybody left. And we didn't hear a lot of complaining about the long lines, which sort of surprised me also. In the past, when you have long lines, people don't like it, and they complain about it bitterly. But this time, it seemed like everybody was just determined to be out there voting.
Secretary Merrill, we saw those long lines in the morning, and then they kind of ramped up around 4:35 p.m. as people got out of work. So many different factors came into this election, especially in the middle of a pandemic, such a hotly contested election, all the absentee ballots. And then we've been hearing reports of possible security interference from overseas. Did we have any security issues at polling locations or with anything election related here in Connecticut that you can report?
Not that we know of. I mean, there's always the potential, I suppose. But again, we did a lot of work shoring up our infrastructure. We made a lot of changes to the voter registration system. We worked with the Department of Homeland Security. I mean, we just issued an entire report on all the work we did. And again, through a federal grant. If we had not had that federal grant, we wouldn't have been able to do any of this. So it really made a difference. Elections are chronically underfunded. They only happen once really the big ones every 2 years, and the really big ones every 4 years. And, we just don't put the resources behind it that we should. It's probably the most important thing we do in a democracy. So we saw that in play this time.
And I know you had said before that we had received a chunk of federal grants that helped us ramp up with all of the absentee ballot resources that we needed. We needed more staff. We needed to be able to mail those out, et cetera. Tell me how this process works. We're watching the numbers roll in right now. You have these absentee ballots. I know that they were able to open them starting at 6 a.m. to start counting them. But are we going to see that count obviously continue into tomorrow? Do those counts get put into the system like past 8 o'clock, or how does it work?
Oh, yes. And in fact, all the ballots that came in today, because people were still dropping them in the drop box today and bringing them into the clerk's offices, and they could do that right till 8 o'clock. So we could not count any of those until 8 o'clock, because at 8 o'clock, when you close the polls, you have to conform or compare the list of the absentee ballots that just came in with the people who actually voted. And therefore, if someone has voted already, they would discard their absentee ballots, so they can't vote twice. That can't even start until 8 o'clock. And so it would depend on how many came in today. And I know there will be a lot more counting of absentee ballots right through tomorrow, probably. But, it really only counts in those close races. And there are a number of close races, particularly for state representative and state senator around the state. So I know there are people absolutely waiting for those results.
Okay, and you were thinking that maybe we could see results by tomorrow night, you're hoping?
Oh, I think so. Yeah, in most towns. I mean, some of the cities, they've got their hands full, but I think even there, they're probably going to be done. There were a lot of people that volunteered, that they had extra money to pay some extra people. So I think they had a lot more staff than usual, and I think that will help enormously. I'm hoping we have most of the results in by tomorrow night at the latest.
All right. Secretary of the State Denise Merrill, thank you for your time.
Secretary Merrill, thanks. All right, moving on tonight, we've had our panel of people here as experts joining us. John Denkowski has really stayed here with our coverage. John, just wanted to check in with you, make sure you're still here.
I'm still here.
We are grateful for that, John.
We'll be taking your temperature as far as the elections go here in the state. We'll be checking back with John in just a few moments and talking about local races and the presidential race and how it affects all things political here in Connecticut. John, we'll be back with you shortly. Meanwhile, we want to briefly interrupt our election coverage to bring you some breaking news tonight in Ansonia.
A gas main break affecting hundreds of people there. Rachel Piscatelli is on the scene right now. She has an update for us this evening. Rachel. It looks like we're having some trouble with Rachel's audio. We will check back in with her in a moment. We know they had some issues there with the gas leak and that officials were on the scene trying to figure that out.
But just a quick note here. I'm reading some of Rachel's notes. She said that if you are impacted and relocated because of that gas main break, you're asked to go to a hotel for the evening, save your receipt, and contact Eversource. But she did put a story together and we want to play that
Let's
for
listen
you.
in.
500 Eversource customers will be without gas tonight due to a low-pressure issue.
During normal maintenance work, we had a low-pressure situation on our system, and out of abundance of precaution, we shut down the system.
Due to the nature of the issue, Eversource crews have to go door to door to shut off gas services and then turn it back on.
The restoration process requires us to isolate every customer affected, regas in the system properly, and then reverse that process house by house, restoring service.
Ansonia Public Schools will be closed Wednesday due to the gas supply, leading to no heat or hot water. However, both the mayor of Derby and Ansonia said there was no disruption to voting areas tonight.
Nope, everything's good so far. They were in constant contact with us, with the police department, the fire department, so we know exactly what's going on. We're notifying our residents.
Eversource crews will be working well into the night and morning as they restore gas. They need to be able to access each house impacted individually.
We've zoned off 4 sections here that we're working on. The first section has just under 1,000 customers. We're hoping to have that restored tonight, and we'll start some of the restoration as early as this evening. And again, to the mayor's point, we're looking to have the entire system restored somewhere around midday tomorrow, and then it's just a matter of getting access to homes.
And you can see behind me that mobile center that has been set up. And they are also having crews from Massachusetts also help in the restoration efforts. And if you were affected by this and you have relocated to a hotel for this evening, you are asked to hold that receipt and contact Eversource. We'll post their number on our website. In Derby tonight, I'm Rachel Piscatelli, Fox 61 News.
Rachel, thanks. Stay with us tonight.
We have more election coverage on the other side of this break. Stay with us.
Lines wrapped around buildings as voters, sporting their masks and social distancing, waited to cast their vote.
Thanks for staying with us. We want to bring up the Electoral College count here. We have Joe Biden, actually 57% of the vote, with Donald Trump 43% of the vote. That's 131 Electoral College votes for Biden and 98 for Donald Trump. The point here is that the night is young because the magic number is 270, and no one's gotten there, obviously, yet. So we have a lot to go. Some
key states we're watching, Florida and Ohio. And we will see who ends up winning those. A lot of Electoral College votes go along with winning those states. Moving on now, long lines all over Connecticut. In Hartford, a polling center on Woodland Street was inundated with voters just before those polls closed tonight.
This election is so unique because so many people were able to cast their ballots ahead of time.
Could be changing things in the future, and a lot of people took advantage of that using absentee ballots. Want to get right over to Fox 61's Zinnia Maldonado with the report, joining us live tonight in Hartford. Zinnia?
Well, Ben and Jen, as you know, we started the morning off with some super long lines across the state, but during those last few hours of voting, things did die down, including right here at Hartford City Hall, although we did catch a few people running to the doors before 8 p.m., making sure they got their last-minute votes in. Lines wrapped around buildings as voters, sporting their masks and social distancing, waited to cast their votes.
We can't have change unless we vote. We can't complain without change.
Check out the line at Harborside Middle School in Milford and this line of dedicated voters at Tyrell Middle School in Wilkett. But those we spoke to say they didn't mind the wait.
No, it wasn't too bad. It was just, actually, it was around the corner up there.
Secretary of State Denise Merrill announcing a nearly 70% voter turnout across the state and more than 600,000 absentee ballots.
We had to prepare for both everybody coming in person and everybody voting absentee ballot. And it would appear that many more people decided to come in at the last minute in person.
Poll workers here at Hartford City Hall handling nearly 11,000 absentee ballots.
It's probably 4 times more than we've ever had before.
And those running to catch the doors before they close until 2024, thankful.
End up getting off work late, but I was just like, I'm gonna make it here.
And former Vice President Joe Biden has won Connecticut tonight, collecting all 7 of the state's electoral votes. We're live at Hartford City Hall. Zinnia Maldonado, Fox 61 News.
All right, Zinnia, thank you very much. Right now, we want to bring back in John Dankosky into the conversation. He is host of the podcast Steady Habits, which is put on by the Connecticut Mirror, and we appreciate you being here tonight. So let's talk about this really historic turnout that we're seeing. Although every election is historic, people really turned out, even though more than 600,000 absentee ballots were passed here in Connecticut.
I talked to someone in a very long line while I was voting in my hometown of Winsted today who said he showed up in large part because he saw on Facebook that he wasn't sure that the U.S. mail was actually going to get his absentee ballot in. I said, you know, there's a drop box out in front of Town Hall. You could put it in there. He didn't really know about the drop box. And I think that there is a big divide, Jen, there always has been, between people like us who spend all of our time thinking about what's happening at the state capitol, what's happening with our voting rules and rights this year, what's happening in Washington, and people who, frankly, aren't thinking about that every single day. They don't necessarily know some of the rules, and they don't know about some of the disinformation that's going out on Facebook and other social media sites, telling them essentially that they shouldn't put their absentee ballot in. So for as many votes as we saw come in through this unprecedented absentee system, which we've never used in Connecticut before, I think a lot of people turned out today because they were scared that they weren't going to actually get their vote counted, and that's why we see those long lines.
You know, John, that's quantitative data, but let's talk qualitative data for a second. What type of votes are coming in today as opposed to absentee ballot voting? Do you think most of these early absentee ballots were for Biden, and a lot of these votes coming in today is more of a red wave coming in of these Trump supporters who didn't want to send in an absentee ballot but had no problem going to a polling location and doing it in person?
It's really hard to say, of course. I mean, the conventional wisdom right now is that, yes, for the most part, Republican voters were more comfortable going to the polls. As we know, older voters who tend to be Republican will show up in much greater numbers on Election Day. That having been said, I think a lot of your reporters have probably seen quite a few younger people at the polls than they've ever seen before. So I think it's going to be a little bit of a mixed bag. I think people in all political camps have been able to take advantage of the fact that we have absentee balloting. And again, just remember, largest chunk by far of voters in the state, unaffiliated voters, people who aren't necessarily undecided who they want to vote for president, but they don't affiliate with either party, which means that an opportunity to send in an absentee ballot is just another way to get them closer toward this really important franchise. It's something that Denise Merrill's been talking about all night. We got to figure out a way to get it to be easier for people to vote here in Connecticut. It's the first time it's ever been easy.
All right, Don Dankosky, we appreciate you. You stay there. Don't leave us yet. But we have to take a quick break.
Yeah, you stay with us as well. A big name coming up for the Connecticut GOP, former Republican candidate for governor Bob Stefanowski, set to join us here in just a few moments right after this break. Don't go anywhere. Liz. Never mind.
Bob, can you hear us? Hey, Val, am I going through these full screens before? Okay. Is it Trump, Biden? Going to you next.
Hey, is Mr. Stefanowski there?
Are you guys hearing him? Where did you go?
Hi, sir. Thanks for joining us.
Oh, you can see him. Okay. Liz, either one is fine.
Welcome back. Here, our coverage of election 2020 continues as we look at the presidential race tonight. Joe Biden with 57% of the vote and President Trump with 43% of the vote, with roughly 45% reporting right now. We're always looking at that electoral college count. The road to 270 does continue. Joe Biden in the lead. And we want to continue our team coverage with FOX61's Aisha Bo.
She's watching the election results return across the country as well as here in Connecticut. Aisha.
Ben and Jen, good evening to both of you. I want to begin with these electoral votes right here. Of course, we are watching those numbers to see who will get to 270. Right now, as you mentioned, Ben, Joe Biden is leading with 131 projected electoral votes, and then President Donald Trump with 108 electoral votes at this hour. I want to switch over here to our maps here. As we have told you throughout the night, Joe Biden was named the winner here in Connecticut. He is projected to take Connecticut, but we we are also watching very closely, in addition to the presidential race, the U.S. Senate balance of power right now. As you can see, a lot of results are coming in for different states. Democrats right now are holding on to 43 and 41 for Republicans. But of course, these are preliminary results that we are looking at. And of course, these may shift as more votes are being counted here tonight. Want to get you a look here at the presidential election map here. We are seeing a lot more color here than we saw earlier tonight as more votes are being counted. I do want to point out, so far, President Donald Trump has taken states that he won back in 2016, so no surprises there just yet. And then Joe Biden, so far, the trend seems to be he is projected to win some states that were won by Hillary Clinton, who ran for the Democratic Party back in 2016. So the key battle states tonight, we are still waiting for those races. A lot of networks, as well as the Associated Press, are saying right now that it is just too close to call. And those states including Georgia, as well as Florida, as well as Ohio, Texas, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Arizona, Wisconsin. A lot of those states, we are still waiting to get those results back. But of course, we'll continue to monitor those numbers for you. But for now, back to you guys.
Aisha, thank you very much. All right, we want to bring in our next guest right now, Bob Stefanowski. He is the former Republican candidate for governor. Bob, can you hear us? Bob, can you hear us? All right, we might be having some trouble. Bob, let us know if you can hear us. Of course, we're doing many of these through Zoom and through virtual means, and so got to do some troubleshooting as well. We're going to get back to him in a moment.
Meanwhile, don't go anywhere. We're continuing to watch the election results pouring in tonight from around the country and all around the state.
And stay with us. An interview with U.S. Senator Chris Murphy is also coming up. That was fun. Who's not killing? Who's? Bob, can you hear us now? Bob, can you hear us now?
Okay, get that. But watch what you...
Yes.
Yes, sir. Can you hear us?
Bob, can you hear me? Bob.
Hey, Bob, can you hear us?
Mr. Stefanowski, can you hear us?
Can you hear us? Is your audio muted? Bob, can you hear us? I mean, Spencer's trying to talk to him. Dan Kosky just texted, I'm happy to fill in if we need it. Murphy's in the waiting room.
Can't hear him, ma'am. Can you come in?
Bob, I can hear you. Bob, can you hear us?
I need your help.
Okay, hold, he says he needs help. I have him right here. What do you want me to say? Hold on. I'm calling. Okay. Bob, can you, hi, can you turn your speaker on?
You hear me now? Jen?
Yes.
You hear us?
Is that Amy?
We can hear you. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Can you guys hear us?
Oh, great.
Bob, you can hear us?
I can now, sir.
Wonderful.
Did Amy just problem solve that?
Leave it to Amy.
Well, my
It's
daughter
Ben and
called from
Jen.
college to say, do you want me to tell you what to do?
Okay.
Do you want to stay for the interview?
Dan Kosky's ready to stand by if we have a problem, but we can hear Bob, so we should be good.
Yeah.
You're watching Fox 61 News at 10.
Thanks for staying with us. We want to bring back in right now Bob Stefanowski. He's the former Republican candidate for governor. Bob, can we hear you this time?
Yeah, sorry about that, guys. Thanks for having me
All
on.
good.
All good.
Glad we can hear you. Okay, so you've been active this election season, especially with Margaret Stryker, who's a candidate in the 3rd District. Tell us why you wanted to throw your support behind her.
So you've got a lot of great new candidates, non-politicians, and what we're seeing tonight, Jen, is obviously the results are mixed as with any election, but we're seeing a lot of backlash against incumbent Democrats who are being held accountable for what they've done. You see it in the 5th District with David Sullivan running a very strong campaign against Joanna Hayes. You see it in Ryan Fazio down in Greenwich, who's ahead of Senator Kasser right now. She was pro-tolls. And I think across the state, we're starting to see finally people saying, we don't like the way we've been represented by these Democratic incumbents, and we're going to vote for a change.
You know, Bob, we've seen your name in the headlines throughout this pandemic here in the state, with you and your wife, Amy, giving out so many masks, hundreds of thousands of masks, face masks, PPE to the state of Connecticut. I want to ask you, the idea of face masks have kind of become political in a way. Wearing a mask or not in some areas of this country has become a political stance. As one of the more prominent conservative voices here in the state of Connecticut, you look at a Trump rally and you see a lot of people not wearing face masks. How do you react to that as someone who wants to stay as a leader in the Conservative Party and Republican Party here in the state of Connecticut, but you kind of have to toe that line?
I think it's a balance like everything else between public safety and individual liberties. If you're in your own house, I mean, the latest ruling by Governor Goldman about how many people you can have over your house for Thanksgiving, to me, that pushes it to the limit. But if you're out in public and you've got the chance of infecting someone or them infecting you, I think you owe it to that other person to wear a mask. But like everything else, it's a fine line. I do think, in general, government, including in Connecticut, is too much into people's lives. We need to get government out of people's lives, and I see that's why you're seeing some of the results that we're seeing tonight throughout Connecticut.
Bob, you know, we ask you this every time we talk. Are you going to run for governor? I mean, you're still keeping yourself involved. You're still being a Republican voice in the state, and that's something you're going to have to decide by, what, next year?
Yeah, there's plenty of time for that, Jen. I will tell you, it's been an incredible 2 years. Being out on the front lines, we handed out over 1.6 million masks to the people of Connecticut when they really needed them, and they weren't getting it from our state government. The people that have stepped up, whether it's Bridgeport, New Haven, Hartford, Greenwich, and my wife, Amy, the Jewish Federation of Greater New Haven, it's been one of the best initiatives we've ever been involved with. Whether I ever run for office again or not, it was a terrific thing to do. And we're going to keep fighting for conservative values in the state of Connecticut. We're in the minority, but I sense that we're coming out of that minority. People are getting very tired about what's going on here, and we're going to start to push back.
So for the record, that's not a no. Bob Stefanowski, former candidate for governor, we always appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Bob.
Thanks, guys. Have a good night.
Appreciate it.
All right, we are following some other races tonight, of course. There are the State House and some open seats that we want to go over real quick, just a few of them. An open seat here, 114th House District, Representative Themis Claridis not running. Democrat Mary Wieland versus Republican Dan DeBarbara also going on in this state, but again, an open seat. The House Minority Leader not running again.
In the 103rd House District, Cheshire, Southington, Wallingford incumbent Democrat Liz Lenahan is going against Pam Salamone tonight. We're keeping an eye on everything here in Connecticut, and we'd like to take a very quick break from our election coverage to also bring you the Weather Watch. The weather's still going on.
It is. Fox 61 Chief Meteorologist Rachel Frank. Rachel, this is the one day of year when it's nice weather where you can kind of just sit back and just enjoy, right?
Yeah, especially tonight because the weather is going to be super quiet here moving forward, and we have a nice warming trend on the way as well. It will be chilly out there tonight, though. Low temperatures dropping into the 20s to right around 30 degrees. But tomorrow's kind of our transition day, leading to some warmer weather. By afternoon, we'll see temperatures rising into the 50s to right around 60 degrees with bright sunshine and much less wind than we've been dealing with. That warming trend continues on Thursday with highs in the low to mid 60s, and we just keep going up from there. Upper 60s on Friday, near 70 degrees heading into this weekend with lots of sunshine. While this is great news for outdoor plans and activities, we will continue to see a growing rainfall deficit, though, with this dry stretch of weather continuing into early next week, guys.
All right, Rachel, thank you very much. Joining us right now, U.S. Senator Chris Murphy joining us. He joined us a short while ago. Senator Murphy, things have changed a little bit since we've spoken. Just want to take your temperature on how things are looking tonight on the national race.
Well, what we said is that we didn't want to declare a winner until the votes have been counted. We're going to have to count every single last vote. Now, listen, the results are not finished in places like Ohio and North Carolina, where Biden can still win, but it may ultimately come down to states like Michigan and Wisconsin and Pennsylvania. Republicans have made the decision not to count a lot of mail-in votes in Pennsylvania until tomorrow. Those are votes that are likely going to have a lot of votes for Joe Biden in there. So let's settle in. It may not be that we're going to know the winner of the presidential election tonight. I think we had a guess that might be the outcome. We might have to wait until Wednesday or Thursday, but said all along, let's get it right instead of getting it fast.
Senator Murphy, are you concerned about the uncertainty that could bring? You know, what does Washington and the rest of the country look like if tomorrow morning we wake up and we don't know the president, and the morning after that we wake up and we don't know the president? Are you concerned?
No, I mean, why would I be? I mean, we count the votes in this country. We're counting millions of votes all across the nation. That often doesn't happen by the evening of election day, especially when you have this unprecedented number of write-in votes. So, we have tons of races in this country where we don't know the winner on election night. We've had lots of them in Connecticut, and we take the time to get the results, and then we seat the winner in whatever position they're running for. So I know we live in this culture of instant gratification in which we think we deserve to get everything and know everything within moments. But when it comes to something this important, let's just count the votes. I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with that at all.
You know, Senator, when you were with us earlier, you said the last 4 years for you have been, I think you said, miserable. Let's say President Trump gets reelected. Let's say that Republicans maintain control of the Senate under Mitch McConnell's lead. What do the next 4 years look like for you and your colleagues on the left side of the aisle as far as your attitude going into Washington and trying to get things done?
I just don't necessarily know that I need to plan for that at this point. There'll be plenty of time to talk about what life will be like in the Senate under President Trump or President Biden. What I know is that President Trump is terrible for this state. He spent his first 4 years trying to get rid of the Affordable Care Act, which ensures 250,000 Connecticut residents, and he'll spend his second 4 years, if he gets a second term, trying to do the same thing. His divisiveness, his racism, it doesn't reflect Connecticut values. That's why we voted by a big margin for Joe Biden. So it's not good for Connecticut if Donald Trump wins, but right now I think things look still pretty good for Joe Biden, and I still expect him to win when all the votes are counted.
All right. Again, the night is young. Senator Chris Murphy, we appreciate you joining us tonight. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator.
Thanks.
All right, don't go anywhere. We're continuing to watch the election results pour on in here tonight.
Stay with us. We're going to take the pulse of Gen Z Quinnipiac students watching the returns tonight. We'll be right back.
All right, welcome back here tonight. This is also the first election for many, especially in Generation Z. We're joined right now live by Quinnipiac students to get a feel for what they're thinking so far. And a lot of these students, all of them, are part of a political science class studying the 2020 election. Guys, great to be with all of you. Ryan, I want to start with you. What was this class all about, and how are you feeling now at 10:50 tonight on election night?
Well, this class had a very communications-driven focus, and we got to analyze a bunch of different social media strategies, campaign strategies, a bunch of different things on the debates between the two candidates. I think tonight we're seeing exactly what we're expecting, a lot of close races, a lot too early to call.
Summer, do you think a lot of these voters who are now newly able to participate in an election have been energized to go out to the polls?
I think for a lot of first-time voters, it is exciting. It's probably the most excited that you'll be voting in an election, especially when it's such a crucial election like we see in 2020. But I think the youth votes and first-time voters are really excited to get out and go to the polls. They bring a lot of joy rather than fear, I really believe.
Nick, have you heard the issues that you wanted to hear as someone who's 20, 21 years old from these candidates?
For the most part, a lot of hot button issues right now for our age group are mainly surrounding like social injustice, the economy, thinking about more of the future long term, and what kind of where to go from here to ensure we have success going on.
Matt, if we can go to you for a second. You know, one of the projects for this class that I sat in on a couple times was to create a campaign strategy for a candidate for the last 72 hours leading up to election night. Do you think Joe Biden or President Trump, your pick, did what they need to do if you were their campaign manager? I know that was the class project.
Yeah, so for this project, I think now looking at the results coming in, especially in Pennsylvania and Florida, it's very interesting to see how Biden had a lot of stops the other day. Trump also had a lot of stops. But it's interesting to see how these states are such big states that are at stake in this election. And for a lot of the projects, when we were listening to presentations just the other day, a lot of campaigns for this project did focus on hitting home in Pennsylvania and Florida. So I think that with these tight races, especially with Florida not even being called right now, I think that it's very interesting to see how important these states are going to be and how the impact that they had on voters in these states. So I think that maybe both candidates did an awesome job being there and being present and showing voters that they care. But now, I guess, looking at polls, it's going to be interesting to see what the actual poll, the vote that's going to come out will actually lead to.
You know, Sam, is this your first presidential election that you've taken part of?
Yeah, so I was able to vote in 2016, but I actually didn't vote because just turning 18, I wasn't really sure of who to vote for. But this is the first time that I'm taking part in a presidential election.
So talk about a first election to really be a part of. How does it feel? I mean, what's your message to other, and Miriam, same question to you. What's your message, Sam, first, to other Generation Z voters who might be watching who really don't care, who didn't go out to vote?
You know, I think it's important for our age to go out and vote because the next 4 years is going to be a huge part of our life. We're going to go out into the work world. We're going to graduate college, and we're going to start our future. So seeing who's going to be in office and taking care of different policies that are going to impact us, it's important for Generation Z to actually go out and speak their mind and tell the people how they feel, because this is our future that we're looking at now, and we're like the first next stop. So it's important for Generation Z to go out there and vote.
Miriam?
Exactly the same as Sam said. I also think that it's really important to remind Gen Z that this is a privilege that we have to vote. There are a lot of people who can't vote around the country. It took a while for us to get here and for all of us to be able to vote. And I think that it's really important to keep that in mind and just essentially know that you're fighting for your future more than anyone else's, and that we play way more of a part in the whole political process than we allow ourselves to be part of.
Summer, Ryan, Nick, Miriam, Matt, and Sam, thank you guys so much. Hope you guys learned a lot as part of this 2020 election political science class from Quinnipiac University, led by Professor Lisa Burns. Guys, thank you so much. The news at 10 will continue right after this. Welcome back tonight. Rosa DeLauro now speaking live in New Haven following her race tonight. We want to bring you there live.
Okay, it looks like we're waiting for her to speak. We know our Tony Terzi is right here. The 3rd Congressional District is what Rosa is once again running in. She's been in office for some 30 years. She was going up against Republican Margaret Stryker. We're waiting for her to speak. It looks like they're getting the cameras ready.
Obviously a very closely watched race here in the state of Connecticut, and we'll see if she's able to hold her seat as she gets ready to speak live in New Haven.
It seems so quiet at the show. I was home. You were? Yeah. My daughter and son-in-law and my 2 grandkids. 2 of my grandkids are there. So.
News at 11 starts right after this.
Fox 61 News at 11 starts now.
Thanks for joining us. We want to get right out to Congresswoman Rosa DeLauro. She's speaking in New Haven right now.
My husband, Stan. I am so proud of our kids, Anna and her husband, Dana, Kat and her husband, Ari, Jonathan and his wife, Justine, and of course, my 6 beautiful grandchildren, Rigby, Sadie, Teo, Jasper, Paula, and Gus. Kat and Ari, Rigby and Teo came up to Connecticut, to New Haven, so that we could be a pod and that we could campaign together. I am confident that America is about to fire Donald Trump. Joe Biden will win the Electoral College and have a very big popular majority. I wish we could be together in person, celebrating this win for the people. But this virus has changed every part of our lives. But tonight, we take this country back and we move in a dramatically different direction. Even before the pandemic, people were already struggling with pay that was not keeping up with the skyrocketing costs of health care, housing, education. And now they are in free fall. This pandemic is a health and an economic crisis that we have not seen in a generation. We need bold plans to create jobs for affordable health care, for quality schools. We need to make government work for the middle class and not just the richest in this country. And tonight, the people of Connecticut said yes to that future. And importantly, they said no to surrendering to the virus, no to abandoning people in need at their time of need, no to the Republicans in Washington who do not believe that government can or that government should help, who do not believe that science should guide our policy, who do not believe that workers must be protected, who do not think America has a history of discrimination to address, who believe they can hold on to power by suppressing every possible vote. In this district, they said no. They said no to a candidate who ran a scurrilous and a racist campaign. I go to Washington for the people. I go to vanquish leaders that govern for the big corporations and billionaires that outsource our jobs. It is working families that need a break, and it is government which can and must play a role in helping people get a better chance at a better life. In the U.S. House of Representatives, I chair the subcommittee that directs federal funding for working people, the Labor, Health, Human Services, and Education Subcommittee. Our work has been at the center of the congressional response to the pandemic. We secured $280 billion for education, for health, and for working people. But so much more is needed, much more. The Congress right now needs to put party aside and get help for small businesses and those who are unemployed. And during the COVID crisis, my efforts translated into law. Critical funds for our public health infrastructure, like PPE, increased testing and vaccine development, funds to help schools K through 12 and universities that deal with the shutdown. The very first ever national standard for paid sick days and increased food security benefits to help those families who need to put food on their table. In the new Congress, Democrats will be working with President Joe Biden. And my goal is for him to sign into law the Healthy Families Act for paid sick days, the Family Act.
Okay, Representative Rosa DeLauro speaking there, really talking more about the presidential election tonight than her own race, actually, and then painting in broad strokes there, talking about, you know, the Congress in the future and just assuming that she'll be working with Joe Biden. But she didn't talk very much about her own race tonight.
No, and we're still watching those results come in. So, you know, she hasn't called it. We haven't called it. 22%. Rosa, though, with a significant lead. And, you know, if she does go back to Washington, she is in the running for a very, very important position and a powerful position, chair of the Appropriations Committee. So
all right, thanks for staying with us for our extended election coverage here on the News at 11. I'm Brent Harden.
And I'm Jenn Bernstein. Tonight, it's all going to come down to this. The big prize, of course, the U.S. presidency.
Let's take a look at that. We'll begin with President Trump. Right now, that's number 35%. Joe Biden, 65%. Joe Biden with, can you read that number, Jen? That's a 209.
Yep, 209 for Joe Biden, 112 for Donald Trump.
112 for Donald Trump. That monitor is about 10 feet away, and those numbers are tiny. Anyway, we have reporters fanned out all across the state tonight for this really once-in-a-generation election, and they are monitoring major contests that could, in fact, alter the balance of power in Washington. We want to go more in depth into that presidential race now.
We will know who the president is tonight. It's unknown. We don't know. Aisha Bowe is watching all of the returns all night long. Aisha, what are you seeing right now?
Jen and Brent, good evening to both of you. As Brent just mentioned there at the top, right now we're seeing these numbers fluctuate here because we just had a couple of states getting projected. One of the big ones here, California. Right now, the Associated Press is projecting that Joe Biden will take California. The Associated Press also projecting that President Donald Trump wins Idaho. The Associated Press also predicting that Joe Biden will win Oregon. So 3 more states coming in tonight that, of course, have shifted the balance of these electoral votes. But as we have been telling you all night long, of course, these are just preliminary results. We are still waiting for a lot more votes to be counted. A lot of factors here in play in this year's election. So I want to give you an overview here of what's happening locally with some of our congressional districts here. Votes are still being counted. Polls have been closed for about 3 hours. Just want to give you an idea of what we are working with here. Starting with the 5th congressional district. If you have been watching us tonight, you have seen this flip back and forth here. A very tough race between incumbent Democrat Jahana Hayes and her contender David X. Sullivan, who is the Republican candidate running for that district. In the last hour, we saw Sullivan edging close to being the winner here. And then right now, as you can see, Jahana Hayes has taken the lead with 51%. Of course, these votes are still being counted right now, so still too early to tell. Of course, we're still watching those other congressional district race with the first one here, here. John Larson, he is right now rather leading by 62% with the votes counted there. And of course, we're watching these other races for there. Just quickly before you let me go here, I want to give you a look at the overview map of what the presidential election is looking like. We are, of course, starting to see a lot more color on this map as more votes are coming in tonight. But keep in mind, a lot of those battleground states have still not been counted yet. We are still waiting to see what happens there. And of course, we will continue to bring you those latest results as we get them. But for now, back to you guys.
All right, Aisha, thanks very much. We're going to go back to the race for Connecticut's 5th congressional district. That's been really back and forth tonight between Democratic incumbent Jahana Hayes and her Republican challenger, David X. Sullivan.
Yep, and we also have Bruce Walczak in that race. Fox 61's Matt CARON joining us live with a closer look at that matchup. Matt, give us an update. What's going on?
Okay, so as you guys have all been saying very correctly, the lead in this race has been flip-flopping back and forth. David Sullivan was ahead, then they were essentially tied. Now Jahana Hayes is pulled ahead. Listen, there's a long way to go. Less than 30% of the precincts are reporting, but nobody thought that it would even be this close, with Jahana Hayes being the establishment candidate who raised a lot more money. David Sullivan still hanging in there, 47% of the vote. And remember here, a lot of the urban districts, it takes them a lot longer to count because there's more votes. So maybe those come in a little bit later. Those are usually Democratic strongholds. But by all accounts, record-breaking turnout here in the 5th district. Avon, New Milford, all up over 90%. And in some areas, Farmington, they didn't have a percentage, but they said it was so high that they were actually worried that they were going to run out of physical ballots to be able to give people. Just a couple of minor issues at some polling locations. In Waterbury, they had some jammed tabulators, so some votes had to be counted by hand. And then over in New Milford, there was an issue with some of the pens that they ended up buying for voters who didn't bring their own pen. People couldn't figure out that they needed to take the little plastic tip off of the pen to be able to get it to write. But other than that, smooth sailing here, and the congressional race is obviously very hotly contested. Incumbent Democrat Jahana Hayes trying to hold on to that seat against her Republican challenger, David Sullivan. Both candidates very well funded. There were commercials. There was a debate between the two of them. They've both accused each other of certain things back and forth. Sullivan accusing Hayes of supporting lawlessness. Hayes saying that's ridiculous, and her husband is a Waterbury police officer. Now, I did just speak with David Sullivan at his campaign headquarters. He's watching these votes come in. He says he's very confident. Jahana Hayes has not spoke so far tonight, but we have sound from both of them. Take a listen.
I'm pumped. I feel good. We've been out since, well, really, I got here after 8, and I've been out, Matt, so many places that everyone's in the other room looking at numbers, and I've been here. So it's a little surreal, but we're very encouraged, and people are very excited.
Did you think it would be this close?
No, I thought I'd be ahead by more. I expect to win this race, Matt. I mean, I didn't get in this to lose. I know that it was an uphill battle.
I mean, I don't take anything for granted. We worked really hard. If you remember, I came to this process. Anybody can run for Congress. Anybody can run for these seats. They're not promised to anyone. You know, I came in last time without the endorsement and just said, I'm going to work hard and do it. So I respect anyone who wants to run. I feel good. You know, I was worried that we wouldn't be able to capture the same energy and momentum because of the pandemic. But volunteers have showed up. We've raised the money. We've figured out ways to campaign differently. So I feel really good.
Hayes sits on 3 congressional committees. She's the former National Teacher of the Year. Sullivan is a former federal prosecutor and also teaches at the Yale School of Law and at Western Connecticut State University. So we continue to count those votes, and we'll bring you any new developments both there and online at fox61.com. But for now, we are live in Cheshire. Matt CARON, Fox 61 News.
All right, Matt, thank you. Of course, we started out the news at 11 just a few moments ago, hearing from Rosa DeLauro in the 3rd Congressional District. Right now, Dave Puglisi is at the Margaret Stryker headquarters in Milford tonight.
Dave, what are you learning?
Right now, they've moved over to her headquarters here in Milford, as you mentioned earlier. We were down at a golf course there in Milford at the Great Rivers Golf Club, where she was holding a rally with her supporters. And back then, Margaret addressed the crowd saying that things were a statistical dead heat, saying only about 60 votes in total separated the two. But now I'm hearing from campaign reps here that the numbers are starting to separate a little bit more in favor of DeLauro right now. But we're still trying to get all those numbers into place here. But it's starting to seem like a few thousand votes are starting to separate DeLauro and Margaret Stryker. Stryker earlier today was optimistic about her chances of winning this election.
I guess right now I'm just watching and waiting like everybody else, but it's certainly exciting. It's thrilling. I suspect we're going to end up in an automatic recount, but if what we see pulls through for the rest of the night, then this is a dead heat.
Dead heat is what she was calling earlier. We're trying to see if that still is what the case at the moment in time is. But if so, there could be a recount. But both are talking that they may not know who wins this election until tomorrow morning. And that's the latest here in Milford. Dave Puglisi, Fox 61 News.
Dave, thanks very much. Okay, and do we have that slate? I thought we had the latest numbers in that race.
There you go.
All right, there we go. Yeah, Rosa DeLauro at 59%. Of the vote counted so far. Margaret Stryker 20 points behind at 39%, and that's with just about, what does that say, 22% of the precincts reporting. Still early, still a lot of votes to be counted, but that's where we stand.
Yeah, and it's important to note, 22% of the votes are coming in here. Rosa DeLauro, though, I mean, the numbers, the Democratic numbers in this district do outweigh the Republican votes. I'm just hearing DeLauro's winning by 16,000 votes, which is substantial. Okay, we want to bring in John Dankosky to put this all into perspective here in our congressional races. What are you seeing tonight, Dan? Or John?
Well, one of the things, Jen, I think that is just important for people to note, and you just said it, it's a little bit early as far as the number of precincts that have come in. One of your reporters said very clearly that the cities in all of these districts will tend to come in a little later. The cities will always go more Democratic. And as I'm going around one of the maps that I'm looking at right now, Jahana Hayes, 55% over David Sullivan. Rosa DeLauro, 59% over Margaret Stryker at 40%, and on it goes. Here's what has happened in Connecticut congressional races over the years. In 2016, Hillary Clinton beat Donald Trump in Connecticut, 55 to 41%. That year, all 5 congressional Democrats won their races by 18 points or more. Elizabeth Esty won by only 18 points. Everyone else is 25, 27 points. This has happened year after year after year. There are several districts in Connecticut which used to be swing districts. The 2nd used to be. The 4th used to be a Republican district. The 5th, of course, has long been a swing district. Once Democrats have established themselves and have proven to the people back home that they're doing the job that they asked them to, it's very hard to get those Democrats out of power. And we've seen this again. It comes back to something we were talking about earlier in the night, Jen. Republicans have not funded or run very strong candidates in a lot of these congressional races. I think one of the reasons we're talking about Margaret Stryker is she was just able to raise a lot more money than Rosa DeLauro has seen in a Republican challenger in quite some time.
You know, John, yeah, as you talk, I'm thinking back and I'm remembering names like Nancy Johnson and Christopher Shays and Rob Simmons, and that was a long time ago. Those are old names, and you know, I don't and am not using phrases like, you know, is the Democratic Party dead? But the Democratic Party is withering on the vine. What does it take for them to become a viable force in Connecticut politics again?
Yeah, and you mean the Republican Party? And I think that is, it's a big question in the state. Look, back in 2016, as Hillary Clinton was handily beating Donald Trump, and as I said, all these congressional races went to Democrats, Republicans still drew even with Democrats in the state Senate. There is still ground to make up at the local level, at the legislative level for Republicans. Part of it is just finding the right candidates. The second part of it is funding it. But a real key issue here is, will Republicans in the state start to run as Connecticut Republicans? Those three people you just mentioned, Nancy Johnson, Christopher Shays, Rob Simmons, those are Connecticut, New England Republicans. Those aren't the type that the National Republican Party is throwing a lot of support behind. Right. And if you can find more of those folks, maybe Republicans can start to be competitive again in those races.
Connecticut Republicans in a difficult position in the state, especially with President Trump. And some of the rhetoric that he has put out there. And we know that, Connecticut is thought of as a blue state, but the reality is that Republicans on the local level are very much in play here in a lot of ways. And it's really our federal races as well as the presidency where we do go more blue. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, if you look at a map of Connecticut, whether it's for the towns, whether it's for who votes for Donald Trump or Joe Biden in this race, you see an awful lot of red on that map. We're not a blue state. We're not a purple state. We're a state, like almost all the rest of the country, Jen, where street by street, neighborhood by neighborhood, there are a lot of differences, and there's a lot of not just divisions, but there's a lot more nuance to it than we're just a blue state. There's an awful lot of Republican strongholds across this very small state of Connecticut.
Thank you, John Dankosky. I saved that map from 2016, and you can see there's a lot of red, there's a lot of blue on here. Naugatuck River Valley, Eastern Connecticut, all went to Trump. We're going to see how it plays out this time. We appreciate your perspective. Thank you so much for joining us all night long. We appreciate it. And we do want to plug your fantastic podcast, which I have been listening to, Steady Habits. Point your phone's camera to this code on your screen. You're going to get brought straight to the Steady Habits podcast page on the Connecticut Mirror. It is completely worth listening to. I highly suggest you check it out.
Absolutely. I could chat with John all night long. He's been a great guest tonight.
Yes.
We appreciate his time. All right, stay with us.
We have more election coverage on the other side of this break. All right, in Connecticut's 3rd Congressional District, we have incumbent Rosa DeLauro facing off against Republican Margaret Stryker and Justin Paglino.
Now, Fox 61's Tony Terzi is live. He's been following that race tonight. Tony?
Guys, Rosa DeLauro just left here, the Schubert Theater. Appropriate that the first event at this wonderfully historic theater was indeed a theater in and of itself. The 3rd Congressional District race. Rosa DeLauro has represented this district since 1990, for 30 years, the last Republican to represent the 3rd District, Larry DeNardis. And tonight, Rosa declared victory. However, there was some pushback provided during the media gathering about 15 minutes ago, saying, "Are you sure?" Because Margaret Stryker isn't exactly conceding. And she said, Rosa did, "No, we are sure. We have numbers that are saying that there are still lots of absentee ballots out in Hamden and West Haven and another community that Rosa says she does very well in, and she's confident in saying she's going back to Washington for a 16th term." She was critical of the first-time competitor here, Margaret Stryker, the Republican, first time she's running for political office. She said she spent $2 million. She's a millionaire. She's self-funded, and we've got to do something in Washington about campaign finance reform. So that's one of the things in a long list of things, but she said a couple of times during the press conference that it will be Joe Biden who will be the next president of the United States. Of course, that is yet to be determined. Again, Rosa DeLauro, confident she's on her way to victory here in the 3rd congressional district in defeating Margaret Stryker. Stryker has not offered a concession that we know of as of yet. We're live here in New Haven at the Schubert Theater. Tony Terzi, Fox 61 News.
All right, Tony, thank you. And if things pan out the way Rosa DeLauro's team thinks, it'll be her, 16th term, I believe.
Yeah, I think she's been 15 terms, nearly 30 years in office.
All right.
It's a long time.
Stay with us.
All right, we have more election coverage on the other side of this break.
All right, we do want to bring back in Fox 61's Aisha Bowe.
She has more on that presidential race that we are watching closely. Aisha.
Jen and Brent, good evening. Before I get to that, I want to make sure we don't neglect this race here in my last couple of hits. Talking about the U.S. Senate balance of power right now, we are watching a lot of races pretty closely. Right now it's showing 44 to 44, but of course, a lot more votes still need to be counted. Keep in mind, Republicans have a majority in the Senate right now, and Democrats will need to flip at least 3 seats for that to change. All right, want to move on now to the presidential race here. If you are just joining a wrong tab there, here we go. All right. There we go, right screen. I want to move on to the presidential race right now. Of course, we are keeping an eye on these electoral vote numbers. Again, a lot more polls, a lot more votes still need to be counted tonight. Also want to give you a peek at what the map is looking like overall as we are continuing to see what these results are looking like tonight. So I just want to make sure to clarify for our viewers as well. A lot of these states have colors on them right now, but keep in mind, not all of these states have been called just yet. This is just showing you what has been counted so far and where it is swaying so far tonight. We are still waiting for a lot of key battleground states to be called. Many experts are expecting that is not going to happen anytime soon. And of course, we are watching those races closely for you. If you're also just joining us, keep in mind that Joe Biden is projected to be the winner here in Connecticut. And we are also keeping an eye on those local races for you tonight. We have reporters that are watching those local races for you. And here's what things are looking like with that so far. But for now, I'm going to send it back to you guys.
Aisha, thank you. Stay with us.
We have much more election coverage on the other side of the break, including some local races that have been called at this point. So join us for that in just a moment. Yeah, welcome back. We're following some other races tonight.
Here are the called races so far. We have in Senate District 1, incumbent John Fanfara winning this race right here. He's a Democrat.
All right, next up, the State House District 4. That's Julio Concepcion at 83%, winning over Barry D'Andrea.
And he is the incumbent. Next, we have in State House District 15, we have Bobby Gibson with the win here. He's a Democrat.
And then we have State House District 34, Irene Haynes, the incumbent, with the win over Judd Mellon at 56%.
And now we have also the State House District 39 right now, Anthony Nolan, the winner here, who's also the incumbent Democrat.
Incumbents doing well. Up until this one, State House District 53, Tammy Nuccio at 54%, the Republican winning over Phineas.
All right, we have to go to break, but we will be right back.
All right, before we wrap up, we want to check back in one more time on the presidential race. And here are the numbers. Joe Biden with 64%, Donald Trump with 36%, 209 electoral votes for Joe Biden, and looks like 118 for Donald Trump. That's as it stands right now.
And we have to go to 270 for them to declare winner. Okay, point your phone's camera to this code on your screen right now. That's going to bring you straight to the elections result page of FOX61.com. We are updating that all night, overnight. You can check that out.
And that's going to do it for us tonight. Thanks for joining us at 11.
Plenty more election coverage still to come here on Fox 61. Tune in with us in the morning starting at 4 a.m. But Fox coverage is going to start with the presidential election and the Senate races ahead. Stay with us.
During normal maintenance work, we had a low pressure situation.
starts now.
I want to thank the American people for their tremendous support. Millions and millions of people voted for us tonight. And a very sad group of people is trying to disenfranchise that group of people. And we won't stand for it. We will not stand for it.
First at 4 o'clock, too close to call. President Trump speaking after a long night of results. An official winner still not declared.
It's not my place or Donald Trump's place to declare who's won this election. That's the decision of the American people. But I'm optimistic about this outcome.
Several states still waiting to report. Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin still too close to call at this point. We'll have the latest. Plus, we also have a gas outage impacting hundreds of people in the nearby areas of Derby and Ansonia. We'll have the latest from down in that part of the state in just a bit. Welcome to the Fox 61 Morning News at 4 a.m. I'm Margot Farrell.
And I'm Keith McGilvery. You slept last night. I didn't. There is so much to get to this morning as President Trump is saying he won, while former Vice President Joe Biden is calling for patience with millions of votes still to be counted and all eyes really right now on a handful of battleground states. We'll take a closer look. Want to share what's happening at home. Meanwhile, Connecticut declared early. Voters here choosing former Vice President Joe Biden 59 to 39%. And looking at those numbers just a couple of minutes ago, more than 1.5 million people, Margot, in Connecticut alone voting.
Meantime, nationally, the electoral vote is still undecided at this point. None of the candidates reaching that magic number of 270. According to the Associated Press, President Trump is at about 213 electoral votes. Joe Biden's about 238 votes. Again, these numbers have been changing rather rapidly. I know from the point in time when I woke up to when I got to work, they had changed. So bear with us here. We're again using the Associated Press for all of your information here as your Fox 61 results as they come in. So again, you may see some different numbers depending on where you're looking to get your numbers. And just be mindful that they are changing and rather quickly too.
Yeah, and we are using extreme care and caution. This is an important topic, and we will bring you information once we've been able to confirm it with our partners. Meanwhile, right here in Fox 61 in the overnight hours, you saw President Trump and former Vice President Joe Biden speaking to their supporters.
So we want to give you both a piece of what both sides had to say about the outcome of the election, or at least where we stand so far at this point. First, the President of the United States speaking just a short few moments ago.
I want to thank the American people for their tremendous support. Millions and millions of people voted for us tonight. And a very sad group of people is trying to disenfranchise that group of people. And we won't stand for it. We will not stand for it. I want to thank the First Lady, my entire family, and Vice President Pence, Mrs. Pence, for being with us all through this. And we were getting ready for a big celebration. We were winning everything, and all of a sudden it was just called off. The results tonight have been phenomenal, and we are getting ready. I mean, literally, we were just all set to get outside and just celebrate something that was so beautiful, so good, such a vote, such a success. The citizens of this country have come out in record numbers. This is a record. There's never been anything like it. To support our incredible movement, we won states that we weren't expected to win. Florida, we didn't win it. We won it by a lot. And we won the great state of Ohio. We won Texas. We won Texas. We won Texas by 700,000 votes, and they don't even include it in the tabulations. It's also clear that we have won Georgia. We're up by 2.5% or 117,000 votes with only 7% left. They're never going to catch us. They can't catch us.
Your patience is commendable. We knew this was going to go long, but who knew we were going to go into maybe tomorrow morning, maybe even longer. But look, we feel good about where we are. We really do. I'm here to tell you tonight, we believe we're on track to win this election. We knew because of the unprecedented early vote and the mail-in vote that it was going to take a while. We're going to have to be patient until the hard work of tallying the votes is finished. And it ain't over till every vote is counted, every ballot is counted. But we're feeling good. We're feeling good about where we are. We believe one of the nets has suggested we've already won Arizona, but we're confident about Arizona. That's a turnaround. We also just called it for Minnesota, and we're still in the game in Georgia, although that's not one we expected. And we're feeling real good about Wisconsin and Michigan. And by the way, it's going to take time to count the votes. We're going to win Pennsylvania. Yes. I've been talking to the folks in Philly, Allegheny County, Scranton, and they're really encouraged by the turnout and what they see.
All right, so right there, hearing from President Trump and former Vice President Joe Biden speaking to their thoughts in the overnight hours. You saw it live on Fox 61. We do not have a declared winner. Want to stress that at this point. Neither of those candidates can make that move. That, of course, all comes down to the Electoral College, and it is a race to 270. Right now, former Vice President Joe Biden at 220, President Trump at 213. All eyes really on a number of key states here, including Michigan, for example, where you can see Trump is leading right now with 52% of the vote to Biden's 46%. But only 74% of the vote is in at this point. And Democrats really hoping that in some of the key population centers like Detroit, that they'll be able to kind of make up that difference there. As we move to Pennsylvania, that is another state that is probably being watched most closely. Again, it's kind of a similar scenario. Right now, President Trump at 56%, the former vice president at 43%. But a number of people voted early, upwards of 2 million votes still to be counted in the Keystone states. So those numbers could potentially shift if the Democratic challenger here, former Vice President Joe Biden, is able to make up some ground. Of course, he will need to do that in some of these key states in order to reach that 270 threshold. If I take you to Connecticut, let's see if we can do that here. Okay, so here in Connecticut, just to kind of put this into perspective for folks, you can see much of Connecticut voted for former Vice President Biden. As you can see that here, Litchfield County and Windham County going for President Trump, 59% of the vote in, but fairly confident that those are where those results will stand. I'll be at the Magic Board all morning long as the numbers change, so stick with us through 11 a.m. for that. We do want to get you caught up on your forecast this morning. Meteorologist Dan Marenti standing by. Hi, Dan.
Hey, good morning, Keith. Good morning, everyone. And we're setting up a period of some pretty quiet weather these next couple of days. No big issues out there with a good amount of sunshine, really today, tomorrow, all the way into the weekend. And it will be a little chilly this morning. That's one thing we're going to have to deal with when you step out the door. Those temperatures right around freezing in a lot of spots so far. You have Willimantic and Norwich at 32, Putnam at 31, Bradley Airport at 32, Torrington 31, 32 in Waterbury, 31 Danbury. And so it is definitely a chilly morning, but this makes all the difference, and that would be the lack of wind. Calm winds out there, no issues in terms of any major wind so far this morning, and that'll pretty much be the case this morning throughout the rest of the morning. Then by the middle of the day into the early afternoon, we'll start to build in a little bit more wind, but it's going to be from the south, which means it's going to be somewhat of a warmer breeze at times. And temperatures will be higher today as compared to yesterday, getting into the 50s to near 60 today. Yesterday we stayed right around 45, so it was a chilly day yesterday. Now on the maps today, little to nothing. No issues, maybe a couple of clouds filter through during the afternoon, but overall just a lot of sunshine. Mostly sunny skies for your Wednesday, with temperatures getting into the 50s to near 60. That little bit of a south breeze around 10 to 20 miles per hour by the afternoon, and the sun coming up this morning 6:27 a.m. going down right around 4:40. We'll keep you up to date with the rest of the forecast, of course, all the way throughout the morning. But right now there are over 2,500 Eversource customers that have no gas in Derby due to a low pressure issue. Now, due to the nature of that issue, Eversource crews have had to go door to door to shut off gas services and then turn it back on. So it is a time-taking process here. Now, Ansonia Public Schools will be closed today due to the gas issue, supply issue, leading to no heat or hot water.
During normal maintenance work, we had a low pressure situation on our system, and out of the abundance of precaution, we shut down the system. The restoration process requires us to isolate every customer affected, regas in the system properly, and then reverse that process house by house, restoring service.
And both the mayor of Derby and Ansonia said there were no disruptions to voting areas, so that's good news there. We're told people who were impacted and got a hotel room for the evening, they are told to save their receipt and contact Eversource.
Well, there's some other local races we want to get to, and we have on our radar this morning, so let's take a look. Right now, it's too close to call in the races for the state's 5th congressional district. Democratic Representative Johanna Hayes stands at, you can see right here, just about 57%. Her Republican challenger, David Sullivan, he stands at 41%. And then Bruce there, Walczak, is at 2%. Overnight, Representatives Hayes' campaign sent out this statement saying, in part, quote, "My campaign continues to monitor the vote count in precincts across the district, and our internal numbers looking very encouraging. At this time, however, I am going to wait for all votes to be tallied before making any additional comments on the election." Like so many people across the country last night, I hope the candidates and officials show respect for integrity of our political process, which means counting every single vote. I believe there is no better way to achieve that goal than leading by example. Fox 61's Matt CARON also spoke with Representative Hayes and her challenger David Sullivan last night as the results were coming in. Here's what they had to say.
I'm pumped. I feel good. We've been out since, well, really, I got here after 8, and I've been out, Matt, so many places that everyone's in the other room looking at numbers, and I've been here. So it's a little surreal, but we're very encouraged, and people are very excited.
Did you think it would be this close?
No, I thought I'd be ahead by more. I expect to win this race, Matt. I mean, I didn't get in this to lose. I know that it was an uphill battle.
I mean, I don't take anything for granted. We worked really hard. If you remember, I came to this process. Anybody can run for Congress. Anybody can run for these seats. They're not promised to anyone. You know, I came in last time without the endorsement and just said, I'm going to work hard and do it. So I respect anyone who wants to run. I feel good. You know, I was worried that we wouldn't be able to capture the same energy and momentum because of the pandemic. But volunteers have showed up. We've raised the money. We've figured out ways to campaign differently. So I feel really good.
Sullivan has been endorsed by more than a dozen police departments. Hayes has been endorsed by the Working Families Party, and Hayes sits on 3 congressional committees and is the former National Teachers of the Year. Sullivan is a former federal prosecutor and teaches at Yale Law School and also Western Connecticut State University.
Turning now to the race for the 3rd congressional district here. Still too early to call, where Representative Rosa DeLauro fighting to keep her seat. She's leading with 59% of the vote. Republican Margaret Stryker trailing with 40% of the vote last night. Fox 61 spoke with both candidates on their thoughts on their performance in the election.
I guess right now I'm just watching and waiting like everybody else, but it's certainly exciting. It's thrilling. I suspect we're going to end up in an automatic recount, but if what we see pulls through for the rest of the night, then this is a dead heat.
It is working families that need a break, and it is government which can and must play a role in helping people get a better chance at a better life.
Again, do want to stress at this point a winner has not been declared in that race. You may have noticed a lot of commercials on television for both of those candidates. So as that unfolds, we will be sure to keep you updated.
Just about 4:15 now. We've got plenty more to get to. Here's what's coming up next.
Still ahead for you, our election coverage, continuing live and local through 11 a.m. Several Senate seats could have potentially flipped overnight. Those details ahead.
We can't have change unless we vote. We can't complain without change.
Voters in Connecticut making their voices heard at the polls. More on some local races and how those turned out. That's coming up. All right, just about 4:20. Meteorologist Dana Rinty, I was kind of worried about what the temperature would be like when I went to the polls and called my grandma. I said, you know what, Grandma, if the wind's not blowing, it's not too bad.
Yeah. As long as the wind is a little lighter,
You're in the shade and that wind picks up, and I'm like, nope.
Yep. Yeah. And today the wind is going to be a lot lighter, so at least that's some good news.
there.
Yeah. And we're of course tracking the tropics yet again. Another storm that we're talking about. This is Tropical Storm Eta, and just was downgraded from a hurricane to a tropical storm. The National Hurricane Center saying it has winds of 70 miles per hour now, and it's pretty far inland in Nicaragua. So this is down in Central America here. There's the center of the storm right there. So winds of 70 miles per hour. It's moving to the west. Now, the reason I show you this is because not only is the storm so late in the season and so far into the season, of course, with this record-setting season that we have, but it'll eventually curl back into the Gulf of Mexico, and then eventually make its way, or back into the Caribbean, I should say, and then eventually make its way past Cuba, and then it may have eyes for South Florida as a tropical storm as we go on towards the weekend and into the beginning of next week. So that's something we'll be watching for. I know a lot of us have friends and family down in Florida, so we're interested in that, and they may be getting a tropical storm in the next several days. So we'll be watching for that pretty closely. Of course, we'll keep you up to date right here. But as we go on through the day today here in Connecticut, it's going to be nice and quiet. Nothing happening out there. It is a little chilly, to say the least, this morning. You have 32 in Norwich, 32 Willimantic, 33 Meriden, 32 in Windsor Locks, and 34 in New Haven. Now, it may drop into the upper 20s for a period of time, so it's going to be a little on the chilly side as these temperatures kind of drop off during the early morning hours. But then as we go on through the rest of the day, it is going to be warmer than yesterday. Some snow showers up to our north and east, not a concern for us, so we're keeping things pretty quiet and pretty dry during the day today. Mostly sunny overall. I think we'll have a good amount of sunshine, that nice crystal clear blue sky, and temperatures getting into the 50s to near 60. So a pretty warm day compared to yesterday, especially. And the average high for this time of year is 57. So we're up around average levels and maybe even a little above that, as we had some below average weather the last couple of days. Yesterday we only got into the 40s for high temperatures. And that's where we'll be tonight for low temperatures. Down to the mid to upper 40s, mainly clear skies tonight, and maybe a few passing clouds. That sun going down right around 441. And not a whole lot of wind. As we head through the next several days in your 7-day forecast, we have temperatures that'll be getting up into some pretty warm levels. I mean, we're talking about almost like a little taste of springtime weather or early fall time weather, I suppose. Those temperatures getting into the 60s to near 70 as we head towards the weekend. And beautiful weather as high pressure builds in and gives us just dry stuff these next several days with those 60s to near 70 degrees. So all in all, a pretty good forecast here, especially if you like the warmer stuff. If you're looking for any really chilly weather, you're not going to really find that too much here these next several days. This morning, at least, it's a little on the colder side, but until then, not a whole lot. Of course, we'll keep you up to date on that forecast all the way throughout the morning. We're on until 11 a.m., but for now, Keith will send it back to you.
Thank you, Dan. 421 back here at the big board for you this morning as we continue to crunch the numbers from the election. Of course, we know it is the Electoral College that counts, getting to 270, determining our next president, but did want to share with you some of the popular vote totals. Of course, just out of interest, more than 67 million for former Vice President Joe Biden to Trump's 65 million. But of course, it is that electoral total that counts. Some states we're keeping an eye on for Arizona. If Arizona were to officially turn blue, that would be a flip for former Vice President Joe Biden as he looks to add to his Electoral College total there. But some impressive gains already declared for the current president, Donald Trump, including Texas, with a whopping 38 electoral votes. So there's some jockeying back and forth here with some other states staying their kind of traditional colors. If we take you on over to the race for the U.S. Senate, now you'll remember the U.S. Senate, Democrats needed to pick up a net gain of 4 seats to take control of the Senate, and they've had mixed results so far. They are at 46. Republicans are at 47. One of the big races that a lot of folks were watching was in Alabama. Tommy Tuberville defeating Democratic incumbent Doug Jones. Now, you'll remember Jones won that seat in a special election, only to lose yesterday 63% of the vote to the winner there. Here's what both candidates had to say to their supporters last night.
Running for the Senate has been the most difficult thing I've ever done. And I've done a lot of hard things. But let me tell you something. If you're going to do it right. And I want to thank all of you out there.
You know, tonight didn't turn out the way we wanted. I am going to be reaching out to Coach Tuberville to congratulate him and offer our support in whatever transition we can do. And to remind him that now he represents one Alabama.
All right, so a Republican picking up that seat, but a flip here on your screen in Colorado. Former Colorado Governor John Hickenlooper won the Senate seat over incumbent Cory Gardner. The Affordable Care Act, a huge piece of that race there, speaking shortly after the announcement was made. Take a listen.
It's time to put the poisonous politics of this era behind us and come together to move forward. More Coloradans have voted in this election than any election in our state's history.
A reminder for you, we are relying on the Associated Press as we crunch our numbers this morning. As they change, you can stick with us. And for a link to the election center on fox61.com, all you want to do is point your cell phone at the code on your screen, take a picture. It will bring you directly to our results page. And we are live updating all morning long through 11 a.m.
We sure are. Plenty more to get to here as we continue on and approach the 4:30 half hour. Here's what's coming up next.
I want to thank the American people for their tremendous support. Millions and millions of people voted for us tonight.
It's not my place or Donald Trump's place to declare who's won this election. That's the decision of the American people.
Both candidates optimistic about their chances of winning the White House. Still too close to call this morning. Votes being tallied overnight. More on their messages and the vote totals as we continue.
And continuing with election coverage, we're also getting an update from the Secretary of the State on how the elections went right here in Connecticut.
Happy Wednesday. Hope you're having a great day. Meteorologist Dan Maretta here. Let's keep you up to date with the forecast. And it's looking like a quiet stretch of weather. After a chilly start to the day today, we're starting off in the 20s and 30s, getting into the 50s to around 60 this afternoon. Yeah, some 60s showing up. So a little bit of a warmer day, mostly sunny skies. It is going to be a lot warmer than yesterday. We will have a bit of a breeze coming from the south at around 10 to 20 miles per hour, but it's not going to be really all that cool of a breeze. Yesterday we had a northwest breeze, which had a little bite to it. Today, that south breeze will make it feel a little bit better. Then as we head towards the night tonight, temperatures will be somewhat cooler, but not all that cold for this time of year. 48 for an overnight low temperature, mainly clear skies, and temperatures eventually dropping off to around the mid 40s in some spots. That sun going down at around 441, and that wind around 5 to 10 miles per hour. Now the next several days we do start to warm it up as we have a warmer pattern. Those temperatures getting into the 60s the next several days. You'll see that in the full forecast, always on fox61.com. All right, welcome back. Good morning. Meteorologist Dan Maretta here. Let's keep you up to date with the forecast. Those temperatures today, we're starting off kind of chilly, down to the 30s in a lot of spots. We may be in the upper 20s in the next several hours as these temperatures are starting to drop off a little bit. We have mainly clear skies. We have light winds. That's good radiational cooling weather. Now, what that means is you're basically losing the heat of the day. So yesterday, even though we didn't have that much heat, with those clear skies, it allows that radiation to just kind of escape up into space, meaning you're losing the heat. So that's why those temperatures have dropped off pretty nicely. Now, if we had cloud cover that would act as a blanket, but we don't have too much cloud cover out there, so no blanket. It's like when you take the blanket off early in the morning when you're trying to get out of bed. Calm winds, that's at least something that's nice out there. You don't have any major wind to contend with, but it is going to be a chilly morning. And then later on today, we're getting into the 50s to around 60, so a little bit of a warmer day. And of course, we'll keep you up to date with the rest of the forecast with all that sunshine on tap for today. We'll talk about the rest of it coming up in a little bit. For now, back to you.
Well, presidential politics taking center stage this morning as several states are undecided at this point. Why both candidates say they are hopeful going forward.
And I'll be at the big board all morning long, breaking down vote totals, the Electoral College state by state. There are a lot of states still up in the air. Those details as the Fox 61 Morning News continues. Stay with us.
All morning. The Fox 61 Morning News starts now.
We have so many. We had such a big night. You just take a look at all of these states that we've won tonight.
As expected at 4:30, too close to call for the presidential election. President Trump optimistic about his chances.
I'm here to tell you tonight, we believe we're on track to win this election.
Joe Biden also optimistic about his chances at winning the next 4 years in the White House. We'll have the latest on the Electoral College count.
Plus, what was your experience like at the polls? We found lines wrapping around schools and other locations as voters waited to cast their ballots. We'll have a recap on that as well. Millions of votes still to be counted from coast to coast. We have you covered all morning long. It is 4:30. Certainly nice to have you with us, everyone. I'm Keith McGilfrey.
And I'm Margot Farrell. Yes, we are still going over the numbers as they are continuing to change. Really, even from when I woke up to when I got to work, they were still changing. So nationally, the electoral vote, it's still undecided as of this point. None of the candidates reaching that magic number, which we know is about 270. Now, they both are slightly creeping up towards that number, though, Keith.
Yeah, so the Associated Press has the president at 213, Joe Biden at 238. Again, we're using the Associated Press here at Fox 61. So if you're on different apps or websites, you're seeing different calculations. We as a news division rely on the Associated Press to bring those numbers to you. Meanwhile, President Trump and Joe Biden both speaking to supporters overnight. You saw that right here on Fox 61.
I'm going to give you a piece of what both of them had to say about the outcome, or at least how this election's going so far.
Likewise, we've clearly won North Carolina, where we're up 1.4%, or 77,000 votes, with only approximately 5% left. They can't catch us. We also, if you look and you see Arizona, we have a lot of life in that. And somebody declared that it was a victory for, and maybe it will be. I mean, that's possible. But certainly there were a lot of votes out there that we could get, because we're now just coming into what they call Trump territory. I don't know what you call it, but these were friendly Trump voters. And that could be overturned. The gentleman that called it, I watched tonight, he said, well, we think it's fairly unlikely that he could catch. Well, fairly unlikely. And we don't even need it. We don't need that. That was just a state that if we would have gotten it, it would have been nice, Arizona. But there's a possibility, maybe even a good possibility. In fact, since I saw that originally, it's been changed, and the numbers have substantially come down just in a small amount of votes. So we want that, obviously, to stay in play. But most importantly, we're winning Pennsylvania by a tremendous amount of votes. We're up 600. Think of this. Think of this. Think of this. We're up 690,000 votes in Pennsylvania. 690,000. These aren't even close. It's not like, oh, it's close. With 64% of the vote in, it's going to be almost impossible to catch. And we're coming into good Pennsylvania areas where they happen to like your president. I mean, so we'll probably expand that.
Look, you know, we could know the results as early as tomorrow morning, but it may take a little longer. As I've said all along, it's not my place or Donald Trump's place to declare who's won this election. That's the decision of the American people. But I'm optimistic about this outcome. And I want to thank every one of you who came out and voted in this election. And by the way, Chris Coons and the Democrats, congratulations here in Delaware. Hey, John, the Gov, yeah, the whole team, man. You've done a great job. I'm grateful to the poll workers, to our volunteers, our canvassers, everyone who participated in this democratic process. And I'm grateful to all of my supporters here in Delaware and all across the nation. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And folks, you heard me say it before. Every time I'd walk out of my grandpa's house up in Scranton, he'd yell, Joey, keep the faith. And my grandma, when she was alive, yelled, no, Joey, spread it. Keep the faith, guys. We're going to win this. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Your patience is great.
We are looking at an incredibly tight race here back at the big board. Want to kind of point out where some of these candidates are showing some significant strength over the course of the last 24 hours. California, as you might imagine, that declared for former Vice President Joe Biden, 74% of the vote in, but he is leading by almost 33 percentage points over the president, and that's why that state was called when it was. Another one you might suspect, New York, with 97% of the vote in there, 55% of it going to the former vice president. But President Trump showing significant strengths as well. Democrats had really hoped to make a play for Texas, 38 electoral votes there. But in the end, the president being declared the winner with 89% of the vote in here, with 52% of the vote to the former vice president's 46%. Another spot where we saw former President Barack Obama within the last couple of days of the campaign really trying to make inroads in the Miami area was down in Florida. But you can see here with 29 electoral votes, here, adding significantly to the president's total. Want to let you know that this is interactive and we've made it available to you as well. So if you want to check out this map for yourself, play out some different scenarios with the swing states, what you want to do is you can point your phone at the graphic on your screen, that logo there. It will bring you straight to the results page at fox61.com. We will have live updates throughout the morning. If you have any questions, send them my way, share61 at fox61.com. I can pull things up here. At the snap of my fingers, Dan, when it's working correctly, we are in good shape. And so far this morning, so good.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of some of my weather maps there where you can just go, hey, look at this, look at that, and point and click. So out there today, it's one of those days where there isn't much to point and look at in the weather department. We're talking about just chilly temperatures this morning as we're in the 30s. We'll get into the 50s to around 60 later on today. So it is going to warm up quite a bit. So right around now, we're in the low 30s, maybe some freezing temperatures out there this morning. And then by the afternoon, getting up to around 58, maybe a few 59s and 60s out there. So getting on the warmer side during the day today and a lot less wind. The last couple of days, we've had quite a bit of a chilly breeze. Of course, some damaging winds a few days ago, but today, none of that. It's going to be a south breeze today, around 10 to 20 miles per hour. And it'll gradually pick up during the day, but it's not going to be incredibly noticeable. The temperatures warming up pretty nicely with nothing happening on the satellite and radar. So just a lot of sunshine expected for the day today. Those upper 50s, maybe some low 60s out there, a couple of 60s and 61s as we go on through the afternoon. So a pretty good day today, and it kicks off a warmer stretch of weather here. These next several days will be well into the 60s. Could be a few 70-degree readings as we head towards the weekend. We'll keep you up to date with that and a full 7-day forecast all throughout the morning. Back to you.
Well, at 4:39, we are still watching some other big congressional races happening this morning.
So U.S. District 1, John Larson, the Democrat here, winning another term in Congress, defeating Mary Fay and Republican Thomas McCormick.
House District 2, Joe Courtney, Justin Anderson, Daniel Reel, Cassandra Martineau. You can see there, Joe Courtney at 59%, Justin Anderson at about 38% right now.
Indeed, House District 4, Jim Himes defeating Jonathan Riddle and Brian Merlin. And if you point your phone at the screen, Margot, you know how all this magic works.
That QR code right there, it's going to bring you straight to the elections page of fox61.com. We're going to be updating that all morning long. As we know, we are far from knowing the end of a lot of these campaigns and different races. So as soon as those numbers change, this is the easiest way to get those updates. So again, just snap a picture of this QR code, point your camera at it, and it'll take you right to that center. Don't have a smartphone, would rather just go online, fox61.com. We've got you covered there as well. Meantime, long lines all over Connecticut. In Hartford, a polling center here on Woodland Street was inundated with voters just before the polls closed. Now, this election is unique because so many people were able to cast their ballots ahead of time.
Yeah, that may be an understatement. Nearly 100 million people. It was pretty impressive this go around. A lot of folks taking advantage of that. Fox 61's Nia Maldonado has the details.
Lines wrapped around buildings as voters, sporting their masks and social distancing, waited to cast their votes.
We can't have change unless we vote. We can't complain without change.
Check out the line at Harborside Middle School in Milford and this line of dedicated voters at Tyrell Middle School in Wilkett. But those we spoke to say they didn't mind the wait.
No, it wasn't too bad. It was just, actually, it was around the corner up there.
Secretary of State Denise Merrill announcing a nearly 70% voter turnout across the state and more than 600,000 absentee ballots.
We had to prepare for both everybody coming in person and everybody voting absentee ballot. And it would appear that many more people decided to come in at the last minute in person.
Poll workers here at Hartford City Hall handling nearly 11,000 absentee ballots.
It's probably 4 times more than we've ever had before.
And those running to catch the doors before they close until 2024, thankful.
I ended up getting off work late, but I was just like, I'm going to make it here.
A lot more to get to as the Fox 61 Morning News continues. I'm at the big board tracking the latest. House District 3 right now, Congresswoman Rosa DeLauro leading the pack with 59% of the vote. Details on it all as we continue. We are back at the big board this morning in the race to 270 electoral votes. Right now, former Vice President Joe Biden, 238 to the president's 213. And within really just the last couple of minutes, this board changed significantly. Want to take you to the real battleground state of Wisconsin. You'll remember the former vice president saying really to win this election, he was looking to win big in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. And while this race has not been called yet, it is virtually a tie here at 49%, 10 electoral votes up for grabs here. And it's 1,579,000 to 1,570,000. So with millions of votes, just about 7,000 or so separating the two candidates in Wisconsin. That a race we will continue to follow. Obviously, in addition to the presidential run, we are keeping a close eye on the race for the U.S. Senate, the balance of power there. Democrats would have needed to pick up 4 seats, a net goal, a gain rather, of 4 seats in the Senate, and they are making some progress. I want to take you to Colorado. Corey Hickenlooper, the former governor here, defeating Gardner, the incumbent Republican, 54 to 44%. Another race where Republicans are making some progress. South Carolina, this was one of the most expensive Senate races in U.S. history. Tens of millions of dollars pumping into the state to try to unseat Senator Graham there, Lindsey Graham, the incumbent senator. And Jamie Harrison had really hoped to do that, got all kinds of donations from across the country, but a pretty wide margin between the two of those individuals. So the battle for the Senate, still waiting for results from places like Maine. So we'll keep an eye on that. And as this changes, Margo, you know, we'll update people all morning.
All right, thank you, Keith. 447. There are some other local races on our radar this morning, I should say. Over to the House races now. We're going to start with the 30th House District, Berlin and Southington. Joanne Angelico Stetson facing off against Republican Donna Veach right now has, we can see 56%, and Joanne is about 44%. Incumbent and House Speaker Joe Arsemowicz not running for re-election. The seat is open for the first time now since 2004. Another open seat, the 114th District here. Themis Claridis not running. Democrat Mary Willander has 54%, and Dan Deborah, you can see, coming in at just about 46%.
In the 103rd District, House District, Cheshire, Southington, Wallingford, incumbent Democrat here, Liz Linehan going against Pam Solomon. So we will keep an eye on that. You can see Solomon 58%, Liz Linehan 42%. So these numbers, I love it. It's kind of like the Super Bowl for me. It's good stuff. But we're going to actually talk about weather as well.
Yeah, I know. And at least with the Super Bowl, you wake up knowing who won.
Yeah. Imagine if the Super Bowl went on for days and days. Yeah, that would be pretty wild. But out there today in the weather department, it's nice and quiet, so not a huge amount to talk about here. We're building in a dry pattern these next several days as we have some chilly temperatures this morning, but it will start to warm up a bit. A little taste of almost spring weather out there. Temperatures in the 60s the next couple of days. Today, though, starting off in the 30s, so it is chilly out there. I'd recommend bundling up if you're headed outside this morning. Although we don't have a whole lot of wind. That's at least some good news. The wind is pretty light. In fact, it's calm in most of the state. A couple of snow showers up to our north. New Hampshire getting a little snow showers earlier this morning. That's since moved offshore. So we have quiet weather on tap for today. Mostly sunny skies. Temperatures in the 50s to around 60. So generally like 56 to 61. So right around that range across the state today. And in the sun, it'll feel really nice, especially because the wind is pretty light, especially this morning. There's not a whole lot of wind. And then later on today, it may get around 10 to 20 miles per hour, but it'll be a south breeze, meaning it's coming up from the south. So it's bringing in that warmer air. And it will stay pretty mild tonight. Temperatures down to the 40s, which is not all that cold. So it's going to be a pretty good stretch of weather here, as I said, with those warmer temperatures building in. And we have the jet stream to thank for that. The jet stream is really going to boost up to our north. You can sort of see out west it's going to be freezing cold the next several days, while we just enjoy the nice warmer weather with those temperatures getting well into the 60s, possibly even touching 70 in a couple of spots as we head towards the weekend. Like right around the Friday, Saturday time frame, a lot of temperatures generally 65 to 70 across the state. Keeping it right around 67. It's a pretty common number here for Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday of next week. So looking like a pretty quiet forecast. As I said, there's really nothing to talk about here. So I guess all the eyes are on the election results. But until then, just enjoy that nice quiet weather. As I said, it's chilly this morning, but it will warm up as we go on through the day with all that sunshine. We'll keep you up to date on that forecast, let you know if anything does change. And of course, we've been watching the tropics as well. Tropical Storm Ada down in Central America. We'll talk a little bit more about that coming up in a few minutes. For now, we'll send it back to you.
Thank you, Dan. 4:50. A lot more to get to this Wednesday morning. It's Wednesday, right? I feel like I've been
It
up
is
for a little
Wednesday.
while.
You can't forget, yesterday was election day Tuesday, of course. But here's what's still ahead. As you know, we are far from done. We're continuing with our election coverage. We're getting an update from the Secretary of the State on how the elections went, as far as we're talking about here in our state.
This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election.
It's not my place or Donald Trump's place to declare who's won this election. That's the decision of the American people.
And we'll hear a reaction from both President Trump and former Vice President Joe Biden, what they had to say as election night was rounding out. And we'll hear from them hopefully at some point this morning, too, as our coverage continues. Taking a live look outside Mohegan Sun. We'll also chat with meteorologist Dana Marenti for a closer look on your forecast. We'll be right back. As we continue our election coverage, we're getting a look at how the voting process went here in Connecticut.
How did it go at your polling location?
I was so nervous, and this could just, I'm making up my own hypothesis here, but I have a feeling that people expected it to be very, very crazy, and that's why we especially saw those long lines right at 6 a.m. I went at 12:30, and I'm sorry to the people who waited for so long. I was in and out in 30 seconds.
I didn't have a line either. My location, 800 people had voted by 4 o'clock compared to 125 the last go around. Secretary of the State Denise Merrill talking about the turnout numbers. She joined us last night on the Fox 61 News. Take a listen.
Elections in the past that have had problems, today wasn't one of them, in spite of the enormous turnout of people in person, which actually kind of surprised me. I really thought we'd get more absentee ballots at the last minute and fewer people in line, but people waited it out. I don't think anybody left. And we didn't hear a lot of complaining about the long lines, which sort of surprised me also. In the past, when you have long lines, people don't like it and they complain about it bitterly. But this time, it seemed like everybody was just determined to be out there voting.
And as we've been talking all morning long, if you haven't heard already, this right here at your screen, it is called a QR code. You literally just point it at the screen. Keith is trying it out right now.
It works perfectly.
It does, especially if you have a smartphone. If you have an older phone, it might not work for you. But if you have a smartphone, point it at the screen. It'll take you right to the Fox 61 website, where we will be live updating the results all morning long. Again, if you don't have a smartphone, you can still get those results. It's just fox61.com. But this is even easier. It'll just take you to it in a snap of a finger.
Yeah, I'm loving it. Snap of a finger, Jenn Marinti. I'm right there. Good stuff.
We know Keith is not necessarily tech savvy, so that's
throwing me under the bus. How does my phone work? How do I turn the volume down?
If I didn't know any better, I'd say Keith was born in like 1914 or something like that. But
I am a man of a different generation.
Yeah, really, an old soul. Now, just another note: you got to make sure your phone's camera is up when you do that, when you point it at the thing. So I think Keith may have gotten that correct. So that's at least good there. Well, let's talk about what's going on down in the tropics. Still active stuff. I mean, we've been talking about the tropics really since April and May, when we started to have some storms popping up. This is Tropical Storm Eta, which means we're well into the Greek alphabet here. That's where it is, right across parts of Nicaragua, bringing some heavy rains and strong winds down there. This is forecast to eventually take its turn up into possibly near the Caribbean, and then eventually near Cuba and the South Florida area over the next couple of days. So we'll keep an eye on that. All right, we got to go. I'm getting the wrap. We'll send it back to you.
All right, plenty more to get to here on this morning show as we are live and local through 11 a.m. Here's what's ahead on the news at 5.
Thousands of Eversource customers without gas in Derby, and Ansonia schools closed because of a gas supply issue there. We have details that every customer should know.
But I'm optimistic about this outcome.
I want to thank the American people for their tremendous support.
Here, former Vice President Joe Biden and President Trump here talking about how they feel going into the end of election night. No declared winner as of right now, but we're going to stay on top of it. We'll be right back with the news at 5.
All morning. The Fox 61 Morning News starts now.
I want to thank the American people for their tremendous support. Millions and millions of people voted for us tonight. And a very sad group of people is trying to disenfranchise that group of people. and we won't stand for it. We will not stand for it.
Right now at 5 o'clock, the race for the White House simply too close to call. President Trump addressing supporters. So too did former Vice President Joe Biden.
It's not my place or Donald Trump's place to declare who's won this election. That's the decision of the American people. But I'm optimistic about this outcome.
Several states still waiting to report. Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin at this point too close to call. We're going to have the latest details. And we're also covering a gas outage that's impacting hundreds of people in the Ansonia and Derby area. We'll have the latest details on all that in just a bit. But first, we want to say good morning to you and thank you for choosing the Fox 61 Morning News at 5 o'clock. I am Margot Farrell.
Good to see you and good to have you all with us from home. I'm Keith McGilvery. The votes very much still pouring in. We are taking a look at them and they are changing minute by minute in the overnight hours. So we're staying connected to all of that for you.
Connecticut was declared early. Voters here choosing former Vice President Joe Biden over President Trump. That was a 58 to 40% majority. More than 1.1 million people did turn out to vote, though.
Huge numbers in Connecticut. Meantime, nationally, the electoral vote is still undecided. At this point, none of the candidates have officially reached that magic number. You know it by now. 270, according to the Associated Press here. President Trump stands at 213. Joe Biden at 238. Again, we are using the Associated Press numbers. So there's a lot that's coming into your phone. There's a lot that you're seeing on Facebook. We rely on the Associated Press for the numbers. That's what we're sharing as they come in.
That's true. President Trump and former Vice President Joe Biden, they also spoke to voters overnight, supporters of theirs. So we want to give you a piece of what both of them had to say so far about the outcome or where we stand right now with the election. So first, the President of the United States speaking just a few hours ago.
I want to thank the American people for their tremendous support. Millions and millions of people voted for us tonight. And a very sad group of people is trying to disenfranchise that group of people. And we won't stand for it. We will not stand for it. I want to thank the First Lady, my entire family, and Vice President Pence, Mrs. Pence, for being with us all through this. And we were getting ready for a big celebration. We were winning everything, and all of a sudden it was just called off. The results tonight have been phenomenal, and we are getting ready. I mean, literally, we were just all set to get outside and just celebrate something that was so beautiful, so good. Such a vote, such a success. The citizens of this country have come out in record numbers. This is a record. There's never been anything like it. To support our incredible movement, we won states that we weren't expected to win. Florida, we didn't win it. We won it by a lot. And we won the great state of Ohio. We won Texas. We won Texas. We won Texas by 700,000 votes, and they don't even include it in the tabulations. It's also clear that we have won Georgia. We're up by 2.5% or 117,000 votes with only 7% left. They're never going to catch us. They can't catch us.
Your patience is commendable. We knew this was going to go long, but who knew we're going to go into maybe tomorrow morning, maybe even longer. But look, we feel good about where we are. We really do. I'm here to tell you tonight, we believe we're on track to win this election. We knew because of the unprecedented early vote and the mail-in vote that it was going to take a while. We're going to have to be patient until the hard work of tallying the votes is finished. And it ain't over till every vote is counted, every ballot is counted. But we're feeling good. We're feeling good about where we are. We believe one of the nets has suggested we've already won Arizona, but we're confident about Arizona. That's a turnaround. We also just called it for Minnesota, and we're still in the game in Georgia, although that's not one we expected. And we're feeling real good about Wisconsin and Michigan. And by the way, it's going to take time to count the votes. We're going to win Pennsylvania. I've been talking to the folks in Philly, Allegheny County, Scranton, and they're really encouraged by the turnout and what they see.
Back at the Magic Board, Keith McGilvery joining you again. Want to fact check in real time, if we can, some of what we just heard the candidates say there. So President Trump from the White House declaring victory in Georgia. Want to bring that up for you. You can see we still have that as purple with the Associated Press. So the president certainly in the lead here with 58% of the vote to former Vice President Joe Biden's 48% of the vote, but fewer than 100,000 votes separating these two candidates in Georgia out of nearly 5 million votes. So that race has not been called yet. We heard the vice president, meanwhile, talk about strengths he was seeing in Wisconsin. Let's bring that up. That also listed as a toss-up state at this point, but where the numbers stand at this point, the former vice president is in fact in the lead, but pretty much a tie here, 49% apiece, with each candidate getting about 1.5 million votes. So just two of the states we're watching this morning. Again, it will all come down to which candidate will reach that 270 electoral vote milestone. Obviously keeping a close eye on Pennsylvania. North Carolina has not officially been called yet either, but you can see the president saying he has a sizable lead here. He's at 50%, 49% to Biden. North Carolina reporting 100% of the vote in, but that race has not officially been called. We'll keep track of it throughout the morning. Meteorologist Dana Moranti will get a check on the forecast. I had a great time. Short line at the polls. I didn't mind the cool weather. It was kind of what fall and voting season's all about.
Yeah, I did the absentee thing. I dropped it off in the ballot box, and it was unique. You know, it's the first time I've done that. I can definitely say that. So good stuff out there. Hopefully all the votes get counted. And out there this morning, we're counting some pretty cold temperatures. We have temperatures down to the 30-degree range in some spots. You have 31 at Willimantic, Putnam, Waterbury, and Torrington. 30 now at Danbury, right at the freezing mark in New Milford, as well as New Haven. So even down to the shoreline, you got some pretty cold temperatures. Groton coming in at 34. So be ready for the chill this morning. It's going to be a pretty cold morning, but luckily we don't have a whole lot of wind. The wind is pretty much calm. So it's basically what you see is what you get in terms of the temperatures. There isn't any major wind chill or anything like that this morning. On the satellite and radar, things are quiet. So nice clear skies out there. And during the day, that'll translate to some sunshine. In fact, a lot of sunshine. Mostly sunny skies. Temperatures getting into the 50s to near 60 as we head towards the afternoon. So starting off pretty chilly, ending up somewhat milder, and then the next few days we're really going to crank those temperatures up. We're talking about some 60s, possibly near 70 as we head towards the weekend. We'll keep you up to date with that. A full 7-day forecast coming up in a bit. For now, we're going to get a check on traffic. Maggie Sliz has a look at how things are shaping up out on the roads. What's going on, Maggie?
Hey, Dan. Good morning, everyone. Generally quiet out there on the roads, just a little bit of construction in one area seeing some delays because of it. So we'll start there right in Wethersfield. This is the northbound side of I-91 just as you're approaching exits 25, 26 passing Route 3 notice. Quite a heavy backup here. Looks as though construction may be in the final stages, wrapping up, the slow roll moving through because this is a complete standstill at the moment. A couple minutes, we're going to keep watching this for you, let you know when things do clear out. There's also a delay northbound for you into Hartford if you're taking the Berlin Turnpike because of construction as well. Some patterns set up along Route 15, mostly on the southbound side in the Orange area. And then as you're approaching the West Rock Tunnel in the New Haven area, crossing the line there, you'll notice the pattern set up as well, but so far not causing any delays. So not too bad through there. You should be fine as you move on through. Waterbury, 84 east and westbound, notice lane restrictions for ongoing mixed master rehab work on the westbound side of 84. For now, no delays as you approach Route 8. We'll take that, and a slower ride through Stamford up the northbound side of I-95. Notice we've got 2 lanes blocked, cones set up. It's just that left lane squeezing on through between exit 7 up to exit 9. So a few extra minutes needed there. That's the latest on the roads. Back to you.
All right. Thank you, Maggie. Right now, over 2,500 Eversource customers will be without gas in Derby due to a low pressure issue. This is because of the nature of an issue that Eversource crews have to now go door to door to shut off gas services and then go back and turn it on. Ansonia Public Schools will be closed today due to the gas supply issue, leading to no heat or no water and therefore no school.
During normal maintenance work, we had a low pressure situation on our system, and out of the abundance of precaution, we shut down the system. The restoration process requires us to isolate every customer affected, regas in the system properly, and then reverse that process house by house, restoring service.
Both the mayor of Derby and Ansonia said there was no disruption to voting areas. We're told people who are impacted, they ended up getting a hotel room for the night, and you would be able to save your receipt if you did that and then contact Eversource. So fingers crossed those people able to get some money back there. Plenty more to get to here at 5:11. Here's what's coming up next.
Yeah, a lot ahead as our election team coverage continues. Several Senate seats had the potential to flip. We'll highlight where that stands for you this morning.
All right, welcome back. Good morning. Meteorologist Dan Emmerich here. Happy Wednesday. Let's talk about your forecast. We'll start with the headlines. Now, this morning we're starting off with a lot of temperatures in the 30s, even down in near the upper 20s in some spots, so right around 30 to 35 across much of the state. So that's a chilly morning, although we don't have a whole lot of wind, but we'll be up into the 50s later on today. So from the chilly stuff to more mild weather building in as we go on through the day, and we are building in a dry stretch of weather these next several days. In fact, in the next week or so, little to no rainfall as high pressure builds in and gives us those beautiful sunny days. That's what we're going to have a lot of these next several days. And a nice warm stretch of weather as well, as those temperatures will continue to go up. The 50s today, we're talking 60s tomorrow and all the way through the weekend and into early next week. We'll have a lot of 60s out there, which is way above average. The average high for this time of year is 57, so cranking it up. Those temperatures this morning are cranked in the downward direction. We're talking about those temperatures right around freezing or so. 31 in Putnam, 31 Willimantic, 34 in Groton, 32 New Haven, 37 the mild spot in Bridgeport right now, but it's down to 30 in Danbury. So most of us do have that chill. I'd recommend the jacket this morning for the kids at the bus stop later on this morning. Put on all the layers and all that. But as I said, we don't have a huge amount of wind. It's pretty much calm across most of the state. So that's a big thing. Even the slightest movement of air can make you feel cold, but that's not really the case this morning. We have quiet stuff on the satellite and radar, not a whole lot of action to look at. The Northeast, pretty quiet. A couple of snow showers across Hampton Beach in New Hampshire earlier this morning, but that has since moved offshore. So good stuff out there for the day today. Those mostly sunny skies, temperatures getting into the 50s to near 60 today. Could be touching maybe 60 or 61 in a few locations. I think most of us will be in the upper 50s. That south wind around 10 to 20 miles per hour will kind of build in as we go on through the day. It's one thing you may notice, but overall not a serious concern in terms of any major wind. The sun coming up at 6:27 this morning, going down at 4:41 this evening. Mainly clear and somewhat mild tonight. Temperatures into the 40s, some mid to upper 40s. That's not so bad. The average low temperature for this time of year is right around freezing, so doing all right. The future temperatures as we go on through these next several days. As I mentioned, that mild air, this is a big bubble of warm air. Look at this, a lot of yellows and oranges showing up here. Watch what happens. It moves right into our area and gives us some warmer temperatures as we crank it up into the 60s. The cold stuff will stay way out west throughout the next week or two. Meanwhile, we are just basking in the warm sunshine. So this is what we have as we go on through these next several days. Today, 50s to near 60. Tomorrow, mid 60s, and a lot of sunshine, of course, getting into the 60s to near 70 for both Friday and Saturday. And then right around 65, 66, 67, somewhere around there as we head towards Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. So a very tranquil forecast with, as I said, not a lot going on as high pressure builds in and just gives us pretty much rinse and repeat kind of weather, the same stuff over and over, which I think is a good thing. I know a lot of people will be focusing on the election and all that, so this is some nice quiet weather to enjoy. We'll keep you up to date with all that in the forecast coming up all the way throughout the morning. But for now, we'll send it back to you, Keith.
Thank you, Dan. Great that it's quiet on the forecast front because there was a lot going on in politics. Want to pick up our conversation at the big board with something that Dan and Margot were talking about during the commercial break, specifically Florida. I've brought it up here. It's been declared for President Trump with 51% of the vote. Democrats had invested a whole lot of money and time in Florida hoping to flip it. So what was the difference here? Well, there were a couple things at play. Joe Biden had made significant inroads with the Hispanic population, certainly not a monolithic group. President Trump finding great success in Miami-Dade County with Cuban voters contributing to his success here in the Sunshine State. So that's a picture at Florida. The other place that was surprising some folks this morning was Arizona. So I want to pull that up for you here. And you can see that race has been called for former Vice President Joe Biden with 51% of the vote, Trump pulling in 48% of the vote. So that's a flip for President Biden compared to 2016 when Donald Trump took home the 11 electoral votes in Arizona. So what made the difference here? So Maricopa County is where Phoenix is. It's the most populous portion of the state of Arizona. Democrats hauling in a great number of votes there, helping them turn that state blue. Something else we're following this morning, of course, control for the Senate. So if I bring this map up here, only one Republican senator in New England, that, of course, Susan Collins from Maine. She felt like she was in the hot seat for most of this election. It was very competitive for a while against Democrat Sarah Gideon. Gideon getting all kinds of money, millions of dollars to run that campaign. A lot of debate as to how Susan Collins would vote when it came down to that Supreme Court pick. In the end, she voted to confirm the latest Supreme Court justice, but didn't turn voters away from her because that race now with 87% of the vote in, Susan Collins has 51% to Sarah Gideon's 43%, about 60,000 or so votes separating those two. So we'll keep an eye on that. Meanwhile, another race, one that flipped for you in Alabama, Tommy Tuberville defeating Democrat incumbent Doug Jones. Of course, Doug Jones won that spot in a special election a couple of years ago, but he lost that seat. The new victor here was 63% of the vote. We did hear from both candidates with their message to supporters last night.
Running for the Senate has been the most difficult thing I've ever done. And I've done a lot of hard things. But let me tell you something. If you're going to do it right. And I want to thank all of you out there.
You know, tonight didn't turn out the way we wanted. I am going to be reaching out to Coach Tuberville to congratulate him and offer our support in whatever transition we can do. And to remind him that now he represents one Alabama.
There is a lot that has developed in the overnight hours, and it continues to evolve this morning. I want to remind you, one stop for everything that you need. We are live and local through 11 a.m. If you're on the go, we are too. If you point your camera at the screen here, this code here, take a picture with your phone, and it will take you right to the special Election 2020 coverage on our website, FOX61.com. And of course, we'll be tracking the numbers all morning long as well. You and Dan were joking with me, but if I can do it with my phone, trust me, you can do it too.
That is for sure. Here's what's coming up next on the Fox 61 Morning News.
I want to thank the American people for their tremendous support. Millions and millions of people voted for us tonight.
It's not my place or Donald Trump's place to declare who's won this election. That's the decision of the American people.
Both candidates optimistic about their chances of winning the White House. It is still too close to call this morning. We have team coverage for you all morning long.
And as we continue our team coverage, we're also getting an update from the Secretary of the State on how the elections went in our state. We'll have all that and more when we come back.
We all want to keep our pets safe. I know I do. Can you believe that my dog Eva is almost 6 months old already? She's growing every minute, it seems like. And luckily, keeping pets healthy and safe is easy with the Pet Parasite Forecast. Now, during this week's Pet Parasite Forecast, we're taking a closer look at some of the new data on the risk of ehrlichiosis across the state. If you're not familiar, ehrlichiosis is a disease that develops in dogs after they're bitten by a tick, normally the brown dog tick or the American dog tick. And if your dog gets it, symptoms may include fever, swollen lymph nodes, respiratory distress, and weight loss. If your pet experiences any of these symptoms, just take them to your veterinarian. All right, now we're going to take a closer look at our pet parasite forecast. We have the entire country here, very high rates across parts of the South, but zooming into Connecticut, we have still fairly high rates across much of the state, and it's higher than compared to some previous rates. So that's a little bit higher, and it's something to keep in mind. So you want to be sure to talk to your vet about what parasite preventative is right for your pet.
This content was provided by Pet Disease Alerts, a nonprofit organization funded by the Companion Animal Parasite Council. This forecast is sponsored and made possible by Merck Animal Health, the makers of Bravecto flea and tick treatment.
All right, now let's get you caught up on the forecast with the tropics. Looking down south in Central America, there's a tropical storm, which was formerly a hurricane just a couple of hours ago. This is Eta, Tropical Storm Eta. You can sort of see the swirl there. It's the center of circulation right over Nicaragua now, moving towards Honduras as well, bringing some very heavy rains. Landslides an issue out there, and it's just going to be a rough go of things over these next couple of days with that heavy rain as that tropical storm makes its way to the west and then curls to the northeast and then makes its way back into the Caribbean, likely reforming into a tropical system and then going in the direction of Florida over these next several days. So they have until the weekend to kind of figure out the exact path of the storm, but it is in the forecast cone from the National Hurricane Center. South Florida is going to have to keep an eye on this as they may deal with some heavy rain and possibly some winds up around 50, 60, 70 miles per hour or so. So we'll be watching that pretty closely. But of course, we've been mentioning how active this hurricane season has been. We've gone all the way through the names picked out by the National Hurricane Center, the alphabet, going all the way through, and we checked off all those names. Now we're into the Greek alphabet here, going all the way past Eta now, and so the next one would be Theta, and then hopefully we don't reach Omega, which is the last one, which has never at all happened in history. In fact, we've never gotten past Zeta, so we currently have a record-setting hurricane season in 2020. So we'll keep you up to date, of course, with everything that does develop across the tropics, and of course, here in Connecticut, we have some quiet weather to enjoy, although it is a little chilly this morning. We'll have another look at our forecast coming up in a little bit. For now, back to you.
All right, still to come in the Fox 61 Morning News, 527. Presidential politics taking center stage this morning as several states are still undecided, why both candidates say they're still hopeful.
661 Morning News starts now.
We have so many. We had such a big night. You just take a look at all of these states that we've won tonight.
All right, you hear there President Trump speaking right now, 5:31. At this point, it's expected to be too close to call the presidential election, as we usually do in the morning, but President Trump remaining optimistic about the prospective outcome.
I'm here to tell you tonight, we believe we're on track to win this election.
Former Vice President Joe Biden also feeling good about his chances. The numbers are changing throughout the morning, and we are tracking it all. Want to welcome you to the Fox 61 Morning News at 5:30. It is certainly nice to have you with us as we break down these election results throughout the morning. I'm Keith McGilvery.
And I'm Margot Farrell. The votes are still being tabulated this morning. We don't officially know yet at this point who will be, I want to say crowned, but we're not royals here, but who will be deemed next president of the United States.
You got it. So meantime, nationally, the electoral vote is still undecided at this point. Take a look at your screen. None of the candidates reaching that magic number. Of course, they need 270 electoral votes to win. According to the Associated Press, President Trump stands at 213 votes. Joe Biden at 238. And to fill you in on kind of how we come to these numbers, we are depending on the Associated Press to share those details with us. So if you're seeing other numbers, other places, you're seeing other states called other places, we are relying on the Associated Press, want to take special care to make sure we are accurate and get you the information you need.
Well, President Trump and Joe Biden also spoke overnight to their supporters. We want to give you a piece of what both of them had to say so far about where we stand with the election.
Likewise, we've clearly won North Carolina, where we're up 1.4%, or 77,000 votes with only approximately 5% left. They can't catch us. We also, if you look and you see Arizona, we have a lot of life in that. And somebody declared that it was a victory for, and maybe it will be. I mean, that's possible. But certainly there were a lot of votes out there that we could get, because we're now just coming into what they call Trump territory. I don't know what you call it, but these were friendly Trump voters. And that could be overturned. The gentleman that called it, I watched tonight, he said, well, we think it's fairly unlikely that he could catch. Well, fairly unlikely. And we don't even need it. We don't need that. That was just a state that if we would have gotten it, it would have been nice, Arizona. But there's a possibility, maybe even a good possibility. In fact, since I saw that originally, it's been changed and the numbers have substantially come down just in a small amount of votes. So we want that obviously to stay in play. But most importantly, we're winning Pennsylvania by a tremendous amount of votes. We're up 600. Think of this. We're up 690,000 votes in Pennsylvania. 690,000. These aren't even close. It's not like, oh, it's close. With 64% of the vote in, it's going to be almost impossible to catch. And we're coming into good Pennsylvania areas where they happen to like your president. I mean, so we'll probably expand that.
Look, we could know the results as early as tomorrow morning, but it may take a little longer. As I've said all along, it's not my place or Donald Trump's place to declare who's won this election. That's the decision of the American people. But I'm optimistic about this outcome. And I want to thank every one of you who came out and voted in this election. And by the way, Chris Coons and the Democrats, congratulations here in Delaware. Pardon? Hey, John, the Gov, yeah, the whole team, man. You've done a great job. I'm grateful to the poll workers, to our volunteers, our canvassers, everyone who participated in this democratic process. And I'm grateful to all of my supporters here in Delaware and all across the nation. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And folks, you heard me say it before. Every time I walk out of my grandpa's house up in Scranton, he'd yell, "Joey, keep the faith." And my grandma, when she was alive, yelled, "No, Joey, spread it. Keep the faith, guys. We're going to win this." Thank you, thank you, thank you. Your patience is great.
Biden and Trump taking very different approaches to their speeches last night. Biden at a car parade in his home state of Delaware. The president in the not in the Oval Office, in the White House, rather, with his family, surrounded by supporters. Not a whole lot of social distancing or masks there, if you notice that. Want to fact check in real time if we can. We heard the president talking about his strengths in Pennsylvania, and he is right. Right now, he is doing well. I've brought this up. 20 electoral votes at play here, so this is where a lot of eyes are this morning. The president with 56% of the vote to former Vice President Biden with 43%. So what is the former vice president going to need to do to see those numbers kind of work to his favor? We're looking at Philadelphia, specifically the suburbs around there. A lot of those early votes, Pennsylvania had about 2 million or so as of 11 o'clock last night. Those still need to be counted, or many of them anyways. So if former Vice President Joe Biden is going to outperform Trump in Pennsylvania, he is going to need to do well there. We heard the president talk about Arizona as well. He was concerned that that state had been called by at least one news entity. And this morning, I can show you the Associated Press has called that race and its 11 electoral votes for former Vice President Joe Biden, with 87% of the vote in, Biden with 51%, and Trump with 48%. So we were tracking the numbers all morning long. I can tell you in Connecticut, just a quick breakdown. If you're like, hey, how did folks vote where I live? Largely voting for Biden here, with Litchfield and Windham County going for President Trump. So we're tracking it all. If you have questions, send them our way. Share61 at fox61.com. You can also find the big board on our website as well. Dana Marenti, all you do, take a picture of that graphic right on your screen.
Yeah, nice and easy to do. It'll pull it right up for you, and you can kind of zoom it around and see what's going on across the area, which is typically what we can do with the weather graphics. But today there isn't really much to talk about, so at least that's some good news in the weather department. Quiet stuff out there today, although it is chilly so far this morning. Temperatures right around 30 degrees to start off the day. In fact, it is 30 in Danbury. You have 31 in Waterbury, 31 in Torrington and Willimantic and Putnam as well, 32 at Chester, 34 Groton, and right at the freezing mark in New Haven. So you have that cold weather all the way down to the shoreline everywhere across the state right now on the chillier side, but we don't have too much wind to contend with. So at least that's good news. Nice calm winds out there and quiet stuff. Nothing happening on the satellite and radar, so there's really no point in even showing it to you. Mostly sunny skies on tap for the day today. It will warm up after this chilly start. We'll get those temperatures from the 30s into the 50s to possibly even near 60 this afternoon. So a little bit of a warmer day, and it's going to be feeling pretty nice out there, especially by this afternoon. A little bit of a south breeze, that wind coming from the south around 10 to 20 miles per hour this afternoon, but nothing all that strong, not quite as strong as what we had a couple of days ago. We'll keep you up to date with the rest of the forecast, which just have a lot of warmer weather, some 60s to near 70 in the forecast. We'll talk about that coming up in a little bit. But right now we're going to get a check on traffic. Maggie Sliz has a look at the roads, and he showed some issues already this morning. What's going on, Maggie?
Hey, Dan. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, the delays we had a bit earlier, about 15-20 minutes ago, because of construction out there, and a lot of those patterns already wrapping up, clearing out, so we're in good shape. We'll start off taking you back into Wethersfield, right along I-91 again. This looked like a parking lot just a few minutes ago as construction was in effect on the northbound side. Just as you're approaching Route 3, exits 25, 26, things have cleared out nicely, so we're good to go there. Drive times in Hartford beyond that look great. 91 southbound clear from Windsor right down to 84. And then 84 is moving smoothly east and westbound. Rest of the ride across the state, not a bad one. Seeing some slowdowns through Waterbury, westbound side of I-84, and we see these come and go all day long for ongoing Mixmaster rehab work. And right now, things are a bit slower. You'll need some extra time as you approach Route 8 eastbound. Looks good. Stamford looks as though we have construction possibly wrapping up here. Northbound side of I-95, right between exits 7 up to exit 9. Notice that the cones have been lifted. We had 2 lanes blocked with just the left lane squeezing on through. I see some flashing lights in the distance, so that may be indicating that things are in the process of clearing, but we'll watch that for you. New Haven, you look fine both on 95 and 91. That's the latest on the roads. Back to you.
Maggie, 20 minutes to the top of the hour, and thousands of Eversource customers in Ansonia and Derby are without gas. This is due to a low pressure issue. It's caused school to be canceled in all of Ansonia and at least one school in Derby. Fox 61's Gabby Molina is in Derby this morning, and she's joining us now with more details. Gabby, good morning.
Good morning, Margot. Right now, Eversource has a mobile command center set up in the parking lot of the Lowe's here in Derby. So I want to give you a look behind me at what it looks like here. They have some trucks here. We can see Derby police officers here, and there are tons of Eversource crews that are set up here working to tackle the problem that's affecting more than 2,500 Eversource customers. Now, Ansonia Public Schools are closed for today, and Derby Public Schools Superintendent tweeted that Bradley School is closed today due to not having hot water because of the gas issue. There are 139 gas technicians working on the problem, and additional technicians have also been called in from Massachusetts. And Eversource says the problem stemmed from a low pressure issue.
During normal maintenance work, we had a low pressure situation on our system, and out of abundance of precaution, we shut down the system.
Now, Eversource crews have been going door to door to shut off gas services, and then they have to do the same to turn them back on, and that's why this has been taking a while. This has been underway since yesterday evening. They worked through the night. You can see they're out here this morning, and they are hoping to have all of the gas service restored by 11:59 tonight. Now, one thing to note is that Eversource was encouraging people who don't have heat because of this problem to rent a hotel room for the night because it was so cold overnight, and they were asking those customers to save their receipts, send it into Eversource, and then Eversource was going to reimburse them for that. So again, the work here is still a lot of work to do to restore that gas service to people in Ansonia and Derby. So we're going to stay on top of it and bring you updates as soon as we learn more. Live in Derby, Gabby Molina, Fox 61 News.
5:42, we'll be back with Gabby throughout the morning. Do want to get back to our coverage of election 2020, checking in on some of the congressional races.
That's right. In the 5th District, Johanna Hayes going head-to-head here with David Sullivan and Bruce Walczak. You can see Johanna right now at 57%, David Sullivan 41%, and then we've got Bruce there on the bottom half of your screen with 2%.
Fox 61's Lisette Nunez has been following this race for us. She is joining us live in Waterbury this morning. Lisette, good morning.
Good morning. We continue to wait for the vote count, but right now preliminary results are showing that Congresswoman Johanna Hayes does have a lead over David X. Sullivan. Once again, this is just preliminary results at this point. Johanna Hayes did release a statement saying that she continues to wait for all the votes to be tallied before making any additional comments on election, and she hopes that candidates and officials show respect for the integrity of the political process. Her challenger, David X. Sullivan, a former federal prosecutor, talking to Fox 61 late last night, he says the process has been surreal and expects to win the race. Sullivan has been endorsed by multiple police departments and teaches at Yale Law School and Western Connecticut State University. Now, Hayes has been endorsed by the Working Families Party. She sits on 3 congressional committees and is the former National Teacher of the Year. Of course, this is a race that we're going to continue to follow. We're going to be reaching out to both campaigns to get an update on where they stand right now. But of course, any updates that we have, we'll be taking that information live on air and also online. We're live in Waterbury. Lisette Nunez, Fox 61 News.
Thank you, Lisette. 5:45 this morning. We were at the big board all morning long. Right now, Wisconsin, it is purple, but the margin between these two candidates razor thin. Updates as the Fox 61 Morning News continues.
All right, welcome back. Good morning. Meteorologist Anna Maranta here. We're going to get you caught up on our forecast in a second. Just want to talk about what's going on down in the tropics. Tropical storm Eta. This is down in Nicaragua, bringing some heavy rains to Nicaragua and Honduras as well. It's just a nasty storm. It was a hurricane not too long ago. At one point, the storm had winds of 150 miles per hour. Now it's 70 miles per hour, but still pretty strong. And it's going to continue to make that track kind of over land for a little while and then curling into the Caribbean just to the south of Cuba, eventually cutting right through Cuba and making its way in the direction of South Florida by around the Sunday, Monday timeframe. So we'll be watching that pretty closely. It is forecast to redevelop into a tropical storm after weakening a little bit over the next couple of days. So we'll be watching that really closely. But as I said, it does look like just a heavy rainmaker and maybe some gusty winds for South Florida by around the Sunday, Monday, Tuesday timeframe of next week. We'll be watching that really close. Now out there today, not much to watch in Connecticut other than just seeing that sunshine as we go on through the day today, after the sun comes up, of course. We have chilly temperatures out there this morning, though. We're at 31 in Willimantic and Putnam, 32 in New Haven, Chester, and 34 in Groton. So a little chilly this morning, but later on today, getting up into the 50s to near 60. It's going to be feeling pretty nice. The satellite and radar is quiet. A little snow shower activity across parts of southern Maine into New Hampshire this morning, but that's since left the area, so just quiet stuff. Mostly sunny skies, temperatures into the 60s, or the 50s to near 60. I think we'll top out right around 60 degrees across some parts of the state today. Most of us in the upper 50s. And that south wind around 10 to 20 miles per hour. Not quite as windy as yesterday, and it will be a little bit of a warmer breeze. It's all about the direction the wind comes in this time of year. Now, yesterday it was coming from the northwest, meaning it's that chilly wind. Today it's coming from the south, so it's kind of bringing in some warmer temperatures, so it may feel a little bit better than the wind we had yesterday, and especially with warmer temperatures, of course. Then as we go on for the evening, or the morning anyways, those temperatures, or the sun coming up at 6:27, the sun going down at 4:41. As we go on through the night tonight, it won't be all that cold. Temperatures into the 40s, which this time of year isn't that bad. So a milder night. And then as we go on through the next couple of days, we'll start to see some warmer temperatures. We're talking about some 60s out there, possibly even near 70 as we head towards a weekend. So look at this for a warming trend. Going from 60 or so today, some upper 50s to near 60, into the mid 60s tomorrow. Same deal on Friday. And then look at Saturday coming in around 70. And then for next week, or for the end of the weekend and into early next week, we'll keep that sunshine around, a pattern of quiet weather. Really nothing going on here with those temperatures on the warmer side. The average high for this time of year is 57, so keeping it way above that these next several days. A little bit of a stellar warm forecast here. We'll keep you up to date, of course, all the way throughout the morning. For now, I'll send it back to you.
All right, thank you, Dan. Plenty more to get to. Here's what's still ahead.
This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election.
It's not my place or Donald Trump's place to declare who's won this election. That's the decision of the American people.
Election 2020, not a done deal, at least just not yet. More from both sides in the presidential election, as you just heard parts of their comments there, and more results on some other races, including ones right here in Connecticut. That's coming up.
We are fact-checking both of those candidates, plus getting you caught up on the electoral race here in real time. Very few purple states left on the map, meaning fewer opportunities to gain an advantage. I'm Keith McGill. We have the details as we continue. Welcome back, everyone. Keith McGilvery here at the big board. A couple of states we're keeping a close eye on this morning: Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. Marlon from our production team just asked where things stood in Wisconsin, so let's pull that up for you. If you went to bed last night and you saw President Trump ahead, you were right at that point. Those numbers shifting ever so slightly overnight, because right now you can see with 98% of the vote in Wisconsin, it is 49% to 49%, with the former vice president up by fewer than 10,000 votes. So how did he do it? Largely because of the dense population in the Milwaukee area. Those urban centers often tend to vote Democrat, and that is a lot of what we have seen in the state of Wisconsin. Pennsylvania is still very close here, or potentially. President Trump 56%, Biden with 43%. So a good distance between them here. The catch with this is that about 25% of the vote is still out. Votes that still need to be counted. A lot of those coming from the Philadelphia area. Will it be enough is the question for Biden to pull ahead there. And one more race that I wanted to talk about quickly. In Arizona, a Senate race, Mark Kelly pulling ahead against Martha McSally. Mark Kelly, the former astronaut. McSally, you'll remember, was on stage with President Trump last week. He kind of shooed her off because he was polling better than she did, so she kind of ran on stage and ran off. In the end, Mark Kelly, the former astronaut in Arizona, husband of Gabrielle Giffords there, pulling off a win in Arizona. We're tracking it all as the numbers change. Margot, over to you.
All right. Well, there are some other local races on our radar this morning, so let's take a look. Senator Gennaro Bizzarro, Republican there, getting Democratic Representative Rick Lopez. You can see right now Rick is at 56%, Gennaro at 44%. This is after Senator Terry Garantera took a post in the Lamont administration. If we head to the 13th Senate District in Meriden, Republican Len Suzio running against Senator Mary Dougherty Abrams. You can see Mary coming in at about 53% and Len at 47%. So these are just some numbers that we've been monitoring all morning long. And of course, we will continue to do so. As you know, we are live and local through 11 a.m. So here's what's coming up on the news at 6.
Yeah, a lot more ahead as Tim and Ashley.
But I'm optimistic about this outcome.
I want to thank the American people for their tremendous support.
Election coverage 2020, it continues. No declared winner right now, but we're watching the latest, and we sure do have a lot to talk about all morning long.
Meanwhile, here in Connecticut, thousands of Eversource customers without gas in Derby. Plus, Ansonia schools closed because of a gas supply issue. More on what that means as the Fox 61 Morning News continues.
We're taking a live look outside over New Haven. Dan's going to have your weather. Maggie has the latest on the roads. Tim and Ashley have everything else you need to know. Stay with us.
starts now.
We believe we're on track to win this election.
The race for the White House is still very much undetermined as Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and a number of other crucial states are still uncalled. We do not know at this point who will be the next president.
So we'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop.
President Trump declaring victory this morning, what he says about late ballot counting in battleground states.
Also, we are following all the races here at the local level. We're going to take a look at where things stand in the battle for several congressional district seats in our state. And at 6 o'clock, we're also following some breaking news for you as well. Glad you're with us here for the Fox 61 Morning News at 6 o'clock. I'm Tim Lammers.
And I'm Ashley Afonso. A lot to get to this morning as we begin to dive into the election results. A very exciting morning as this is still a very close race. But before we get into that, we do want to mention some breaking news this morning that we've been following since last night.
Yeah, more than 2,500 people in Derby and Ansonia don't have gas this morning due to a pressure issue. Now, we're going to check in with Fox 61's Gabby Molina in a bit for more on that. You can see a big response there to try to get this problem solved. Again, that's coming up in a few minutes. But of course, let's get you the latest results from the polls. And at this point here at 6:01, and believe me, even this situation changes hour by hour, we're still looking like it may be 24 hours or longer, possibly all the way even into Friday if Pennsylvania comes into play, until we can declare a winner in the presidential race, as the road to the White House has been an unpredictable one for both candidates.
There were long lines across the nation yesterday for Election Day, but people certainly exercised their right to vote.
Yeah. Connecticut, as you can see, declared early. No surprise there. Voters here chose former Vice President Joe Biden over President Trump, 59% to 39%. It looks like right there, about 900,000 votes counted as of there, but there's still a lot more to go.
In the meantime, nationally, the electoral vote is still undecided at this point. None of the candidates reaching that magic number of 270 right now. According to the Associated Press, President Trump stands at 213 electoral votes and Joe Biden at 238. But again, there are so many. I think there's 6 swing states at this point right now that are still undecided, and all of those states are winner takes all.
Yes, and boy, if you remember back to the year 2000 when it all came down to Florida between George Bush and Al Gore, and they flip-flopped back and forth. It was a big mess. A lot of news outlets, us included, really taking our time to make sure and not make premature projections here. Now, President Trump and Joe Biden shifting their focus to Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, 3 states that it could again determine who eventually wins the White House.
This while the president threatened legal action over vote counting in the 2020 presidential election. Here's John Lawrence.
A baseless allegation shortly after 2 a.m. Eastern. President Donald Trump disputing ballot counting in the 2020 presidential election.
This is a major fraud in our nation. We want the law to be used in a proper manner. So we'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop. We don't want them to find any ballots at 4 o'clock in the morning and add them to the list.
Former Vice President Joe Biden says the election has to be decided by the voters of the nation.
As I've said all along, it's not my place or Donald Trump's place to declare who's won this election. That's the decision of the American people. But I'm optimistic about this outcome. It ain't over till every vote is counted. Every ballot is counted.
The 2020 presidential race coming down to a handful of critical toss-up states that could take days to count all their votes. It's those states that will determine the final outcome of the election. I'm John Lawrence reporting.
Okay, let's get over to Keith McGilvery now. Keith, boy, it is coming down to those 3 states up in the northern part of the country. The Democrats were hoping that would be a blue wall. That is certainly not certain at this point.
Yeah, so that was really the cornerstone of Biden's pitch as a candidate, that he would be able to restore that blue wall. I said earlier it feels like the Super Bowl this morning. Dana Morenti corrected me, said the Super Bowl, there's a winner. Yeah. So we're not there yet. We're going to kind of relax, walk you through what we know one state at a time. So we'll start with Pennsylvania. And the president really excited as he addressed the nation last night with the numbers he is seeing here. He is ahead 56% to 43%. So what does Joe Biden need to do if he wants to kind of change the dynamic of this race in Pennsylvania? He is hoping, and Democrats are hoping, that they will really be able to tap into a key population in the greater Philadelphia area. A lot of folks in that community voting ahead of time. A lot of those folks tend to vote for the Democrat. But will it be enough? Because Biden needs to pick up about 700,000 votes, largely in that area, the suburbs of Pittsburgh as well, if that is going to happen. So that's Pennsylvania. Let's move to Wisconsin now. And the thing about Wisconsin is if you stayed up late last night and you said, hey, President Trump was ahead in Wisconsin when you went to bed, well, you are right. But those numbers and those votes being counted overnight, and this is as razor thin can get. Right now, the former vice president ahead, tied 49% or so. The former vice president ahead by fewer than 10,000 votes. So wrap your head around that, because that's nearly 3 million votes there. And now we're talking about 10,000 votes. So how did Biden pull ahead? It's a similar story to what he's trying to do in Pennsylvania. We're talking Milwaukee, that city of Milwaukee, the suburbs around there as well, tend to vote for Democrats. A lot of those votes coming in early, and we will see how that unfolds. And then we were going to do Michigan as well. President Trump happy with what he is seeing here, 51% to Biden's 47%. 80% in, so there is still 20% of the vote out there, and it is a similar story across this general region of the country. What's going to have to happen here is Biden is going to have to perform well, really dig into the Detroit area and try to tap into those Democrats if he is going to change the dynamic there in Michigan and go after those 16 electoral votes. So all eyes this morning, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. We'll talk about Arizona in a little bit, Nevada as well, but a lot to get to. If you want to play around with this board, if it doesn't stress you out, we're going to help you do that. Point your camera at the screen and take a photo of the logo. We have a logo. If it doesn't come up, just take my word, fox61.com. You can kind of walk through it. There it is. Walk through it all yourself. If you're like, hey, I'm still waking up, Keith, you handle it for me, then just let me know what you want me to check out on the big wall. We'll go through Senate races as well this morning. A lot to get to through 11 a.m. here on Fox 61. Tim and Ashley, I'm crunching numbers.
You're doing a great job. This is just
I'll get
wild.
back to you.
When I woke up this morning, President Trump was winning in Wisconsin. And when I got to work, Biden was taking the lead there. So this is just unbelievable how quickly this is changing.
It is fewer than 10,000 votes. We're talking about millions of votes here.
Yeah, it again reminds me of Florida in 2000.
Yeah.
And boy, there's been a lot that has not gone as expected so far, but at least this general dynamic of thinking that as we all went to bed last night, the in-person votes, which were more predominantly Republican, would get counted first. And then a lot of the cities and a lot of the mail-in ballots, which are predominantly Democratic, would get counted later, which means Joe Biden would start gaining ground. That seems to be what's happening. Of course, it doesn't help us figure out who's going to win at this point either.
I was just going to say, but is it enough ground? We will see.
Yeah, well, that we will see. All right, speaking of some of the other remaining races that have not been declared, we're following some close ones here in Connecticut.
Fox 61's Lisette Nunez continues our Election Day team coverage, or day after Election Day team coverage, with the latest on the race in the 5th Congressional District. Lisette, good morning.
Good morning, Tim and Ashley. We continue to wait for the vote count at this point, but preliminary results showing that Congresswoman Jahana Hayes does have a lead over David X. Sullivan. And once again, I want to emphasize that these are just preliminary results at this point. Jahana Hayes did release a statement late last night saying that she is waiting for all votes to be tallied and will hold off on making any additional comments at this point. She hopes that candidates and also officials show respect for the integrity of the political process. Her challenger, David X. Sullivan, a former federal prosecutor, talking to Fox 61 late last night, he says the process has been surreal and he expects to win the race. Sullivan has been endorsed by multiple police departments and teaches at Yale Law School and Western Connecticut State University. Hayes has been endorsed by the Working Families Party. She sits on 3 congressional committees and is a former National Teacher of the Year. Now, we got a chance to speak to both of those candidates yesterday. Here's what they had to say about that.
I don't take anything for granted. We worked really hard. If you remember, I came to this process. Anybody can run for Congress. Anybody can run for these seats. They're not promised to anyone. You know, I came in last time without the endorsement and just said, I'm going to work hard and do it. So I respect anyone who wants to run.
I thought I'd be ahead by more. I expect to win this race, Matt. I mean, I didn't get in this to lose. I know that it was an uphill battle.
And once again, votes continue to be tallied this morning, not just for this race, but multiple races that we are following. So make sure you stay with Fox 61 for the latest. We're live in Waterbury. Lisette Nunez, Fox 61 News.
And remember, you can point your phone's camera at this QR code on your screen. That will bring you straight to the elections results page of fox61.com. It will be updating live all morning long. Okay, 10 minutes after 6. Let's get you a check on the forecast in case you have to be outside today. At some point, we're due for a warm-up. I kind of forget when that's supposed to be.
I was thinking it was today, and then I stepped outside, and I'm like, nope, not today.
Not yet. It will be a little warmer today compared to yesterday. So yesterday we were like 45. Today, like 58. Doing better, and then by tomorrow we'll be well into the 60s.
Slow
So
climb.
yeah, we're going to be really cranking it up. So it's going to be getting better out there, but this morning, yes, it is on the chillier side. We have those 30s and even some upper 20s across some parts of the state. Willimantic at 29 right now. You have Danbury at 29 as well. Meriden at 30. New Haven at 33. You were at 32 last hour, and Groton now at 33. So we've got that chill this morning, but the wind luckily is a lot lighter. Not much wind at all. In fact, it's calm across much of the state, as you can see there, maybe 3 to 7, 3 to 8 miles per hour. So really not a whole lot of wind, but it will start to pick up a little bit during the afternoon, getting from the south at about 10 to 20 miles per hour. Now, the reason I specify it's from the south is that that's going to be a warmer breeze as opposed to the northwest wind that we had yesterday. So yesterday's wind may have had a little bit of a bite to it. Today, it's going to be feeling like a little bit of a better breeze out there with those temperatures getting into the 50s to near 60. Could be a few 61s and 62s out there later on today. Mostly sunny skies. There's no cloud cover out there. I mean, you may see like a cloud or two off in the distance, but not much so far this morning. And later on today, it'll be abundant sunshine with those warmer temperatures. And then by tomorrow, we'll be possibly even several degrees warmer than this. We'll keep you up to date with the rest of the forecast all throughout the morning. But right now, we're going to get a check on traffic. Maggie Sliz has a look at traffic this morning. And you mentioned earlier, things are fairly quiet right now. What's going on now?
Yeah, not too bad. We'll certainly take what we have right now. One area seeing a bit of a delay for construction still in the mix here, and this is right along I-395, the northbound side, right through Norwich, just waiting for this pattern to wrap up and these delays to start to ease up. We'll let you know when that's the case. The rest of us, nice conditions. Hartford, you look great. 84, 91, Route 2, no issues. Light volume, not too many folks on the roads yet. Had some delays through Waterbury, westbound side of I-84, about a half hour ago as there was a slowdown because of ongoing mixed master rehab work, and we tend to see that come and go throughout the morning, throughout the day. Right now, things have eased up a bit, so you should be fine if you're approaching Route 8 anytime soon. Down through Stamford, earlier construction northbound side of I-95 is now gone. It's still nice and quiet through Fairfield County, both on 95 and Route 15. New Haven checks out great, both on 95 and 91. 34 inbound and outbound, no trouble getting you through the city. That's the latest on the roads. Back to you.
Well, still a lot to get to this morning. Eversource, for one, now going door to door to turn off gas meters in Ansonia and Derby, while other people had to be relocated. Fox 61's Gabby Molina is there this morning with more on the problem. School is closed as well. She'll have a live report in just a couple of minutes.
And in the midst of Election Day, Governor Lamont also updated our state's COVID-19 travel advisory. So we're also going to be telling you about the changes with that ahead.
And here is a live look at the White House once again, coming down to some of those swing states that we knew were going to be close, as we are waiting to see which presidential candidate can get to 270 electoral votes first. Neither one of them has it yet. We are.
All right, welcome back. Yeah, we'll get to weather. Let's talk about what's going on down in the tropics. Good morning, meteorologist Anna Amarante here. Now, down across parts of Central America, we've been watching this really closely across Nicaragua into Honduras. Some very heavy rainfall in association with Tropical Storm Eta. This was formerly a hurricane just a couple of hours ago, and yesterday around this time it had a 150-mile-per-hour wind, but has now made landfall in Nicaragua, bringing them some extremely heavy rainfall down there. Now, the reason I show you this and the reason we're paying so much attention to it is because it may have some bit of a factor in Florida's weather over the next several days as it makes its way through Central America, eventually reforming into a tropical storm right around Cuba and then moving towards South Florida as we head towards the Sunday, Monday, Tuesday timeframe. So it is currently in the tail end of the cone from the National Hurricane Center. So we'll be watching that really closely. But at this point, nothing imminent for Florida, but we'll be watching that as we go through these next couple of days. Now here in Connecticut, we have quiet weather. Nothing happening out there. Temperatures in the upper 20s and low 30s this morning, so it's chilly. You may have some frost to deal with, and of course you'll want to bundle up with those chillier temperatures. And there isn't a whole lot of wind to go around. Right now it's pretty much calm, and then later on today it'll get up around 10 to 20 miles per hour from the south, which is a pretty decent breeze, but it's going to be a warmer breeze than yesterday. Yesterday we had that northwest breeze. Today it's a southerly breeze, meaning it doesn't have that bite to it. Now on the map as we go through the day today, we'll see little to nothing. So mostly sunny skies expected today. Temperatures in the upper 50s for most of us. A couple of towns could be getting up to around 60, 61, maybe 62. The sun coming up this morning in about a little less than 10 minutes. And the sun will go down at 4:41 this evening. Isn't it amazing that 4:41 is now the evening time as the sun goes down around then? The temperatures tonight, not all that cold, into the mid 40s, maybe even some upper 40s. These next few days, we're going to warm it up. We're talking about a big ridge in the jet stream here. All that warm air streaming up from the south these next several days, really. Today, tomorrow, going into the weekend, and all the way into next week, we'll have those warm temperatures. And you'll see that in the 7-day forecast here as we start off today right around the 30-degree mark, ending up around 60. Tomorrow into the mid 60s, and then look at that, could be touching 70 in a couple of spots as we head towards the weekend, even into next week, Monday and Tuesday, looking on the warmer side with those 60s to near 70 degrees. Keep in mind the average high temperature for this time of year is 57. So as we found out a couple of days ago, it can definitely be cold this time of year, but that is not the case these next few days. We'll keep you up to date with that forecast all throughout the morning. Back to you.
Okay, we want to get you back to that big breaking news out of Derby where hundreds of people don't have gas this morning because of some pressure issues that began last night.
We've got Fox 61's Gabby Molina in Derby this morning with more on how people are being impacted. Gabby, good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, Eversource has a mobile command center set up here at the parking lot of the Derby and Lowe's, where you can see that there are some crews here that have been working on trying to get this gas service restored to people here in the Derby and Ansonia area through the night, and they're going to be continuing to work through the day as well. Eversource says that more than 2,500 customers are affected by this issue that stemmed from a low pressure issue. Right now there are 139 gas technicians working on the problem, and additional technicians were also called in from Massachusetts to help as well. Now, one of the challenges that crews are facing when it comes to restoring this service is that they are having to go door to door to shut off gas services and the same thing to turn them back on.
The restoration process requires us to isolate every customer affected, regas in the system properly, and then reverse that process house by house, restoring service.
Now, this is also affecting the schools here in the area as well. Ansonia Public Schools are closed for today, and Derby Public School Superintendent tweeted that Bradley School, which is an elementary school in Derby, is also closed today due to not having hot water because of this gas issue. Eversource was also encouraging people who may have lost their heat last night to get a hotel room for the night and then take a picture of their receipt, and then said that Eversource would reimburse them for that hotel room later on. Now, again, we see this mobile command center set up here in Derby. They are working to restore this service, and we do know that their goal is to get most of the service back by 11:59 tonight. So we're going to stay on top of this and bring you any updates as soon as we learn more. Live in Derby, Gabby Molina, Fox 61 News.
All right, Gabby, thank you. Still a lot more to get to on this very busy Wednesday morning right here on Fox 61. Our Election Day coverage continues this morning as ballots are still being counted and maybe for a while. We'll have more on why President Trump says he plans to take the results of the election to the Supreme Court.
Also, Connecticut's COVID-19 travel advisory has new states added. We'll have the latest from the governor when we come back. Glad you're with us here. We're going to take a break from our election coverage to bring you the latest in the state's fight against COVID-19. As for yesterday's update, the positivity rate of new tests was 4.6%.
Now, according to new stats from Governor Lamont, an additional 985 people have tested positive for COVID-19. Right now, 381 patients are currently hospitalized. That's an increase of 41 since Monday, so that's a pretty big number there. Unfortunately, 7 more people have died with COVID-19 complications. 21,000 people have been tested in the state since Monday.
And 2 more states have been added to our state's travel advisory list. Oregon and Washington were added. So if you're entering Connecticut from those locations, and at this point it's pretty much all of the country outside of the Northeast, you do need to quarantine for 14 days or show proof of a negative COVID test within 3 days of traveling.
Anyone traveling from an affected state to Connecticut must fill out a travel health form. Massachusetts also on the travel advisory list. Those who travel to and from Connecticut for work can still do so as long as they're in the state for less than 24 hours. We have the full list of states on fox61.com.
right, still a lot to get to this morning. Here's a look at what is still ahead. Back into our team coverage of Election Day. Fox 61's Angelo Bavaro will have the latest on the battle in the state's 3rd district. Will the challenger, Margaret Stryker, be able to unseat the incumbent Rosa DeLauro?
And as we head to break, you're getting a live look over the White House this morning. Still no clear answer of who will occupy the White House for the next 4 years. We are continuing to follow it as those results roll in. We'll keep you updated right here on air and also on the Fox 61 News app. We'll be right back.
All local, all morning. You're watching Fox 61 Morning News.
Glad you're with us. Thank you for choosing the Fox 61 Morning News on such an important day in the history of the U.S. It is 6:30. I'm Tim Lammers.
And I'm Ashley Afonso. Thanks so much for joining us. And before we get back to that team coverage of those Election Day results, we want to get you a quick check of the forecast this morning.
Beautiful.
A pretty sunrise over the capital city.
Yeah, I like to see that. Had great weather almost all across the country yesterday for Election Day, which is also good to see. And now, if it was a little chilly out at the polls or a little chilly out this morning, we are due for a warm-up.
Yeah. Dan, did you see that satellite image that was going around social media
It,
yesterday?
yeah.
You retweeted it,
yeah.
Okay, of the country. I mean, and there were a few clouds up in the northeast and a few clouds to the west, and everything was just
okay.
clear.
Yeah, I was checking the satellite yesterday, but when you started referring to that, I'm like, is this the one time when I didn't see a satellite image that everyone else did?
Yeah.
But yeah, it was extremely quiet. There were like a couple of showers around Louisiana yesterday. It's like that was it. And then, like Montana had a little bit of rain. Yeah, no problems at all. So things were nice and quiet yesterday. That's great news for Election Day to get the turnout, get people out and about. And today it's going to be more quiet weather. Nothing happening out there. there. And we have a nice sunrise. Those temperatures are chilly, though. So you're stepping outside, you're going to be like, all right, this is kind of like wintertime weather out there with those temperatures right around 30, even some upper 20s like Willimantic and Torrington coming in at 29, Danbury included in those 29-degree temperatures, 33 in New Haven, 33 in Groton. And we have just enough of a breeze in a couple of locations that it's bringing your wind chill down, like Groton at 7 miles per hour, which obviously is not a very strong wind, but it's enough to bring your wind chill down to the upper 20s. Most of us, though, seeing very light wind, even calm in a lot of spots. So during the day today, it's going to be nice and calm for the wind this morning, around 10 to 20 miles per hour this afternoon. But once again, it's going to be a warmer day after we start off on the chillier side. So starting off around 30, ending up in the 50s to possibly near 60. It could be a couple of 61s and 62s out there today with mostly sunny skies and not a whole lot of wind. So a gorgeous day today, and these next few days will keep that nice weather around. We'll talk about the rest of the forecast, all that throughout the morning. But for now, we'll send it back to you.
That was a busy day at the polls yesterday, and that is a good thing. Fox 61's Angelo Bavaro tweeted out this time lapse just after 6:30, 24 hours ago, almost to the minute, from Milford. Look at that line of voters outside of Harborside Middle School.
He says one man told him he's never seen so many voters turn out before, especially that early in the morning.
Yeah, voters making sure their voices were heard. But what was also interesting last night was what the candidates for president had to say and the candidates for congressional offices here had to say after the polls closed.
We want to get things over to Keith McGilvery. He has the latest at our big board over there. Hey, Keith.
Yeah, so the candidates addressing the country last night. Want to start with former Vice President Joe Biden from Delaware.
Your patience is commendable. We knew this was going to go long, but who knew we're going to go into maybe tomorrow morning, maybe even longer. But look, we feel good about where we are. We really do. I'm here to tell you tonight, we believe we're on track to win this election. We knew because of the unprecedented early vote and the mail-in vote that it was going to take a while. We're going to have to be patient until the hard work of tallying the votes is finished. And it ain't over till every vote is counted. Every ballot is counted. But we're feeling good. We're feeling good about where we are. We believe one of the nets has suggested we've already won Arizona, but we're confident about Arizona. That's a turnaround. We also just called it for Minnesota, and we're still in the game in Georgia, although that's not one we expected. And we're feeling real good about Wisconsin and Michigan. And by the way, it's going to take time to count the votes. We're going to win Pennsylvania. I've been talking to the folks in Philly, Allegheny County, Scranton, and they're really encouraged by the turnout and what they see.
These candidates from their speeches, he is right. Arizona has been called for former Vice President Joe Biden. He also said he felt optimistic about Georgia, but that is not going his way. With 99% of the vote in, the President Trump, is at 50% there. So we saw Vice President Biden address a crowd, a socially distanced crowd, in a drive-in rally in his home state of Delaware. A very different scene when the president took to the airwaves later in the evening from the East Room of the White House. Hundreds of guests there, no social distancing and very few masks, but a powerful message from President Trump.
This is a very big moment. This is a major fraud in our nation. We want the law to be used in a proper manner. So we'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop. We don't want them to find any ballots at 4 o'clock in the morning and add them to the list.
So a refresher from your high school civics class or history lesson, a case is not going to go directly to the Supreme Court. In order for that to happen, it needs to work its way up through the state and federal system. We did hear more from the president. Take a listen.
We have so many. We had such a big night. You just take a look at all of these states that we've won tonight. And then you take a look at the kind of margins that we've won them by. And all of a sudden, it's not like we're up 12 votes and we have 60% left. We won states, and all of a sudden, I said, what happened to the election? It's off. And we have all these announcers saying, what happened? And then they said, oh.
All right, so that there, the president, he went on to say that he was feeling good about Pennsylvania as we check in on those numbers. Tim and Ashley, President Trump ahead at this point, 56% to Biden's 43%. It looks like a big margin there, and it is. So what does Biden need to do to kind of get the momentum going in his direction to kind of make up that gap if he can? We know that as of about 11 o'clock last night or so, there were still about 2 million outstanding ballots, folks who had voted early, and those had yet to be counted. That process is underway as we speak. In order for Biden to change that dynamic, he's going to need to score big with some pretty large margins in the greater Philadelphia area. That city typically votes for Democrats. The question is this morning, is it enough to really move the needle in the direction that Vice President Biden is looking for?
Something we're going to be watching very closely throughout the morning.
I mean, if you're sitting there doing the math, it looks like he might have to have about a 3-to-1 ratio somewhere in that neighborhood with the remaining votes coming back to win. And as they were saying, it looks like Pennsylvania might be what decides it.
Yeah.
Sort of running the numbers into scenarios, former Vice President Biden doesn't necessarily need to win Pennsylvania to get to 270, but there's only one path to do it without winning Pennsylvania, and it's pretty much win everything else where he has a good shot at this point.
Yeah, and Pennsylvania's a big grab. I mean, we're talking about 20 electoral votes there, so that's a lot.
Still a big number out in Michigan when we talk about other potential avenues here. So 16 electoral votes here. The president up with 51% of the vote to former Vice President Biden's 47, 20% out. But again, it's a similar dynamic to what we're seeing in Pennsylvania. Detroit. Those large urban areas. Is it enough of a margin here that he could potentially push ahead? 20% to go. We'll track the numbers all morning.
Yeah, Wayne County, that's the county you want to look at there in Michigan, where there's Detroit in that. All right, Keith, thank you so much. All right, back here at home, another race still undecided, the battle for the 3rd district seat with incumbent Rosa DeLauro.
Fox 61's Angelo Bavaro has more on where this race currently stands this morning. Hey, Angelo, good morning.
Good morning. So as we've been talking about, DeLauro is facing her toughest challenge in decades against Republican opponent Margaret Streicher. But as of this morning, as of the latest update, those votes are looking good for the incumbent. Again, all of those votes are not in at this point. So we want to show you where things stand right now, where that race stands this morning. According to the latest update from the Associated Press, we have 42% of precincts reporting. Now, DeLauro is leading with about 59% of that vote. And Republican candidate Margaret Streicher is trailing with 40% of that vote. Meanwhile, Green Party candidate Justin Paglino has captured about 1% of the vote. Now, DeLauro has represented Connecticut's 3rd congressional district since the first time she ran for office in 1990. And she has rarely ever faced a strong challenge. Of course, things are different this year with Margaret Streicher turning many heads across the state. Streicher grew up in Milford and has accomplished a real estate business. And she also ran a very well-financed campaign with critical attack ads against DeLauro and was endorsed by the New Haven Police Union and several other police unions as well across the state. Now, we did catch up with both candidates last night, both of them expressing confidence in their voters. Take a listen.
I guess right now I'm just watching and waiting like everybody else, but it's certainly exciting. It's thrilling. I suspect we're going to end up in an automatic recount, but if what we see pulls through for the rest of the night, then this is a dead heat.
It is working families that need a break, and it is government which can and must play a role in helping people get a better chance at a better life.
And again, no winner has been declared by the AP in this race. But as of that latest update, DeLauro is up against Streicher. We have reached out to both campaigns to get a feel for how they're feeling this morning. We are waiting to hear back, but we'll check back in. We are live in New Haven this morning. I'm Angelo Bavaro, Fox 61 News.
And you can point your phone's camera to the screen right now. That will bring you straight to the election results on the Fox 61 website, fox61.com, and we'll continue to update those results all throughout the morning. All right, we've got a bit of breaking news we want to bring to you. A 28-year-old man is dead after what appears to be a drive-by shooting in Waterbury. Police say around 8 o'clock last night, he was at a red light on East Main Street when an SUV pulled up alongside him and opened fire. An autopsy on the man is scheduled scheduled for the next few days. No arrests have been made at this time. It is also the second homicide in the city since Friday.
Still a lot to get to this morning. We want to know about your experience voting yesterday or just your overall thoughts on the elections. Fox 61's Margot Farrell is out hitting the streets the day after Election Day to see what you all have to say.
Welcome back, everyone. We're going to hit the pause button for just a moment and bring you this morning's bright spot. There's a lot going on. It's a busy morning. We're all glued to election coverage, but let's bring you something a little bit more lighthearted. And this morning's bright spot, we're showing you a really cute young little girl who recited the Pledge of Allegiance yesterday. We want to say a good morning and a thank you to Elena from Oakdale for this dose of sunshine this morning. Take a listen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, and indivisible, and death for liberty, and death for all.
She is just precious. She's only 4 years old. I could watch her over and over and over again, guys. This is, I think, exactly what we need on a morning on a day like today.
So adorable.
Yes, it's a good day for America, seeing so much democracy in action, and that is just a great little way to encapsulate it, Maggie. Thank you.
So.
All right, moving on. Still a lot to get to here on the Fox 61. Here's a look at what's coming up at 7 o'clock.
And we're feeling real good about Wisconsin and Michigan. And by the way, it's going to take time to count the votes. We're going to win Pennsylvania.
We want all voting to stop. We don't want them to find any ballots at 4 o'clock in the morning and add them to the list.
Ahead at 7, still too close to call. President Trump and Joe Biden are both short of the 270 electoral votes needed to win the presidency. We'll have more on their messages coming up.
And we'll get an update on that breaking news out of Derby and Ansonia this morning. A gas pressure problem overnight, forcing a school to close and people to be temporarily relocated.
And a quick reminder for business owners, we want to showcase all of the amazing things you do. Send us a photo of your coffee mugs as part of our Coffee Cup Salute initiative. Share 61 at fox61.com, or you can use the hashtag Share61 on social media. Okay, 6:49. Dan Amarenti's here with us on the Weather Watch to let you know how the day's going to be.
How's it looking, Dan? A warm up on the way?
Yeah, chilly this morning, but it's going to get a lot better, so don't worry. When you step out the door this morning, you're like, all right, it's winter. But later on today, it's going to be nice, so at least we have that going for us. Let's take a look at the weather headlines. It's going to be into the 50s to possibly near 60 later on today, so that's going to be nice. It's a lot of upper 50s across much of the state. A dry stretch ahead. Nice, quiet weather filling in for several days here. There isn't really going to be a whole lot to talk about in the weather department, which means that we get some good weather. And it will be a warm stretch of weather, too. So we're talking about temperatures going way up above average, generally 65 to 70 for many days later on this week, going into the weekend and all the way into early next week. We're talking about a lot of 60s out there, so a warm forecast, but not quite warm this morning. A lot of temperatures in the upper 20s and low 30s. You have 30 in Chester, 31 Norwich, 33 New Haven, 29 Willimantic, Danbury, and it's definitely on the chilly side this morning when you step outside, but there's little to to no wind. So at least that's some good news. There's been a little bit of a breeze along parts of the shoreline, but overall fairly light and even calm winds across the state so far. Satellite and radar is quiet. We're going to see a lot of sunshine today, so we're breaking out that sun. Mostly sunny skies. A little bit of a breeze developing as we head towards the afternoon. But the difference is it's going to be from the south as opposed to being from the northwest, which is what we felt yesterday. So yesterday that breeze had a little bit of a bite to it because it was a cooler breeze. It's coming from the northwest. Today, it's going to be a warmer breeze coming up from the south, so it just kind of helps a little bit. It'll help to bring in some warmer air. The sun came up this morning at 6:27. It'll go down pretty early. As you know, this time of year, the sun goes down earlier and earlier. 4:41 is the sunset today, and temperatures tonight won't be all that cold. Fairly mild with lows in the 40s, which is above average. And keeping with that above average theme, the next several days, keeping those temperatures way up into the 60s to near 70, a big ridge in the jet stream. It's all about where the jet stream sets up, and in this case, it's going to be way up to our north, which unlocks all of that warmer air. So we aren't the only ones who are going to be enjoying some nice almost spring-like temperatures, maybe early fall temperatures. It's going to be feeling pretty good out there. Those temperatures into the 60s to near 70. Look at that. Going from 60 today, 66 tomorrow, 68 on Friday, and then up near 70 on Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. Also quiet with weather, the quiet weather with those temperatures staying on the warmer side. So all in all, just a wonderful forecast. As I mentioned, the average high temperature for this time of year is 57. So we're going to be about 10 degrees above average as we go on through these next few days. So good stuff. Let's look at the forecast. Send it back to you.
Okay, back to our team coverage of the 2020 election. We want to know how your experience voting went yesterday.
We've got Fox 61's Margot Farrell hitting the streets this morning to gain some more insight into that. Good morning, Margot.
Good morning, Ashley. Good morning, Tim. Good morning to everybody at home. Yes, still early here. We are just outside of Hartford Baking Company in West Hartford, hoping to chat with some folks to see how their experience went yesterday. Again, still a little early. The shop hasn't opened quite yet. Maybe you're at home drinking your cup of coffee. Come on down to West Hartford Center here and chat with us. Let us know what the voting experience for you was like. We've seen incredible voter turnout, and looking at our social media page, so many of you weighing in. We have a post up right now saying, I voted because, and we're asking you all at home to let us know what was the reason behind you going to the polls yesterday. So we've got Dwayne writing, I'm voting because I care about the United States and the values that it stands for, just like our president. Cindy says, 100 years ago, women were finally afforded the right to vote. They worked so hard to obtain that for us. Plus, you can't affect change if you sit by and do nothing. So that's just some of the, if I scroll down, I know it's tough to see many comments coming in. I posted it to my page as well. You can send us an email, share61@fox61.com, or again, just come on down to West Hartford, chat with us, and let us know why you chose to vote this year and how you found your experience to be. For now, that's the latest in West Hartford. I'm Margot Farrell, Fox 61 News.
Well, presidential politics taking center stage this morning as several states are still undecided. Coming up, we'll show you why both candidates say they are hopeful they'll win 4 more years in Washington. Well, this election, unlike any we've had in the past, we're usually used to having a good idea of who the winners are by the end of election night. But this year, it could be another 24 hours. It could be even days before we find out the results.
Yeah. We spoke to a political science professor to find out why. Take a listen.
There are several factors that are contributing to a delay in a likely delay in knowing the outcome of the election. One of those is the just sheer number of people who are expected to participate. All the models suggest very high levels of turnout for this election. So one piece of it is there's just more votes to count. Another piece of that, of course, is with the pandemic, the increase in the number of mail-in votes. Now, in Oregon, in Washington, people are used to voting by mail, and the infrastructure is in place to handle that volume. But in many other states, that's not the norm. And so the usual number of absentee ballots that they might receive is expected to increase tremendously. One other piece to this that I think is important to note is the way that races are often called, that a winner is called by the news media, is done based on modeling and projections. This election is going to be very difficult to call in that way, in part because of all the mail-in ballots. I think that a lot of news agencies, the Associated Press, the major networks, are going to need to be very cautious about making calls of elections based on projections. If we're just talking about the presidential race, if it's close, then it could take weeks. If it's not close at all, then we could know relatively quickly. The time that it takes to count these ballots is not a sign of problems. It is a sign of high levels of participation under particularly straining circumstances and an effort by election officials across the country to try to get an accurate count, because that's what we really want at the end of this, is an accurate count of the ballots.
Well, that does it for the news at 6.
The news at 7 starts right now.
We don't want them to find any ballots at 4 o'clock in the morning and add them to the list.
It's not my place or Donald Trump's place to declare who's won this election. That's the decision of the American people.
Yeah, right now at 7, the race for the White House continues now past Election Day, as several key states are still up for grabs.
I think we need changes, and we've had Democrat representation in Congress throughout all 5 congressional districts in Connecticut.
At the end of the day, I ran for Congress 2 years ago because I have a deep love for humanity.
Congresswoman Jahana Hayes looking to remain in the district House seat as she takes on Republican David X. Sullivan.
And Democratic U.S. Rep. Rosa DeLauro is currently leading Republican challenger Margaret Stryker in Connecticut's 3rd congressional district. A live report on that is ahead.
All local, all morning. The Fox 61 Morning News starts now.
Good morning and welcome to the Fox 61 Morning News at 7 on this very busy day after Election Day. I'm Ashley Afonso.
And I'm Tim Lammers. Of course, a lot to get to. Our election coverage is going to continue all morning and could for a number of days. But first things first, happening right now, we got to get you to some Connecticut news. Thousands of Eversource customers in Ansonia and Derby don't have gas this morning due to a pressure issue with the gas lines. Ansonia Public Schools will be closed today due to the gas supply issue, leading to no heat or hot water. Good news, though. We know no evacuations were mandatory. This is still a developing story. Gabby Molina is down there. She said, I believe she just spoke with the mayor of Derby recently. So we're going to have a live report with her in a few minutes. Don't go anywhere.
All right, let's get you to the race for the White House. It continues as there are still a number of states up for grabs for both candidates this morning.
Yeah, I mean, the ballots have been cast. They just haven't all been counted. That's the difference. Both President Trump and former Vice President Joe Biden did address the nation last night into early this morning. Let's start with what the president had to say.
I want to thank the American people for their tremendous support. Millions and millions of people voted for us tonight. And a very sad group of people is trying to disenfranchise that group of people. And we won't stand for it. We will not stand for it. This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election. So our goal now is to ensure the integrity for the good of this nation. This is a very big moment. This is a major fraud in our nation. We want the law to be used in a proper manner. So we'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop. We don't want them to find any ballots at 4 o'clock in the morning and add them to the list. Okay? It's a very sad moment. To me, this is a very sad moment, and we will win this. And as far as I'm concerned, we already have won.
President Trump confident and declaring victory, but it is still anyone's game at this point.
Yeah, former Vice President Joe Biden also addressed the nation yesterday. Here's what he said.
Good evening. Your patience is commendable. We knew this was going to go long, but who knew we were going to go into maybe tomorrow morning, maybe even longer. But look, we feel good about where we are. We really do. I'm here to tell you tonight, we believe we're on track to win this election. We knew because of the unprecedented early vote and the mail-in vote that it's going to take a while. We're going to have to be patient until the hard work of tallying the votes is finished. And it ain't over till every vote is counted, every ballot is counted. We could know the results as early as tomorrow morning, but it may take a little longer. As I've said all along, it's not my place or Donald Trump's place to declare who's won this election. That's the decision of the American people. But I'm optimistic about this outcome.
Well, both candidates with very different approaches when addressing the nation last night, but the race far from over.
Yeah, you need 270 Electoral College votes to win. Neither candidate has confirmed to have reached that mark yet. Now, Fox 61's Keith McGilvery has the latest on where the race stands. Keith, we have been expecting a lot of the still outstanding races to tighten over the course of the past couple hours. We've seen that. Of course, the question is just by how much.
Yeah, any updates?
Yeah, so we have certainly seen these races tighten. It is very fluid. The numbers have changed throughout the morning. 3 states I want you to think about: Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. It is really kind of at the crux of what we're debating right now. We're trying to figure out, starting in Pennsylvania, the president has good reason to be excited. He was excited in his speech that we aired live on Fox 61. At this point, he has 56% of the vote to Biden's 43%. The challenge here for the former vice president and his team has been confident in the overnight hours, these suburbs of Philadelphia. There are still 25% of the vote out there in a place like Pennsylvania. That translates into millions of votes that still need to be counted. We will see how those numbers shift as those tallies come in. We talked about Wisconsin as well. Talk about razor-thin margins here, 49%, 49%, just a few thousand votes separating, with Biden leading here and 90% of the vote coming in. One more for you. If I head to, it's like, where in the world is Michigan? There we go. Nice. I know my states, I promise. So Michigan is another fascinating situation because at this point, only 81% of the vote is in. You see President Trump is ahead or by, I don't know, a little bit more than 55,000 votes or so, with, 19% of the votes still out there. There is a lot of votes still to be sought after. Where does the Biden team need to make ground? The suburbs of Detroit is one place. Lansing, another community where Democratic voters tend to live and work and vote. But there are some suburbs south of Detroit that vote a Republican, and they still have votes out there as well. So there's a lot going on that front that we will watch. Did get an email from Elsa in Newington. She said she's carrying us around in her pocket on the FOX61 app so she can listen to these updates. She wanted to know about Connecticut and Vermont. So let's go to our home state of Connecticut first. So Elsa, if you see here, under pressure, Elsa.
Got a tap at the bottom, right? There
we go.
No, that's Rhode Island. There we go.
Bingo. So Connecticut here, Biden 59%, 39% for Trump, 59% in, but traditionally Connecticut will vote for the Democrat. And if I head on up north to Vermont, my old homeland here, with any luck, Elsa? There we go. Biden 66% to 31% for Trump. If you have questions about the big board, questions about the map, send them my way. We'll go over some Senate districts as well coming up. Ashley, I know you asked about Nevada as well at 7:30. I will tackle that for you.
All right, sounds good. I was saying a little earlier, interesting. I mean, Connecticut always goes blue, but
Yeah.
the race a little tighter than some of these surrounding blue states around us. So
It is.
Interesting.
And what's also interesting is, at least at this point, Joe Biden is outperforming Hillary Clinton in Connecticut. Hillary Clinton got about 54 to 54.5% of the vote back in 2016 to President Trump's about 41%. And right now he's at 39 to, you said 59, right, for Joe Biden?
I don't know if we can come back to me or not. If we can't, I'll just say it briefly. 59% to 39% here in Connecticut, largely Democratic voters, but Litchfield County, Windham County, you see some Trump support on kind of either ends of the state. But yes, we are at 59% in, and Biden leading with 59% of the vote.
And we're looking at Tolland County there. When it's that lighter blue, it means it went a little further blue, but not quite as much as that dark blue, right?
Yeah, so look at that. If we zero in on Tolland, Biden at 50%, Trump at 48%. So we're seeing a lot of things that might surprise some folks, not surprise others, but these numbers, we are certainly crunching them. Again, if you have questions about specific races, specific states, share61 at fox61.com. I'm digging in all morning.
Yeah, and not all that surprising to see Litchfield County and Windham County. Generally, the further away you get from the major interstates in Connecticut, the redder things tend to get. That's a very general trend. But Keith, thank you so much. Now, we're all still watching some other big races this morning.
Yeah, U.S. House District 1. John Larson, a Democrat, went up against Mary Fay, a Republican, and also Tom McCormick.
Yeah, so we want to show you some of that. Of course, John Larson expected to win that rather handily. Looking at Congressional District 2, we got Joe Courtney currently in the lead right now against Justin Anderson, Daniel Reale, and Cassandra Martineau.
Yep, and Joe Courtney ahead in that race as well.
Now let's get out to Lisette Nunez right now. She has more. Lisette, good morning.
Good morning, and we're following the 5th Congressional District. Congresswoman Jahana Hayes right now showing a lead over her challenger, David X. Sullivan. Obviously, these are just preliminary results. We are still waiting for votes to be counted. We did hear from Congresswoman Jahana Hayes yesterday. She released a statement saying that she is still waiting for votes to be tallied before making any official comment on this election. She's also asking for other candidates and also officials to show respect for the integrity of the political process. Now, her challenger, David X. Sullivan, a former federal prosecutor, talking to FOX61 late last night, he says the process has been surreal and expects to win the race. Sullivan has been endorsed by multiple police departments and teaches at Yale Law School and Western Connecticut State University. Now, Hayes has been endorsed by the Working Families Party. She sits on 3 congressional committees and is a former National Teacher of the Year. Now, we got a chance to speak to both Sullivan and Hayes last night. Here's what they had to say.
I went out and drove to the 41 towns for the last 16 months and talked to people. And with COVID, I was in my house talking to people. And I've never stopped. And I think that, unfortunately, Jahana Hayes does not represent the values of the people of the 5th Congressional District.
But I also know that there's so much to do to put things back together, to get people to this place of civility, to, you know, repair our community.
And once again, these are just still preliminary results. We're going to keep a close eye on this race. Any updates that we have, we'll make sure to take that information live on air and also online. We're live in Waterbury. Lisette Nunez, Fox 61 News.
And you can point your phone's camera to this QR code on your screen, which should bring you straight to the elections results page of FOX61.com. We'll have live updates of those results all morning long. We had some graphical problems with the 5 congressional races here in Connecticut. We'll get that problem fixed and get back to you. But for now, let's get to check on the forecast.
All right. It was a nice day yesterday. Dan, do we have another nice one today?
Yeah, even warmer than yesterday, so
Awesome.
That's good news. It's starting off a little chilly, though, but we're going to warm it up. Don't worry. So out there today, it's going to be kicking off a warming trend. We're starting off in the 30s, some 20s as well. We'll get into the 50s to near 60 later on today. Right now, it's 29 in Willimantic, 32 at Chester, 33 in New Haven, 34 at Groton, and 30 in Meriden. So yes, it is a little on the chilly side, to say the least, but the wind is calm. No issues with any major wind, although some spots have a bit of a breeze. Even the slightest little movement of air can make you feel kind of cold this morning. But as we go on through the rest of the day, we're going to continue to warm it up with a ton of sunshine. We're already starting to see that sun shining across the state. Blue skies out there for the kids at the bus stop this morning. Those temperatures starting off on the chillier side, of course, right around 30, getting into the 50s to near 60 this afternoon. I think some towns could be topping 60 degrees by maybe a degree or two, but overall just a mostly sunny day. So beautiful stuff out there. We'll keep you up to date with that forecast, of course, all the way throughout the morning. We'll take a look at the 7-day in just a little bit. But right now we're going to check on traffic. Maggie Sliz has a look at the roads this morning. What's going on, Maggie?
Hey, good morning, everyone. So far, not too bad out there. It's still fairly quiet, not a lot of volume, not a lot of traffic out there. If you're going to be hitting the road anytime soon, I think you're going to be pretty well off. Earlier construction through Norwich, northbound side of 395 is now gone. Some great speeds returning there. Closer look as the DOT shifting the camera, zeroing in on the eastbound side of I-84 right through downtown Hartford, approaching the ramps to 91 and the Hartford Tunnel. See that back up there as you're approaching the northbound side of I-91, but that's pretty much it. Rest of the ride looks good. Westbound clear and quiet from East Hartford over the Bulkley Bridge. Westbound side of 84 through Waterbury now looks fine. You'll notice those cones up, lanes restricted for ongoing Mixmaster rehab work, but for now, traffic is moving along fine through the area. Down in Fairfield County, we still look pretty good, just a minor slowdown. Southbound side of I-95 through the Westport exits. Route 15 still nice and quiet down through Trumbull. And then New Haven looks great both on 95 and 91. It looks as though we do have a disabled vehicle in Wethersfield. This just popped up. Northbound side of I-91 right near exit 27. It is blocking the shoulder. Waiting to see if state police need to get to the scene to assist. Just be careful as you pass on through. No delay there for now. That's the latest on the roads. Back to you.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Still a lot more to get to this morning right here on the Fox 61 Morning News. The race for the White House too close to call this morning. Several key states still up for grabs. We're tracking any new developments throughout the morning. Stick with us.
To have received the endorsement of so many police unions throughout the state has been absolutely spectacular.
I have the support, I know, of rank and file police officers all over the district.
U.S. Representative Rosa DeLauro currently leading Republican challenger Margaret Stryker. We're going to have a live report next.
And this year's election will go down in the history books. Our next hour, we're speaking with the Secretary of State, Denise Merrill, about the voter turnout here in Connecticut.
I go to Washington for the people. I go to vanquish leaders that govern for the big corporations and billionaires that outsource our jobs. It is working families that need a break.
I guess right now I'm just watching and waiting like everybody else, but it's certainly exciting.
Well, here in Connecticut, we got the latest on a battle going on in the 3rd Congressional District involving incumbent Rosa DeLauro.
Fox 61's Angelo Bavaro joining us from New Haven this morning, where it currently stands. Angelo, good morning. What's it looking like there?
Good morning. So things are looking pretty much the same since our last update. Incumbent Rosa DeLauro is still leading Republican opponent Margaret Stryker, but those votes are still being counted. Nothing is official just yet. Want to show you where this race stands this morning, break down those numbers. So according to the latest update from the Associated Press, we have 42% of precincts reporting right now. DeLauro is leading with about 59% of the vote, and Republican Margaret Stryker is trailing with 40% of the vote. Meanwhile, Green Party candidate Justin Paglino has captured about 1% of the vote. Now, DeLauro has represented Connecticut's 3rd Congressional District here in New Haven and the surrounding suburbs since the first time she ran for office back in 1990, and she's rarely ever faced a strong challenge here. But of course, things are different this year, with Margaret Stryker turning many heads in this competitive race. Stryker grew up in Milford and has accomplished a real estate business, and she also ran a very well-financed campaign with critical attack ads against DeLauro. And she was also endorsed by the New Haven Police Union and several other police unions as well. Now, we caught up with both candidates last night, both of them expressing confidence in their voters. Take a listen.
I go to Washington for the people. I go to vanquish leaders that govern for the big corporations and billionaires that outsource our jobs. It is working families that need a break.
I guess right now I'm just watching and waiting like everybody else, but it's certainly exciting. It's thrilling. I suspect we're going to end up in an automatic recount.
So once again, these votes are still being counted. DeLauro is currently leading. Of course, that can still change. We have reached out to both campaigns to get some kind of statement about how they're feeling this morning. And when we get that, of course, we'll get it to you live on the air. We're live in New Haven this morning. I'm Angelo Bavaro, Fox 61 News.
Okay, 7:19. Time for another check on the forecast for you.
Checking in with meteorologist Matt Scott. He's on the move this morning. Matt, where are you heading?
Good morning. We are heading east. We figured, you know what? We need a little peace and serenity today, a little calmness. So we thought we'd show you some beautiful shots of sunrises. The sun coming up here as we head northbound on I-95 here in not quite Old Saybrook yet, but I think that's where we're going to be stopping in a few minutes as we start today. Listen, forecast is fine. Here on out, next couple of days, there's nothing to worry about. The winds have calmed down considerably. Things are looking a lot brighter and warmer over the course of the next few. Let's go to the board. Let's talk about the temperatures. They range a very chilly 29 in Windsor Locks, Torrington, Danbury, up to 37 degrees in Bridgeport, 33 in New Haven, 32 the freezing mark in Hartford. Here's the satellite radar. Both quiet. The wind's lighter. It's not as windy as what we've experienced the last couple of days. Look way out west. There is nothing doing. This is a quiet forecast emerging with high pressure in command and nothing to worry about. Future radar, watch this. For the guidance showing you a few clouds, that's it by this afternoon. Get those out of the way. Let's go through Wednesday night into Thursday. Again, not much to see. Maybe an errant sprinkle in southeastern Connecticut, but with all of this lack of anything going on, expect the temperatures start to warm up nicely. They're looking good today. Not bad. The best that we've seen in a while, and finally close to normal. Actually, a little bit above by a degree or two. 61 in Hartford, 62 in New Haven, 59 in Groton. As we look at a call for tonight, we're going to keep it clear. We'll keep the winds calm. Sundown, 4:41. Clear skies, 47 degrees. All right, here's your all-important 7-day forecast. I like this a lot. Lots of sunshine, mild temperatures, getting to 70 degrees by Saturday, and a weekend looking good with no rain whatsoever. We'll show you the shoreline numbers, just a touch cooler, but all in all, looking pretty good for the next couple of days as we hold the temperatures by about 10 degrees above normal for the foreseeable future. We have not said that in a good few weeks. All right, back to the storm tracker. You know what? I don't. Hey, Bill, why don't you hit the clicker? Show them what we're seeing out front, just so you can see that we got nothing but blue skies. Thank you, sir. And really nothing to worry about in weather department. So we're just going to go smooth sailing. Put the storm tracker on cruise control and see what kind of pretty shots we end up with. We'll have more of those coming up in about 10 minutes or so. How's that sound? Back to you.
All right, thanks, Matt. Still a lot more to get to on this busy day after Election Day right here on the Fox 61 Morning News. When we return, the race for the White House very much underway. The votes have been cast, but those tallies still coming in this morning, and we might not even have a clear answer this morning. Could take days.
We're also
during normal maintenance work, we had a low pressure situation on our system, and out of the abundance of precaution, we shut down the system.
We're also continuing to follow the latest out of Ansonia and Derby as thousands of Eversource customers don't have gas service right now. Well, welcome back here. We are back with the Fox 61 Morning News, still wondering who won the election. I mean, the votes are cast. It's just a question of counting them carefully and correctly. And as expected, the undecided races in several key battleground states are tightening even this morning.
Yeah, it's exciting. That is right. And some of those states include Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. With the latest on where the race stands right now, we've got Fox 61's Keith McGilvery in studio. He's using the big map showing us the numbers as they update live right here on air. Keith, what's the latest?
Ashley and Tim, good morning. So you pointed out those three states, and they are certainly at the heart of the conversation this morning. We've talked a little bit about them already. I'm going to move on and talk about some other places as well. Important to point out that this is exciting for some. It's also a stressful morning for others. We're going to calmly kind of share the information that we have with you throughout the morning. During a commercial break, Ashley, Tim, and I were talking about Nevada and kind of where that stands, as folks are kind of making the point that it could take a couple of days for results to come in. So if you're looking for immediate vote totals, you might have to kind of just wait a little bit for some of these states, Nevada being an example of that. So if I can bring this up here, you can see as of right now, Joe Biden ahead with 49% to Trump's 49%. There's only about 8,000 or so votes separating those two. but still about 25% of the vote out in this state, and it could be sometime tomorrow around lunchtime where we really start to see the bulk of those remaining numbers come in. So keep that in mind as you check out the electoral map. Something else I wanted to talk about, this time last week there was talk by some that former Vice President Biden could really see a surge potentially in the Sun Belt. That really has not translated, at least not yet. When we look at places like North Carolina, a lot of money spent here, a lot of new registered voters in places like the Research Triangle, Raleigh-Durham, Greensboro, Winston-Salem. But right now, President Trump is ahead with 50% to Biden's 49%. That race has not officially been called yet. We'll keep an eye on that. A similar situation in Georgia. Some really competitive Senate races there, bringing out Democrats to vote. But as of right now, Trump holding on to the lead there with 50% of the vote. So none of those states turning blue up until this point. So there's a lot to follow on this map. We talked about Pennsylvania. I'll bring it up one more time quickly. But you can see here 56% to 43%. The trick in all of this, only 75% of vote totals being reported at this point. And as of late last night, there really could be close to 2 million outstanding ballots that needed to be counted. So there is potential there for some movement. It is kind of changing hour by hour. So as that unfolds, we will keep you updated. We've also been asking for your photos over the course of the last 24 hours, something that I think will make all of us smile no matter where you stand on the political spectrum. No, not me and my ugly mug. We'll take this full screen. How about this little young lady here, Nova, with her great-great-grandmother, Irma Santiago. They live in my voting precinct in Hartford. They went out to vote. Little Nova going to the polls for the very first time. She screamed, "I voted, I voted." So I don't think she technically voted. I think she's 3 or 4 years old, but she was definitely in the right state of mind. I know at my polling location, record turnout. They saw about 800 people when I checked in compared to about 125 the last time folks were called to the polls. So Nova in Hartford, good morning. About 14 years from now, we'll be looking to interview you about voting for the first time. Very cute.
Teaching them young the importance of voting.
It is fantastic. Keith, thank you so much. Fox 61 is staying live and local for you all the way until 11 o'clock, not because it's the day after Election Day. We do this every weekday. Coming up in the next half hour, we're going to check in with University of New Haven political professor Chris Haynes to see what he has to say about where the ballots stand currently. And of course, we are going to talk about why, once again, these polls underestimated significantly the support for the president.
And we're taking a break from election coverage to bring you the state's travel advisory, which regions were added by the governor's office, when we return.
It's been a tense election season, and it's not over yet. With a crush of mail-in ballots to be counted, it's too close to call in several states. But while legitimate vote counting continues, President Donald Trump has falsely declared victory and is basically accusing Democrats of trying to steal the election.
Responded to.
Good morning, Instagram. Keith, you're here on the Fox 61 Instagram page. We're in the studio at the big board this morning. If you have questions about this.
Hey, Chris, this is Tim Lammers. Can you hear me, sir?
And we're going to
Hey, Tim, I can.
Hey, there you go. How you doing this morning?
The biggest daddy of them all,
Oh,
Florida.
you know, it was a late night, and I decided to get a couple hours of sleep, and so I'm back up, and I'm feeling good.
Do you mean that literally a couple and only a couple?
A couple. I was probably up till about 2:30, and I think at that point I decided I'm not sure this vote's going to come in at this point, so took a snooze until 6.
That works. 3.5 hours. That's about what I got.
Oh my, this is going to be really interesting today.
It's fun, isn't it? It's close.
Oh my goodness, yeah. At the end of the day, it does look like Biden's going to win. If you look at the states that are still there, it's basically going to come down to Nevada. But I think Nevada is a state that is definitely going to the mail-in vote's going to favor Biden, so he should kind of keep that lead.
Real
Michigan
quick, are you assuming that Biden will not be able to mount the comeback he needs in Pennsylvania?
I think this is I guess excluding Pennsylvania as an option.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like he's going to be able to do it. It's going to be really close. Yeah. But unlike in Michigan and Wisconsin, where Wisconsin at this point I think is a done deal for Biden, Michigan is pretty much a done deal. Most of the vote is from like Democratic urban counties that's still out there. And it's almost all like mail-in
I'm sorry,
vote.
we're coming up. Sorry.
Oh,
sorry,
sure.
Chris.
But yeah, so I can.
All local, all morning. The Fox 61 Morning News starts now.
Glad you're with us here on the Fox 61 Morning News. It has been hours since the polls closed around the country, but the presidential election is still too close to call. It is coming down to just a handful of states to decide the winner, and the races in those states are still tightening as ballots are being counted.
Yeah, President Donald Trump claiming victory last night, but there's still a lot of votes that need to be counted. Daryl Forges is in Wilmington, Delaware with the latest.
It's been a tense election season, and it's not over yet. With a crush of mail-in ballots to be counted, it's too close to call in several states. But while legitimate vote counting continues, President Donald Trump has falsely declared victory and is basically accusing Democrats of trying to steal the election.
This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election.
Trump, without any proof, suggested that counting all ballots would disenfranchise his voters and threaten legal action to stop legitimate vote counting. Former Vice President Joe Biden's campaign blasted the president's remarks as outrageous, unprecedented, and incorrect. Biden also speaking in the early morning hours Wednesday, telling Americans to remain patient.
It's not my place or Donald Trump's place to declare who's won this election. That's the decision of the American people.
The record number of mail-in ballots this year is delaying results, something that states expected because of the COVID-19 pandemic.
It's going to take time to methodically and securely tabulate every vote.
In Wilmington, Delaware, I'm Daryl Forges.
Daryl, thank you. Yes, once again, just to reiterate, right now, no candidate is confirmed to have gotten the 270 electoral votes needed to win. So the race continues. It is still far from over. Joining us again, though, this morning to figure out where we stand and what we know at this point, political science associate professor at the University of New Haven, Chris Haynes, who joined us yesterday twice. Thank you so much for joining us again on what I assume is very, very short sleep. Okay, first things first. And you know what, Mr. Haynes, we have not addressed this yet. We didn't know what was going to happen, but it is safe, at least at this point, to say, once again, the polls have underestimated the president's support. 2016, it appears to have been more on the state level. This time, both the state and the national vote of confidence, just nowhere close to where it wound up.
Yeah, I mean, I'd caution everyone to wait for the popular vote to come in nationally. I assume you're right, though, that I think the national polls had them at an average of about 7 points or 6 points. It's probably going to finish out at about 4 or 5 points. So I don't think it's going to be that far off. We still have a lot of vote in California to come in, and that is typically what will pad the lead for the Democrats. But on the state level, I believe you're correct at this point. Even though most of the vote that is coming in right now is mail-in vote and early vote and heavily weighted towards Joe Biden. So those percentages are going to change a little bit, but in states like Texas and Ohio and Florida, the polls were a little off. We're probably still within the margin of error, so I'll caution that. But you're definitely right. The polls probably had Biden a little too high.
Yeah. Now, the general dynamic at this point in the morning is that even though Joe Biden has more electoral votes than the president is leading in a lot of states, enough states to put him over the top should those leads hold. That we expected. We're also expecting that these races are going to tighten. It's just a question of how much. Where do you see the biggest shift that is still yet to come in these battleground states?
Yeah, so, my analysis is that, Joe Biden has a clear path to 270, and it's exactly 270, and that is with Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, and Nevada. I think Nevada is the biggest wild card at this point. If you look at Wisconsin, there's very little vote left to come in, and he has a little north of a 20,000 vote lead there. In Michigan, that large lead has dwindled to 12,000 votes right now, and most of the vote there is coming out of very heavily urban and Democratic centers like Detroit and in other areas around Detroit, and those are all mail-in votes. So you can probably expect Biden to get quite a substantial lead, I think, in Michigan. In Arizona, I think at this point we can fairly safely say that Biden will probably withstand any other additional votes coming in, because a lot of them are also going to be later arriving mail-in votes that came in over the weekend and on election day. So what that leaves is Nevada, which will take him to exactly 270 votes. And right now, Biden has a razor-thin lead. But again, most of the outstanding vote is out of the two largest counties, and there's the two most urban counties, which is Carson County, which is where Las Vegas is. And I think at this point, if I was a betting person, I probably would bet on Joe Biden for Nevada, and that means Joe Biden for the presidency.
And to hit it right on the number, you need 270 to win, and that is a path you've laid out. That does not include Pennsylvania, which is what most people think would still be the deciding state. Chris Haynes, thank you so much for taking the time to join us, to give us your insight on what's been a very confusing election day for a lot of people who don't follow this as closely as you. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
All right. We want to get you to some non-election news real quick here. A 28-year-old man dead after what appears to be a drive-by shooting in Waterbury. Police say around 8 last night, he was at a red light on East Main Street when an SUV pulled up alongside him and opened fire. An autopsy on the man is scheduled in the next few days. No arrests have been made. It's also the second homicide in the city since Friday. Hundreds of Eversource customers in Ansonia and Derby are without gas due to a low pressure issue there. It caused school to be canceled in all of Ansonia and at least one school in Derby. We've got Fox 61's Gabby Molina out there live this morning with an update. Hey, Gabby, what can you tell us?
Good morning. Yeah, so Eversource crews are out here at a mobile staging center that they've set up here at the Lowe's parking lot in Derby. And you can see behind me, things are pretty busy here. A lot of crews working out here. And they have been working on restoring that gas service in the Derby and Ansonia area. And I did talk to Eversource this morning, and they said that they made a lot of progress with repairs overnight. So now they're going to be able to get started with the relighting process for some of their customers at about 8 o'clock this morning. So in just about 20 minutes. Now, crews did split the affected areas into 4 zones to tackle the repair and restoration process. But one of the challenges that crews have been facing is the process that they have to go through in order to restore this gas service. They have to go door to door to shut off the gas service, and then they have to go back door to door to turn them back on. And that means that they have to have access to these homes in order to do that as well. I spoke to Derby's mayor this morning for an update, and he says the police and fire departments from both towns have also been helping with that process.
We got a great department, both sides. Fire department, one of the chiefs was here all night. We have crews on standby in case something happened. The police department has 5 officers plus a supervisor here. They've been going to any houses that they can't open up. The officers would go there, knock on the door if they needed to make entry. They had locksmiths here.
There are 139 gas technicians from Eversource working on the problem, and there were some additional technicians called in from Massachusetts as well. The mayor said that they kind of took over through the overnight hour to give the crews from Connecticut a break. Employees have been screened for COVID-19, and they're going to be wearing a mask and gloves when they go into the homes, but they are asking that someone who's 18 or older is home so that workers can relight each gas appliance and do a safety check. As for the schools, again, Ansonia public schools are closed because of this, and Bradley School in Derby is also closed. Now, Eversource says that their goal is still to have all or most of the customers' gas service restored by 11:59 tonight. So we're going to continue to follow this and bring you any updates as soon as we learn more. Live in Derby, Gabby Molina, Fox 61 News.
All right, Gabby, thanks so much. Getting a check on the forecast now.
Yeah, meteorologist Matt Scott is joining us. He is out on the road, and it looks like a pretty good morning for all of Connecticut. Matt, where are you right now?
We have just landed in East Lyme. More specifically, we are at the Niantic River to wit. We will show you that shot right now. Bill, the co-pilot, going to show you peaceful serenity. I think we need a little bit of that this morning, especially after hearing all the speculation and everything that Tim Lammers and our guest was just talking. A little peace and quiet would be some good this morning. I'm going to take my warm cup of coffee and head out there and just kind of breathe and meditate for a little bit. I highly recommend that for everybody. Here's what you need to know. Now the warm-up. Temperatures finally turning a corner today, feeling pretty good. 59, 60 degrees for today, with 60s the rest of the week. And in the Big 7, we're talking about a perfectly fall weekend that will be taking over starting tomorrow. Numbers are going to be very nice. They're very chilly now. 32 degrees in Hartford, 33 in New Haven, 37 in Bridgeport, 34 in Groton. The winds are calm. We like that. It finally have settled down after the last couple of mornings. Satellite radar across the board. Nothing to worry about here. Nothing to worry about across the region. High pressure in command. A little bit of a southerly flow will help warm things up. So the bus stop forecast. 34 now. Yes, it's chilly, but 58 degrees later on this afternoon as the kids get off the bus. And that's where we're going to hold the high. Upper 50s. A couple of you will see a bank thermometer on the bank clock saying 60 degrees. And as we come back here in the storm tracker, why stop there? Let's go and get numbers that may be suitable for boating. It is certainly possible, like what we're seeing out there. Very clear, very calm water here on the Niantic River. More coming up from the storm tracker here in Niantic, right by the boardwalk. That's all coming up in just a few minutes. Back to you.
All right, Matt, thank you. Fox 61, the only station staying live and local all morning long, all the way until 11 a.m. Really important on a day like today as these results are coming in.
Yeah, a lot of people still reacting to the uncertainty regarding the presidential election. The votes still being counted. We're going to check in with Margot Farrell with what a lot of you here in Connecticut are saying.
And in the midst of Election Day, Governor Lamont updated Connecticut's travel advisory. We'll tell you which the latest states are to be added to the list when we return.
It was quite easy because we had a mail-in ballot, and it was terrific. There was no lines or anything.
It was a good
All right, back to our team coverage of the 2020 presidential election, and we want to know how your voting experience went yesterday.
Fox 61's Margot Farrell hitting the streets this morning, joining us from West Hartford to get more insight on that. Hey, Margot, good morning.
Good morning, Ashley. Good morning, Tim, and good morning to everybody at home. As you can see, it's still fairly quiet here in West Hartford, but we have been able to catch up with some folks who are going out to grab their morning coffee. A lot of people telling me, well, this year was just so different than previous years, and thankfully the folks I spoke to said they didn't have any problems voting. Take a listen.
It was quite easy because we had a mail-in ballot, and it was terrific. There was no lines or anything.
It was a good experience. It's never been like this before.
Who knows, right? We'll see what happens. Whether you're Democrat or Republican, we'll see where we go.
That's right. We'll see where we go. We just have to wait at this point. Again, as we know, numbers changing by the minute, it seems. And here at Fox 61, lucky for you guys, we are live and local through 11 a.m. and we are keeping our eyes constantly on those numbers as they change. And I can tell a lot of you guys have something to say, because looking in on our Facebook posts, asking why it is that you at home chose to vote. Why was this election important to you? More than 300 of you writing in. We've got Deborah here saying, it's my duty as an American. My vote matters. It's my right. She's voicing her opinion and showing us her nice Election Day sticker. She, along with so many people here, as I scroll down, you can see everybody saying why voting matters to them. We want to hear from you. So either make your way down to West Hartford Center, grab a coffee, come chat with us, or you can write us into us on social media or email us at share61@fox61.com. For now, that's the latest in West Hartford. I'm Margot Farrell. Dan and Ranty, I'll send things over to you.
All right. Thank you, Margot. And it is a chilly morning out there. We have temperatures that are down to the 30-degree range in a lot of spots, even some upper 20s as well. And we'll get to our forecast in a second, because luckily the weather is quiet for us here in Connecticut. But down to our south, when we're talking about Tropical Storm Ada, which is still a fairly strong storm, winds of 60 miles per hour as it's over Nicaragua now, moving towards Honduras as well. And over the next couple of days down in the tropics, it's going to curl its way back into the southern Caribbean, the western Caribbean, and then eventually make its way in the direction of Cuba and then Florida. So Florida's going to have to watch this fairly closely, likely just getting some heavy rainfall from this, but still it is something we'll be watching for down in the tropics. Now for us here in Connecticut, as I mentioned, the weather is quiet, although it is a chilly morning. 29 in Willimantic right now, 36 in Chester, 33 in New Haven, 31 in Waterbury, 29 in Danbury, and 30 in Meriden. So it's on the chilly side. Nothing happening on the satellite and radar though. So we're seeing a lot of sunshine out there now, and we'll see it the rest of the day today. So mostly sunny skies. Temperatures warming up fairly nicely today. So we're starting off on the chilly side, of course, but later on today, getting up to the 50s to near 60. We'll say generally 55 to 60, but could be a couple of 61s and 62s in there. That south breeze, south-southwest at around 10 to 20 miles per hour, that'll be bringing in some of that warmer air. And then by tonight, it stays kind of mild. Temperatures into the 40s, not all that cold, with mainly clear skies. That sun going down at 4:41, of course. So the sun sets pretty early this time of year. And look what happens over these next couple of days. We have a big ridge of warm air. That's going to sit around these next several days. We're talking about all the way through the weekend into next week. Look at these numbers in the 7-day forecast. Keep in mind, the average high temperature for this time of year is 57. So if you were like looking at the bar graph, it would be just below what we have today. So kind of like right around this level. Notice how all the numbers are above that. So keeping a lot of warm weather around and nice quiet weather these next several days as we have unseasonably mild temperatures on the way. So get ready for that and enjoy the sunshine. We'll have another look at the forecast coming up in a few minutes. Now back to you.
All right, Dan, thank you. It is a very busy morning here at Fox 61. Stick with us. We have a lot more to get to ahead.
Yeah, we're going to get an update into the COVID-19 situation in our state as we are preparing now on Friday for that rollback and increased restrictions.
And the governor's office trying to limit the spread of COVID-19. There's more states added to the travel advisory. We'll have that update when we return.
And ahead in our next hour, we're going to speak with Connecticut's Secretary of the State, Denise Merrill, once again on all of the challenges and victories at what appears to be a huge turnout in Connecticut on Election Day, just like it was all across the country. Those details up at 8.
And we're taking a live look outside over the Elm City on this Wednesday morning. It is a historic day in American history. We'll be right back.
Okay, we got the latest right now on the state's battle against COVID-19. As for the positivity rate yesterday, which does tend to go up and down, it went back up again, 4.6%.
Yeah, according to the new stats that came in from Governor Lamont's office, an additional 985 people have tested positive for COVID-19. Right now, 381 patients are currently hospitalized. That's an increase of 41 since Monday. That's a big number right there. Unfortunately, 7 more people have died with COVID-19 complications. 21,000 people have been tested in the state since Monday.
2 more states have been added to the state's travel advisory list. Oregon and Washington were added. So if you are entering Connecticut from any of the states or territories on the list, you need to quarantine for 14 days or show proof of a negative COVID test that came within 3 days of you traveling. Anybody traveling to an affected state or from an affected state to Connecticut must also have to fill out a travel health form. Keep in mind, Massachusetts right now also on that list. That means those who travel to and from Connecticut from work can still do so long as they stay in the state for fewer than 24 hours. We got a full list of the states on that list on fox61.com right now.
All right, a lot more to get to ahead on the Fox 61 Morning News. Here's what's coming up in our 8 o'clock hour. The race for the White House still undetermined at this time as Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania could play crucial roles in determining who becomes our next president.
We're staying on top of breaking news for you here in Connecticut out of both Derby and Ansonia. Eversource on the scene there working to address a gas pressure issue that forced a school to close and forced people to find somewhere warm to sleep last night.
Local all morning. The Fox 61 Morning News starts now.
This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election.
A long night of results, and they are still coming in this morning. Overnight remarks at the White House from President Trump. But this morning, so far, no declared winner. Election 2020 coverage continues.
It's not my place or Donald Trump's place to declare who's won this election. That's the decision of the American people. But I'm optimistic about this outcome.
And as we await the votes to fully be counted, certainly plenty to discuss as those numbers continue to come in. There's been some big shifts even in these early morning hours.
You said it, Tim. New at 8 o'clock, some brand new numbers in a major battleground state. The margin here razor thin. I'm Keith McGilvery at the big board breaking it all down, and it is a doozy.
Good morning. Thanks so much for joining us for the Fox 61 Morning News at 8 o'clock on this very busy day after Election Day. I'm Ashley Afonso.
And I'm Tim Lammers. The bottom line, no matter what anybody says, we do not know for certain who has won the presidential election. And the times, the fortunes, the vote totals are shifting, which to some extent was expected because of the discrepancies between in-person voting and early voting, mail-in voting, and in-person voting. And this is varying state by state. It's very hard to wrap our heads around.
Yeah, democracy at its best. We're expecting to see some of the highest voter turnout numbers, at least in a long time. So we'll keep an update on that as well.
Yeah, it's entirely possible that both Joe Biden and Donald Trump wind up 1 and 2, regardless of who's won and who's 2, with the most votes in a presidential election in the United States history. That's because of the amazing turnout.
Big stuff. All right, we will stay on top of that. In the meantime, we want to get you started with a check of the forecast, sending things over to meteorologist Dan Amarenti. Hey, Dan.
Hey, good morning, guys. Good morning, everyone. Well, the weather is quiet, so that's nice. It's going to be a nice, quiet day. Temperatures are a little chilly this morning, though. We're starting off in the 30s. We had some 20s earlier this morning, but now that the sun is shining, it's getting a little higher in the sky. We're going to see that sun warming us up pretty nicely, but still at 32 in Willimantic, 40 now in Groton, 40 in New Haven. New Haven was at 33 last hour, so you've made a good jump there. 32 degrees in Torrington and 36 in Waterbury, with Meriden coming in at 35. So we don't have too much wind. That's one thing that is nice when you step outside. At least what you see is what you get pretty much in terms of the temperatures. That's how it feels on your skin. But it is still going to be a chilly morning. And as we're going through the day today, the wind will start to pick up a little bit from the south-southwest, around 10 to 20 miles per hour. So overall today, just a mostly sunny day. Temperatures warming up pretty nicely. These are your projected high temperatures for today, getting into the 50s to near 60, right up around 60, maybe 61 and 62 in a couple of spots. But overall, just a fairly seasonable day. The average high for this time of year is right around 57. And the next couple of days will really crank those temperatures up even more, getting into the 60s to near 70 as we head towards the weekend. And it's going to be a nice quiet stretch of weather. So enjoy it with the mostly sunny skies out there and no big problems at all. Just a little bit of a breeze later on today. We'll keep you up to date with the rest of the 7-day forecast. Everything you need to know coming up all the way throughout the morning. But right now we're going to check on the roads. Maggie Sliss has a look at traffic this morning. What's going on out there, Maggie?
Sure do, Dan. Good morning, everyone. It's been a nice and quiet morning, except now we've got some problems out there. So smooth sailing until now. We've got a crash in the Hartford area, actually really slowing down the westbound side of I-84. It's right in the Hartford tunnel. Looks as though the left lane is blocked and delays are quickly building. 2 vehicles involved in this collision. Notice not only the backup westbound, really heavy as you approach the Balclare Bridge over the Connecticut River, but you also have delays 91 southbound approaching the interchange. And now we're seeing the northbound side of I-91 jam up as well because of it. Let's see if we get the camera. There we go. We've got the camera right in the tunnel. Again, westbound side. Notice state police off to the side here. 2 lanes of traffic moving through, but certainly really hurting the ride in through those downtown exits. So you've got this information on your smartphone from the Fox 61 News app, that push alert popping up on your home screen, letting you know there is this crash in the Hartford area. If you're heading here anytime soon, give yourself some extra time. Got delays through Waterbury as well, westbound side of I-84. Hopefully this won't catch you off guard. We tend to see these pretty much every day, especially during the morning rush hour time. This is ongoing Mixmaster rehab work, lane restrictions causing the slowdown as you approach Route 8. Bit of a delay through Fairfield County, mostly southbound side of I-95 right through Norwalk down into Stamford, and actually right now at exit 15 approaching Route 7 we look pretty good. We've got some activity off to the side here. This is 91 through New Haven. Just as you're approaching the northbound end, approaching North Haven, out by exits 7 and 8 with state police off to the side assisting here. Just be careful as you move on through, not really causing a delay. And both directions clear and quiet on 95. That's the latest on the roads. We'll have another update in a little bit. Back to you for now.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Happening right now, thousands of Eversource customers in Ansonia and Derby are without gas this morning due to a low pressure issue there. Ansonia public schools will be closed today due to gas supply issues, leading to no heat or hot water. Good news is we know no evacuations were mandatory at this time. This is a developing story, and later in this hour, Fox 61's Gabby Molina will have a live report with the latest.
Certainly a lot to talk about when it comes to election coverage. Again, no declared winner just yet in the presidential race.
But Connecticut was declared early. Voters here choosing Vice President Joe Biden over President Donald Trump. The latest numbers have Biden at about 59% of the vote and Donald Trump at about 39% of the vote here in our state.
And as we've been telling you, nationally, the electoral vote still undecided at this point, as neither candidate has managed to make it to that magic number 270 that's needed to win the presidency. Again, we're using the Associated Press here at Fox 61 for all our election results. You may see it differently with other sources, but as a whole, I think a lot of media outlets being very cautious in making sure when they call a race that the race has been won.
Yeah, you've got to be in a race this tight.
Yeah.
President Trump and former Vice President Joe Biden spoke to supporters in the overnight.
Yeah, both of them still hoping that they are going to win the race. Now, here's a little bit from both the president and former vice president, what they had to say.
Your patience is commendable. We knew this was going to go long, but who knew we're going to go into maybe tomorrow morning, maybe even longer. But look, we feel good about where we are. We really do. I'm here to tell you tonight, we believe we're on track to win this election.
We have so many, we had such a big night. You just take a look at all of these states that we've won tonight, and then you take a look at the kind of margins that we've won them by. And all of a sudden, it's not like we're up 12 votes and we have 60% left. We won states, and all of a sudden, I said, what happened to the election? It's off.
Okay, continuing our team coverage now to recap what we know and what we don't know. We've got Keith McGilvery at our touchscreen.
Yeah, he's talking about all the big states this morning, those swing states, following the latest numbers. Hey, Keith.
Yeah, good morning to the two of you at home. I'd say if you're wearing a hat, hold on, because we're getting some new numbers at 8 o'clock. We're going to dive right in. So the president there talking about big margins, and he is true. He is correct in some locations. When we talk places like Florida and we talk places like Texas, those states declared for the president, and he is in fact winning. But new at 8 o'clock, we want to draw your attention back to Michigan, because take a look at the numbers. If we take them full screen here, you can see 49% to 49%. And within just the last couple of minutes, we did see these numbers shift. And right now, the differential here is 13,000 votes, somewhere in that neighborhood. And we're talking 5 million votes or so. And this only with 83% of precincts reporting, or 83% of those votes coming in. So what could potentially happen here? The president obviously hoping he can hold on to his lead here. Vice President Biden and his team really hoping that in communities like Detroit, in the southern portion of the state, and Lansing, that they can really continue to bank up some of these mail-in votes that came in early ahead of Election Day. But razor thin now in Michigan as that stays purple. Within the last hour or so, I draw your attention to Wisconsin as well. Former Vice President Joe Biden ahead with 50% of the vote. We have seen his lead grow a little bit over the course of the morning there. And then, of course, all eyes continue to be on Pennsylvania here, 56% to 43%. That's where those numbers stand right now. The key in changing the dynamic in the Keystone State is really going to, again, be some of those urban communities in Pennsylvania, the Pittsburghs, Philadelphia, and those surrounding suburbs. Can the Biden team kind of rack up enough of those votes to put them ahead of President Trump? The president doing extremely well throughout much of rural Pennsylvania, key to his victory back in 2016 in that state. He is organized. The Trump team did a great get out the vote effort. They are using incredible technology to really reach people where they are. So he is hoping, Tim and Ashley, that he can hold on to those rural votes and that he's able to hold on to his lead.
Yeah, and if you're just waking Up this morning and joining us and seeing how close it is. Talking about Wisconsin, when we woke up in the overnight, very dark, early hours, President Trump was up in Wisconsin. And by the time we got here to work, before we got on air, Joe Biden winning in Wisconsin. So it is all changing.
Yes. Now, Keith, want to ask you, the battle for the U.S. Senate, of course, it's hugely important, but it is getting overshadowed a lot by the presidential race. Democrats very hopeful that they were able to, or could be able to, win over the Senate. It looks like that hope is fading.
So you nailed it, Tim. The Senate race, incredibly important, but a little overshadowed this morning. I brought up the map so you can take a look here. So big picture, what the Democrats needed to do here is they needed a net gain of 4 Senate seats to take control of that House in Congress. They have yet to do it. You can see Republicans with 47 seats, 46 seats for the Democrats. So kind of what happened here? Well, a couple of things happened that I can point out. Let's go to Maine. It's like a
bottom left.
It's like a word search. There we go. Okay, so this was a very closely watched race. If we took this full screen, Sarah Gideon mounting a big effort here to try to unseat New England's only Republican Senator Susan Collins. A lot of money in that race. It did not happen. Also holding on to a seat in the United States Senate, perhaps the most expensive Senate campaign we have ever seen. Lindsey Graham, a staunch supporter of the president, holding on to his seat against Jamie Harrison, who saw tens of millions of dollars come in all across the United States. Bright spots for the Democrats. Let's talk about that for a little bit. Kelly in Arizona, Mark Kelly, the former astronaut, husband of the former Congresswoman Gabby Giffords, pulling off a win here against Martha McSally. McSally having a very tough run over the course of the last week or so, invited on stage with President Trump. It was lukewarm at best. He brought her on for a minute and then shooed her off because her numbers weren't as great as his. So that was a rough ride for her. So a couple of different races we're following here. Tim, did one jump out at you?
No, that was about it. I was just curious what was happening with Arizona there. So it looks like because the board is not counting it, we might be at 47 apiece right now. But above that, look at North Carolina, Michigan. Looks like right now, if I'm reading that right, Republicans have the advantage in those 2 races.
Yeah, so Democrats had really hoped to try to pull off some W's in North Carolina, elsewhere on the map. South Carolina, again, with that Jamie Harrison race, Maine. And it just has not come through as Democrats would have hoped. So a very tight race. Even if Biden is able to pull off a win for the White House, he very well may not have a Senate on his side.
Yeah. And just to get you those numbers, because I don't know why they're not showing up, but in Arizona, Mark Kelly getting just above 53% of the vote, and Martha McSally getting 46.6% of the vote. So there's those numbers.
Also, another very contentious race in Georgia for one of the Senate seats. Republican is holding a lead over John Ossoff, the Democrat, now by about 4 percentage points. Looks fairly safe. That was expected to be a little bit closer than it was.
A lot of those races expected to be a lot closer than they were. Thank you so much, Keith, for that.
Good news for Republicans there. Okay, continuing our team coverage right now.
We've got Fox 61's Margot Farrell. She's spending time in West Hartford this morning talking to voters. Hey, Margot, what are you hearing?
Well, right now I'm hearing a lot from the leaf blower and the trucks that are driving by. Seems like every time I come down to West Hartford, I always pick the right day. But I'm also hearing from folks out here on the streets who have been out early. A lot of folks heading into Hartford Baking Company, grabbing themselves a cup of coffee. And I'm seeing a lot of different responses from folks, but the one common theme here from most people I've spoken to is that they're just surprised. They say they've never seen an election quite like this, but the ones I spoke to also said that they did get out there and vote, some just in different ways. Take a listen.
It was quite easy because we had a mail-in ballot, and it was terrific. There was no lines or anything.
It was a good experience. It's never been like this before.
Who knows, right? We'll see what happens. Whether you're Democrat or Republican, we'll see where we go.
Where we go, indeed. Right now, we are just waiting and seeing. And of course, at Fox 61, we are keeping you all updated. We've also posted on social media. So let's say you can't get out here to West Hartford. Let me know your opinion. Write to us, share61 at fox61.com, or just head right to our Fox 61 Facebook page. We have a post where almost 400 of you have written in. We've got Tim saying the direction of our country depends on it. That's why he voted. Sylvia saying, I'm voting because of the opportunities I have now that I want to keep in the future. And it goes on and on. Everybody showing us their voter day selfies, telling us what's important to them, and we want to hear from you. So continue just as the leaf blower is continuing. Hopefully not all morning long, but we here on Fox 61 will continue until we get those final results. For now, that's the latest in West Hartford. I'm Margo Farrell, Fox 61 News.
And as our election coverage continues, we want to check on some local congressional races.
In the 5th District, Johanna Hayes going head-to-head with David X. Sullivan, a close race in that district. Fox 61's Lisette Nunez has more.
Good morning, Tim and Ashley. And votes are still being counted right now. Preliminary results showing that Congresswoman Johanna Hayes does have a lead over her challenger, David X. Sullivan. We did hear from Johanna Hayes yesterday. She released a statement saying that right now she is waiting on every single vote to be tallied before making any comment on this election. She's also urging other officials and her challengers as well just to make sure that they respect the integrity of this election and process. Her challenger, David X. Sullivan, a former federal prosecutor, talking to Fox 61 late last night. He says the process has been surreal and expects to win the race. Sullivan has been endorsed by multiple police departments and teaches at Yale Law School and Western Connecticut State University. Hayes has been endorsed by the Working Families Party, and she sits on 3 congressional committees and is a former National Teacher of the Year. Now, we caught up with both of these candidates yesterday, and here's what they had to say.
I don't take anything for granted. We worked really hard. If you remember, I came to this process. Anybody can run for Congress. Anybody can run for these seats. They're not promised to anyone. You know, I came in last time without the endorsement and just said, I'm going to work hard and do it. So I respect anyone who wants to run.
I thought I'd be ahead by more. I expect to win this race, Matt. I mean, I didn't get in this to lose. I know that it was an uphill battle.
And once again, these are still all just preliminary results. We're going to be staying on top of this race and, of course, all the other local races we've been following. But for now, live in Waterbury, Lisette Nunez, Fox 61 News.
All right, Lisette, thank you so much. Are you looking for more results? Point your phone's camera at this QR code on your screen right now. That'll bring you straight to the election results page on fox61.com.
Still to come on the Fox 61 Morning News, we have the Secretary of the State, Denise Merrill, standing by to talk to us about how everything went in Connecticut. Don't go anywhere.
Secretary of the State, Denise, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Hi, good morning again. Thanks so much for calling back in.
Good morning. Oh, sure.
I was watching last night. I saw you on last night as well. You've been busy right here on Fox 61.
Yeah. Oh, man, popularity's killing me.
Yeah.
No, it was a good day, though, in general, in Connecticut. But, boy, it was a long day.
What are we starting to see for voter turnout numbers?
Well, we don't really know because we still have only gotten the machine counts, but the machine counts are about 1 million. And so if you add that to what we believe are 25 to 30% absentee ballots, it's going to be up around 80% is my thinking. And a lot of towns still have not reported even the machine results. So, you know, we've got, and some big towns like Fairfield, we still have nothing from Fairfield. So, you know, I think it's going to be around 80%, and that's huge.
You said before that 75% was the record?
Yes. No. 75% was in 2016. The record, I think, was set back in 92, and it was about 84%. So we'll see.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
We'll be right up with you in a second here.
Okay.
As our election recap coverage continues, we want to check in right now with the Secretary of the State.
Yeah, Denise Merrill joining us over Skype this morning. Good morning. Thanks so much for checking back in. Hopefully you got some sleep last night. Let's talk about voter turnout, first of all. What are we seeing with those numbers? I know you're still updating them, but what can you tell us so far?
Well, it looks like on the machine count that we have so far, and remember that doesn't include all the absentee ballots. It may include some, we're not sure. We're up around 1 million. And if you add that to the 25% that came in early, the absentee ballots, I think we're up around 75, 80%. Of the eligible and registered voters. Yeah, that'll be a very large turnout. The highest we've had in recent years has been around 75%. So I think it mirrors what's going on in the rest of the country. People came out to vote.
And just looking at it in terms of total numbers, I believe in 2016 presidential election, a little over 1.6 million votes were cast for president. What do we think that number is going to be when all is said and done?
Oh, it'll be more than that because we have a higher number of registered voters, the highest number we've ever had, over 2.3 million. Usually it hovers around 2 million or so. So, yeah, it'll be more than that for sure.
All right. Any issues your team ran into yesterday? I know we chatted briefly about something in New London with a few people, maybe 70 people getting the wrong ballot. Was that able to be fixed quickly?
Yes, it was. Actually, we allowed them to vote for all the offices except the state representative, and then that'll be just a do-over for those 70 people. I think they've reached many of them. So that was taken care of, but remarkably few problems. Honestly, I credit it to all the planning we did. We didn't see any of the problems at the polls that we weren't anticipating it, but we were prepared for it. Let's put it that way. And everyone, kind of cheerfully waited in long lines. Long lines were the only problem we had, and I don't like to see that, but on balance, it's not a bad problem to have.
This is true, yeah. One of those happy problems. A great day for the people of Connecticut and all those great volunteers out at the polls. Ms. Merrill, thank you so much for your time.
My pleasure, and I'll talk to you later.
All right, have a good day. All right. Turning things now to meteorologist Matt Scott. He is out and about and has a check of the forecast. Ooh, looks like a pretty shot there, Matt.
Well, I promised you pretty. I can't fix this, but I can give you that, which is good. Good morning to you from the. We got the storm tracker weather truck here at the Niantic River, right by Niantic Bay, right here in East Lyme. The boardwalk right over yonder, and a very peaceful morning. So let's get right to the weather because there's not a lot to worry about from here on out for the rest of the week. About the weather. Everything else, your mileage may vary. We have temperatures warming up to 40 degrees in New Haven and Groton, everybody else in the 30s. Norwich at 41. Don't want to leave you nice folks out. 37 in Hartford, 35 in Meriden, 36 in Waterbury. Cloud radar picture is quiet. Southerly flow emerging. That's going to start to turn the tide in the temperatures a little bit. And let me pull out the view far and wide and show you nothing. We are clear and really with worry-free weather. Down the line, couple clouds here and there later on today. Don't worry about them. Tonight, same deal. Mostly clear skies. Temperatures will be chilly at the bus stop and a nice little warm up. Get a little disturbance towards New London County tomorrow, but that's going to be at numbers on the up and up for the next couple of days. We'll get at the low 60s for the highs. 61 in Hartford, 62 in New Haven, 57 in Torrington for tonight. Clear skies continue, and 47 is going to be a lot better at the bus stop than the low to mid 30s that we had. Here's a 7-day. How about this? 70 degrees by the start of the weekend as we look for temperatures running a dozen above normal as we head knee-deep into November. The long-range guidance suggesting temperatures are going to stay a little warmer, going to stay a little drier as well. We don't need the dryness. We'd obviously still have that big deficit rain-wise, but you got warm, beautiful weather to come out here to the Niantic Bay and the boardwalk. Lots of boats still in the water. I have a feeling this place is going to be packed this weekend, guys. Back to you.
All right, thank you. Still a lot more to get you ahead on the Fox 61 Morning News. Gas concerns to discuss for a couple different communities this morning. We're talking about Derby and Ansonia, what this means for those neighborhoods, and a school district there. Gabby Molina has a live report.
Also, as the pandemic continues, we've got new information about the state's travel advisory list. It has grown once again.
Right now we have an update for you. Bluff Point State Park in Groton was closed last night while Deep End State Police conducted a search for a missing person. That search was suspended and is scheduled to resume today. As further details become available, of course, we'll bring them to you right here on air and on the Fox 61 News app.
Another big story here in the state. Thousands of Eversource customers in both Ansonia and Derby don't have gas this morning due to a low pressure issue.
It's caused school to be canceled in all of Ansonia and at least one school in Derby this morning. Fox 61's Gabby Molina joining us live from the Derby area with more on this. Hey, Gabby.
Good morning. Yeah, this has been an issue since last night, and it's affecting about 2,500 people here in the Ansonia and Derby area. The good news here is that Eversource says that they've made great progress when it comes to the repair aspect of this, and they are able to get going with the relighting process, and they started that at about 8 o'clock this morning for some of the customers. If you take a look behind me, we're at the Lowe's parking lot here in Derby. And you can see there are dozens of workers here. This has become a mobile command station, a kind of a staging area for crews to gather before heading off to go make those repairs and start that relighting process. Now, part of that process is that crews had to go door to door to shut off the gas services, and then they have to go back door to door to turn them back on. So there are 139 gas technicians from Eversource working on the problem, and they also called in some additional technicians from Massachusetts to give the crews from Connecticut a break overnight. Employees have been screened for COVID-19, and they're going to be wearing a mask and gloves when they come to your home to start that relighting process. They are asking that someone who's 18 or older is home so they can relight each gas appliance and do a safety check. And Eversource says that its goal is still to restore gas service to a majority of customers by 11:59 tonight. Now, another thing affected here in this area is the school systems. All of Ansonia public schools are closed for today, and the Bradley School in Derby is closed for today as well. The mayor said they may have to close tomorrow, but they're going to update that a little bit later on. So we'll bring you any updates as soon as we learn more. Live in Derby, Gabby Molina, Fox 61 News.
And Gabby, thank you so much for that update. Still to come here on Fox 61, the race for the White House continues and may continue for a while. Several key states are undecided and the vote totals are changing, the margins changing. There's been a lot of fluidity here for the morning after an election. We'll tell you what we know and what we don't know coming up.
All local, all morning. You're watching Fox 61 Morning News.
This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election.
It's not my place or Donald Trump's place to declare who's won this election. That's the decision of the American people.
Election 2020, it is not a done deal just yet. More from both sides in this presidential election and more results in other races also ahead. Good morning and thanks so much for joining us for the Fox 61 Morning News at 8:30. I'm Ashley Afonso.
And I'm Tim Lammers. Plenty more to talk about when it comes to the presidential election, but the bottom line here, it is still too close to call.
Yeah, those numbers continuing to change throughout the morning. Before we get to those, we want to get you started with a check of the forecast, sending things over to meteorologist Matt Scott. Hey, Matt.
We have numbers that are changing quickly. Actually, they're going up. Well, we're talking about the temperature, which is fine. Nice day to be out here on Niantic Bay, the Niantic River spilling into the Long Island Sound, just over yonder. The Niantic Bay Boardwalk, a popular joint with lots of great restaurants. We've been here before. We love it, and it's a nice, peaceful, serene place to be, which is why we're here this morning. We all need a little more serenity today. Here's what you need to know. Now the warm-up commences. Big warm-up today, big warm-up over the next couple of days with temperatures getting near 70 degrees by the weekend, near 60 today. And in perfectly, speaking of the weekend, and we can do that on a Wednesday, it's a perfectly fall weekend. It appears to be dominating the scene over the next couple of days. We're going to talk about that coming up. 32 in Willimantic, up to 41 in Norwich, close by Willimantic. We have 40 in New Haven and Groton, 37 in Hartford. A chilly start to the day. Calm winds, though, so we're not adding, or in this case, subtracting anymore, thanks to the real feel. The cloud and radar picture is quiet. Not looking for that to change, pulling out the view, not looking for anything moving in. Southerly flow, maybe a little disturbance tomorrow morning may clip parts of New London County, but I'm not worried about that. Last look at the bus stop forecast this morning at 8:35. We have 34 degrees now for the elementary kids getting on. 58 as everyone gets off later on, and lots of sunshine. Next 12 hours taking you to 59 degrees. Look at the bottom. Sun, 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 sun. Moon, 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 because we have sundown at 4:41. I don't like that. Have I mentioned that before? Not a fan. We have a forecast that's looking even better numbers-wise. Certainly well-deserved after the last couple of days that we have endured, last couple of weeks that we have endured with the forecast. We finally got it just right. Speaking of just right, let's check the roads. Are the roads just right? Here's the just right traffic woman. Here's Maggie Sliss. I almost called you Martha. I don't know where that came from.
All right, I'll take it. Good morning, everyone. Doing a lot better now, especially in the Hartford area. We were watching the westbound side of 84 closely after a crash in the Hartford Tunnel had the left lane blocked and caused a big delay just ahead of the Bulkley Bridge, getting you over the Connecticut River from East Hartford. Crash cleared about 5 minutes ago, so things are starting to ease up, take you right into the tunnel and show you that westbound stretch. Again, this is cleared out significantly. There's still a little bit of residual volume through the East Hartford exits. Again, this happened at a busy time with that left lane restricted. Definitely impact the ride through there, but big improvements coming. Eastbound side looks good through downtown 91 and Route 2 also problem free. Fine through Waterbury right now. Westbound side of 84, intermittent delays certainly possible as you approach Route 8. But again, at last check, cruising along, eastbound clear and quiet as well. Norwalk looks good. Southbound side of I-95, just a minor delay as you get closer to the Stamford downtown exits. Northbound fine all the way up into New Haven. And here we are live look over I-91. This is right near exit 9. Looks good both ways. 95 clear and quiet. That's the latest on the roads. Back to you.
And continuing our team coverage to recap the election, Keith McGilvery once again at our touchscreen. It's been a busy morning.
It has. He's been following some really tight races. Hey, Keith, what are we looking at right now?
Good morning. It is so exciting. We are following a number of key races. Ashley, Anchor's choice. You want to go Michigan, Pennsylvania, or Wisconsin first?
Michigan keeps changing. Let's go Michigan.
So Michigan could be the story of the election. We shall see. So as I bring up Michigan here, you can see right now, Donald Trump at 49% in the lead. Biden also roughly 49%. At this point in the morning, just checked about 4 minutes ago, roughly 13,000 votes separating these two candidates here.
It's widened a bit. The president now up by about 24,000 or so.
Oh, did you see? Okay, so there we go. This is live TV.
Yeah.
These numbers just change. If Vice President Biden is going to have success in Michigan, he's looking in the suburbs of Detroit and Lansing. So that's what he's keeping in mind this morning. Let's go Wisconsin, and correct me if these numbers change while I'm standing here. I have a bit of a glare. So Biden at 50%, Trump at 49%. Again, the suburbs coming into play here. Former Vice President Biden really hoping that Wisconsin would stay blue. And as of right now, it is. Let's jump on over to Pennsylvania. This is also something that is being incredibly heavily watched. So 56% for the current president and 43% for former Vice President Biden. 675,000 or so votes separating these two individuals. A huge haul of absentee votes still out there that could kind of change the dynamic of this race. A lot of them coming from urban areas, so you never quite know. We could see a shift in that area as well. We know that in places like Nevada, those totals may not be complete until lunchtime or so tomorrow. Right now, 49% to 49%. Vice President Biden with about an 8,000 vote advantage.
This is going to take a while. Keith, thank you so much for the updates. Moving on now at 8:40, though, our local election coverage continues in Connecticut's 3rd District.
Democratic incumbent Rosa DeLauro leading Republican Margaret Stryker and Green Party candidate Justin Paglino. That's where we find Fox 61's Angelo Bavaro this morning. He's continuing our coverage from New Haven. Hey, Angelo.
Good morning. So we got our last update from the AP around 8:30 this morning, and really nothing has changed in this race. The numbers are still the same. DeLauro is still leading Republican candidate Margaret Stryker by a pretty sizable margin at this point, but it is important to note that votes are still being counted. So this thing can change again at this point. So now let's break down exactly where we are at in this race, what the AP is saying. So according to that latest update from the AP, we have 42% of precincts reporting right now. That has not changed. And DeLauro is leading with about 59% of the vote, and Stryker is trailing with 40% of the vote. Meanwhile, Green Party candidate Justin Paglino has captured about 1% of the vote. Now, DeLauro, as you probably know, has represented Connecticut's 3rd congressional district here in New Haven and around the suburbs since the first time she ran for office back in 1990, and she has rarely ever faced a strong challenge. But of course, things are different this year with Margaret Stryker turning many heads across the state. Stryker grew up in Milford and has an accomplished real estate business, and she also ran a very well-financed campaign with critical attack ads against DeLauro and was endorsed by the New Haven Police Union and several other police unions as well. And that has been one of the headlines in this race. So take a listen to what the candidate said about that yesterday.
To have received the endorsement of so many police unions throughout the state has been absolutely spectacular. It wasn't something I had sought out, but at the same time, to have it, it's really impactful to me.
I have the support, I know, of rank and file police officers all over the district. I'm, excited about that. I have the greatest admiration, for the work that they do.
And new this half hour, we also reached out to the Secretary of the State's office recently, and they said that these towns are responsible for entering their own results into the state's reporting website. So when we hear back about this race depends on when those towns are entering those numbers into that website. We're live in New Haven this morning. I'm Angelo Bavaro, Fox 61 News.
All right, still to come here on Fox 61. Plenty more election coverage to get to you ahead. We're going to check in with the president and CEO of the Urban League and talk about what's the significance of the election results we know so far, especially in the black community. Much more to discuss. Okay, 8:45. Do want to talk with Keith McGilvery again just to get an update on not just how the presidential election is going, but the race for the Senate, too.
Yeah, a lot of big races there. Some we were expecting some upsets. Some of those didn't happen. What do we have here, Keith?
So a lot happening in the Senate. Let's start big picture. So in order for the Democrats to take full control of the United States Senate, they would need to pick up a net gain of 4 seats. And as of right now, that just doesn't appear to be happening. If we take a look at this map here, did want to acknowledge one kind of technical error we're having on our end right off the bat. So that's where I'm starting. The Arizona race between Mark Kelly and Martha McSally has been called for Mark Kelly, the former astronaut and husband of the former Congresswoman Gabby Giffords. That was a very close race. Martha McSally really struggling over the course of the campaign to kind of gain traction with Trump supporters or to gain traction with independents. She was called up on stage last week with the president. He kind of shoved her off or set her aside, only gave her about a minute to speak. That did not go as she had wished. Mark Kelly picking up that seat. Another race that was a bright spot for Democrats is in Colorado. Former Governor John Hickenlooper, very, very popular in that state, pulling off a win against Cory Gardner, 54 to 44%. I was in Colorado as this election unfolded, and I will tell you, Tim and Ashley, every single commercial spot on TV had to do with this race, primarily focused around health care in the United States. These candidates going back and forth, but in the end, it was the very popular governor who pulled off a win. Republicans having reason to celebrate as well. There were a number of seats initially in the Senate that Democrats had really hoped they'd be able to pick off, and that's not really translating, at least not to the extent that Democrats would have hoped. And when I'm talking about that, I'm talking about places like Maine. Susan Collins in a very tough race here against Sarah Gideon, a Democrat very well funded in that state, hoping to kind of unseat New England's only Republican senator. That did not happen. And then in South Carolina, we've mentioned this already this morning, but Lindsey Graham taking on Jamie Harrison, perhaps the most expensive Senate race in U.S. history, tens of millions of dollars going into South Carolina. Harrison, very, very popular, former head of the state Democratic Party there. But in the end, 56 to 43% was unable to unseat Lindsey Graham, a huge supporter of President Trump. So right now, take out your Sharpie, cross that 46 to a 47, and it appears to be dead even at this point.
All right, Keith, thank you. Some big margins, too, with those really popular races that everyone was watching.
Yes. All right. Still to come on the Fox 61 Morning News. Of course, more election coverage ahead, plus another check on the forecast with Dan. Remember, we're live and local all the way until 11 o'clock today. Don't go anywhere.
I am. I am. But my
I wasn't even at my desk. Is this David Hopkins? David, are you there, sir?
It might not be open. I can hear Tim.
Where are we going?
So where are we going? Are we going to Mr. Hopkins?
I don't want to meet first.
Okay. Okay.
All right, time now to get another check of the forecast. It was a beautiful day yesterday. We're in for another beautiful day today, and then there's a warm-up in sight.
I know, we've had enough cold, at least for a little while. So Dan Amarenti has some good news if you want to warm those bones that may have gotten chilled standing in line to vote yesterday.
Yeah, temperatures are still slightly chilly, but it's every passing minute. You know, we're going up and up and up. So getting those temperatures even higher. Later on today, we'll be into the 50s to around 60. Tomorrow, well into the 60s, and we have a spectacular weekend in store here. It was just beautiful weather overall. Nice quiet stuff. Right now in the Hartford area, seeing that blue sky, the nice sunshine across the state right now. Temperature's still a little on the chilly side so far this morning. Hanging out at 32 in Willimantic, 41 now in Norwich, 41 in Chester, 40 at Groton, 40 in New Haven, and it's nice and quiet on the satellite and radar. That's why we're seeing all that sunshine as high pressure builds in and gives us several days here. Just an extended stretch of nice dry weather. So mostly sunny for the day today. Temperatures into the 60-degree range, some upper 50s, maybe some low 60s. I think most of us will be in the mid to upper 50s during the day today, but still pretty good. That south breeze developing around 5 to 10 miles or 10 to 20 miles per hour. Well, starting off around 5 to 10 and then getting up to 10 to 20 later on today. Not too much of a wind, and it's going to be a little bit of a warmer breeze compared to yesterday. Yesterday we had a northwest breeze, and today it's from the south. So that kind of changes the direction. It changes how it feels. Yesterday's had a little bit of a bite to it. Today, not so much. The sun came up at 6:27, going down at 4:41. So by 5 o'clock, as you may have noticed the last couple of days, pretty much completely dark out. Temperatures into the 40s tonight, so not all that cold. Mainly clear and milder temperatures. So we stay above average throughout the night tonight. And then these next several days, above average is going to be the theme. We have a big ridge of high pressure building in, a big ridge in the jet stream here, allowing that warm air to move in. And these next several days, as I mentioned, we're going to be into the 60s. So wonderful stuff. And it's not just us. All the way down to our south, out to our west, there's a whole lot of warm weather around. Just a beautiful stretch of weather here. It will be pretty cold across the Rockies and into the west, but we're not concerned about that here in Connecticut. It's going to be some beautiful weather here. So this is what we have on tap for these next couple of days. Look at this, a ton of sunshine, maybe a couple of clouds filtering through at times, but overall today, the coolest of these next several days. Starting off in the 30s and 40s, getting into the 60-degree range later on today. Tonight down into the, actually that's tonight's low, down into the 40s, and then tomorrow right back up into the 60s, keeping it up near 70 as we head towards Saturday. Sunday also beautiful, Monday and Tuesday looking pretty good. So overall, just a wonderful forecast here with that average high around 57. We're going to be above that these next several days. Looking forward to it, and I think a lot of people are going to be happy with what this forecast has in store for us over the next week or so. We'll keep you up to date, of course, if anything does change, but that's a look at what I have for now. We'll send it back to you.
Okay, as our election coverage continues, happy to have us with joining us right now, David Hopkins, the president and CEO of the Urban League of Greater Hartford, to talk about this election, what it means for black people in Connecticut, the black communities all around the state. Thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, thanks for being with us this morning. Let's start, even though the election's over, let's talk about what you guys did leading up to this to help voters out.
Oh, no. Mr. Hopkins, are you there? Can you hear us, sir? Oh, he might be able to hear us, but we definitely can't hear him. So we've been having a little bit of trouble trying to connect with him. I don't know if it's on Zoom or on Skype, but we're going to try and get that reestablished right now. So maybe we can buy a little time. Do we want to try and go over to Keith? Believe me, there's plenty of election results to talk about, whether it's a presidential race, the Senate race. Those have been tightening up as well. Do we want to check in with Keith while we try to get Mr. Hopkins back?
Yeah, sure. Let's do it. Hi, everyone. What do you want to talk about? Let's check out the map. Want to go to Wisconsin?
Let's go to Wisconsin.
So we're taking a close look at Wisconsin. Ashley pointed out if you went to bed last night, let me step out of the way. You went to bed last night, Donald Trump was ahead in Wisconsin. You can see waking up this morning, if you're just joining us, former Vice President Joe Biden has taken a lead 49% to 49%. So it is a very slim margin here, about 630, about 20-something odd thousand, 21,000 votes separating these two candidates. For the 10 electoral votes in Wisconsin, a lot of eyes on Michigan. That differential has grown a little bit over the course of the morning. The president gaining a slight edge over the former vice president, but again, looking toward Detroit to see what kind of traction we can pick up in that area. On a lighter note, want to share a photo with you if we can. Can we take this full screen? I don't know. We'll see. So this is Lisa Burns. She says she's proud of her QU political communication students. They helped us tweet and follow the election minute by minute, vote by vote. We had young people involved. Ben Goldman was Skyping with them. So a big good morning. They're probably college students. They're probably still sleeping.
Yeah.
But Lisa Burns and her class, thank you to you guys, the future of our state and country. It was good to have them involved.
Yeah, Keith, if we could go back to the map, we've been talking about Georgia this morning and how Georgia could go either way, but President Trump's lead seems to be pretty significant in that state. I think we're talking about 104,000 votes or something.
Yeah.
Okay, so you can help me out here. I'm going to walk over here because there's a bit of a glare and I can't always see it from that side of the board. So President Trump, 2,380,000. Former Vice President Biden, 2,278,000. So you're right.
About 102.
About 100, 102 in the mix there. Of course, 16 electoral votes up for grabs there. Democrats had really felt at one point that they might be able to switch that state, turn it blue. Former President Biden going to the Atlanta area within the last week or so, hoping to move that needle. But right now, it looks like Tim and Ashley, that the president will hold on to those electoral votes.
Awesome. Keith, thanks so much.
Yeah, we are live and local all the way until 11 o'clock. 2 more hours of election coverage and local
But I'm
news coming up.
optimistic about this outcome.
I want to thank the American people for their tremendous support.
Again, nobody's hit.
In coverage 2020, it's not over yet. Stick with us.
All local, all morning. The Fox 61 Morning News starts now.
Millions and millions of people voted for us tonight, and a very sad group of people is trying to disenfranchise that group of people.
It ain't over till every vote is counted. Every ballot is counted.
Well, it's a long night of results, and they are still coming in. We do not know for certain who has won the White House. We're following the updates on the election count all morning long.
And until 11 a.m., we've got Keith McGilvery at the big board this morning, bringing us some live updates with the final counts as they
there
return.
He is.
We're checking it all. Stick with us. The totals are changing by the hour, breaking it down.
And along with following those crucial swing states, of course, we're covering some of the bigger races, especially the 5 congressional seats up for grabs here in Connecticut. We'll take a look at where things currently stand. And while we're at it, let's begin with some breaking news on that. Glad you're with us here for the Fox 61 Morning News at 9 o'clock. I'm Tim Lammers.
And I'm Ashley Afonso. We do have breaking election news this morning. In the 3rd District, we're hearing that race has now been called. Rosa DeLauro coming out the winner with 59% of the vote against Margaret Stryker. That has been a big race here in our state. Margaret Stryker putting a lot of money into her race. And you see, she got a significant amount of the vote, but not enough. Rosa DeLauro still up by 19 percentage points, and that race has been called.
Yeah, and that is still one of the closer of the congressional races here in Connecticut. More breaking news. Thousands of Eversource customers in Ansonia and Derby don't have gas right now due to a low pressure issue. It's also caused multiple schools in the area to close down. Now, this is a live look at the scene. A big response there to try to get this problem solved quickly. It's been going on for a while. We'll be live from a mobile command center that's been set up to address it. Gabby Molina standing by for an update on that. We'll get to her soon.
All right, let's get you started with a check of the forecast, though, because we are in store for a warm-up. Yeah. Most of us excited about this.
Yep.
I'm loving it. Temperatures, I'm already watching them starting to go up. We're now into the 40s across much of the state. So, it's better than the 32 or 30 degrees we had earlier this morning. So getting a little better out there. Still hanging on at 36 in Torrington, but now up to 40 in the Hartford area, 45 in Chester, 46 Groton, and 47 in New Haven. So feeling a lot better. There isn't a whole lot of wind to go around. It's fairly calm, fairly light across most of the state, very light across the shoreline, 5 to 7 miles per hour in some spots, but overall very light. Now, the wind will pick up a little bit this afternoon, but the difference is it's going to be coming in from the south, and that's going to be a warmer breeze as opposed to the chillier northwest wind that we had yesterday. So it's going to be feeling a little better out there during the day today. The satellite and radar is quiet. We aren't seeing anything across the state. Nice clear blue skies. I don't know why I looked up. It's not like I'm outside right now, but if you were outside and you looked up, you'd be seeing those clear blue skies. And on the map all across the country, still keeping that quiet weather around. I mean, there's just nothing happening from Texas all the way into Connecticut and all the way over towards upper Midwest. So nice quiet stuff out there. Now during the day today, we'll keep the sunshine around. Those temperatures getting into the 50s to near 60. So topping out right around 60 degrees, which is close to seasonable. The average high for this time of year is 57. So maybe just a degree or 2 or maybe 3 or 4 degrees above average, but feeling pretty good out there today. And that fairly light wind, as I mentioned this morning, will pick up a little bit as we head towards the afternoon. We'll talk about how we're looking for the next several days. We do have some milder temperatures and even just warm temperatures on the way, especially as we head towards the end of the week and into the weekend. We'll go over the latest on that coming up in the 7-day forecast. We'll be checking in with meteorologist Matt Scott as well. But right now we're going to check on traffic. Maggie Sliz has a look at the roads this morning. How are things looking out there, Maggie?
Hey, Dan, and we look good out there. We'll start off first with a quick update for you. Anybody heading into the Hartford area, westbound side of I-84, fully recovered after an earlier crash. It was right in the Hartford tunnel, blocking the left lane for a bit. Really caused a heavy delay from East Hartford over the Connecticut River into downtown. And again, you can see it is nice and quiet throughout right now. Eastbound side has been problem-free all morning long. Knock on wood, it stays that way for the remainder of the morning commute. Waterbury, fine right now. Westbound side of 84, cones off to the side. Bit of a delay as you approach the Mixmaster rehab work area and closer to Route 8, but again, you should be fine right now. Eastbound looks good into Cheshire. Southbound side of I-95 through Norwalk, smooth sailing straight down into Stamford. Northbound, you can take that all the way up into New Haven. That looks great. Here's a live look in the New Haven area over I-91 as you're approaching the North Haven line. Good to go both ways, and again, 95 is clear and quiet. That's the latest on the roads. Back to you.
I want to thank the American people for their tremendous support. Millions and millions of people voted for us tonight. And a very sad group of people is trying to disenfranchise that group of people. And we won't stand for it. We will not stand for it. This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election. We did win this election. So our goal now is to ensure the integrity for the good of this nation. This is a very big moment. This is a major fraud in our nation. We want the law to be used in a proper manner. So we'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop. We don't want them to find any ballots at 4 o'clock in the morning and add them to the list, okay? It's a very sad moment.
We knew this was going to go long, but who knew we were going to go into maybe tomorrow morning, maybe even longer. But look, we feel good about where we are. We really do. I'm here to tell you tonight, we believe we're on track to win this election. We knew because of the unprecedented early vote and the mail-in vote that it was going to take a while. We're going to have to be patient until the hard work of tallying the votes is finished. And it ain't over till every vote is counted, every ballot is counted. Because I've said all along, it's not my place or Donald Trump's place to declare who's won this election. That's the decision of the American people. But I'm optimistic about this outcome. And I want to thank every one of you who came out and voted in this election.
Well, you've heard what both candidates have said. It's now been hours since the last polls have closed around the country. Here's where we stand. The facts are that neither candidate has gotten the 270 electoral votes needed to win the presidency. Both of them still have some work to do. As expected, President Trump does lead in a number of the undecided states, frankly, because a lot of Election Day votes, the votes cast on Election Day in person, went in his favor, while a lot of the absentee and mail-in ballots have yet to be counted that generally are thought to have gone in the favor of Joe Biden have yet to be counted. So that is where we stand. A lot of uncertainty. But the one thing we do know, again, nobody has won this election yet. The other thing we do know, boy, the turnout was spectacular all around the country.
Just incredible. And that could lead to why we don't have an answer this morning, those really high turnout numbers. We know back in 2016, by this time, we had known that President Donald Trump was, in fact, the winner. But that is not the case this morning, and it might not be the case for several days. So we've got Keith McGilvery staying on top of the numbers as they're coming in this morning. He's been very busy checking them, making sure they're updating on the big board there. We want to check in with him for an update of those numbers.
All right. Good morning, Ashley and Tim. First up, let's take a look here. So this is video from Philadelphia. Later on this morning, we are anticipating hearing from the election team here to update folks on absentee ballots and the voting as it has gone on in Philadelphia and the greater Philadelphia area. If we come back out here live to me, that's where I'll start this morning because a lot of eyes are on Philadelphia. So when you'll remember when former Vice President Joe Biden said he was running for president, his whole argument to the American people was that he was going to be able to restore that blue wall. We're talking places like Pennsylvania and Michigan, Wisconsin, you name it. Well, right now in Pennsylvania, President Trump has 56% of the vote to 43% for former Vice President Biden. Hundreds of thousands of votes separating these two candidates at this point. So what does the former Vice President need to do to kind of move that meter here? If we can take this, we'll get to that in a minute. Election officials, we were talking about that as well from Philadelphia, say the ballots are still being counted. The Philadelphia City Commissioner Lisa DeLay told constituents this morning that the process of counting votes in the city has continued past midnight despite the lack of reporting. She also says there will be updated election counts later on this morning as more in-person ballots are tallied there.
We are still working. We're still going on the machine totals from the in-person voting. So the counting is continuing. It's just the reporting is delayed because we have to do the machine totals first. That's just a configuration of our system. So we're still working on election day results from the in-person voting machines. We're going to keep counting until all the votes are counted.
Wanted to share those thoughts with you. If we look back here, we will check in with Pennsylvania, specifically Philadelphia, throughout the morning. If that news conference gets underway, we, of course, will bring it to you live through 11 a.m. As I was mentioning earlier, the former vice president really looking to restore that blue wall, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. Michigan in the spotlight this morning as we bring it up here. Right now, the current president, President Trump, leading with 49% of the vote, about 25,000 vote differential here between the two candidates. We have seen that grow somewhat over the course of the morning. So what is at stake here? What is the former vice president looking at? We're talking about places like Wayne and Oakland County. Wayne County and Oakland County kind of surrounding that Detroit area. 67% of the vote in Wayne, 89% in Oakland. The hope here for Democrats is that they can really kind of haul in a significant number of votes in these urban areas to make a difference. We talked about Wisconsin as well. The interesting part about this race is many of us went to bed. President Trump was ahead in Wisconsin. That dynamic has shifted ever so slightly, about 21,000 votes separating those two in that state, with 99% of the vote coming in there. So there is a lot that we're looking at this morning, most specifically Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, still awaiting details out of Nevada. That could be another day or so as that comes in. Also tracking Senate races this morning. So we'll check in on that in a little bit. Ashley and Tim, we're giving this board a workout this morning.
Yeah, doing great.
Yeah, there certainly is a lot to talk about here with election coverage with no declared winner just yet.
But Connecticut was declared early for voters here choosing former Vice President Joe Biden over President Trump. Taking a look at the numbers right there, Joe Biden receiving about 59% of the vote, while current President Donald Trump received about 39% of the vote. This according to the Associated Press. Well, as we've been telling you, nationally, the electoral vote is still undecided at this point. None of the candidates reaching that magic number of 270. Again, we're using the Associated Press's numbers here at Fox 61 for all of our election results, making sure we're being very careful, as I think a lot of news media are across the country this morning.
Yeah, and as we've been discussing the past few days, we were expecting a lot of these number totals to change over the course of the early morning hours today because of all the absentee ballots that are making some of these votes that some of these states that seemed not close enough to call, now too close to call in several states. It's definitely possible this year's voter turnout could break records, as we were talking about before. Also possible that both Joe Biden and Donald Trump could break the record for most presidential votes gotten. They could be 1-2. The question, of course, is who's 1, who's 2.
Yeah, democracy at best this morning. So to talk more about this, the lifetime presidential election, and more on the races here in Connecticut, we've got Chris Haynes, a political science associate professor at the University of New Haven, joining us once again this morning. We checked in with you a few hours ago. Since we talked last, any updates, any changes to your opinion where the things stand right now?
Well, good morning, and thank you for having me. Since we've checked last, I think we've only seen a couple of updates out of Pennsylvania, but primarily from Michigan. And if you remember what I was talking about Michigan in terms of the urban centers and the mail-in vote being the bulk of the outstanding vote, Joe Biden seems to have pulled even or even taken the lead at this point. I expect that lead to increase as the day goes on, but we'll see, what happens there. Of course, like I heard your lead in about, the record or the really high turnout in this election. I definitely want to take or talk about that as one of the biggest takeaways from this election. That about, I think we're going to approach maybe 70%, 68, 69% turnout, which is absolutely unheard of in the modern era. And that's probably going to approach, the highest turnout in 120 years. And so that has to be one of the biggest stories coming out of this election, in addition to the fact that, Donald Trump is overperforming in a number of areas.
Which area in which he overperformed is the most surprising or the least surprising to you?
Yeah, I mean, I guess, I mean, we have 20/20 hindsight to kind of look at this, right? And so you would say, well, maybe it is the Latino support that is surprising to me. That said, you can kind of go back and pick apart the Biden campaign and its, underwhelming efforts to reach out to that community. Also, the different dynamics in South Florida when you're talking about the Cuban American and the Venezuelan American communities. But to me, it's Trump's ability to reach into rural America and pull out even more vote than he did last time. Political scientists like me thought, these are very, very low propensity voters, not sure if they're actually going to come out. He probably maximized what he wanted, what he could get in 2016, but he got even more of that. And then, of course, I think the trend is what I'm seeing in voters, especially Trump voters, to exhibit what we call a social desirability effect and maybe not report to pollsters what they're truly going to do on election day and actually going on election day and voting for Trump.
Some of the states you had talked about yesterday that Joe Biden had to win were Ohio, Pennsylvania, and Florida. And it appears at this time, although Pennsylvania is really still up in the air, that President Trump has at least won Ohio and Florida. So what are those key states for Joe Biden that are really pulling him to at least be neck and neck with President Trump right now?
Yeah, like I mentioned earlier, it's all about Nevada, Arizona, Wisconsin, and Michigan, and then the second congressional district in Nebraska. That is his path to victory right now, and it looks like it might be heading that way. Of course, I think the biggest question mark again is Nevada, although a lot of the outstanding vote in Nevada is from Carson County, which is their largest metropolitan area, Las Vegas, very heavily Democratic and also very heavily mail-in vote. And so we all know that generally what we've seen throughout this election is the mail-in vote has favored Biden. I'm not going to put a car on it or my house on it, but I wouldn't be betting on the president right now as it stands.
Yes, but of course we don't need to make those predictions. We'll just wait for the votes to be counted. Mr. Haynes, thank you so much for taking the time to join us this morning. We do appreciate it.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you.
And now he mentioned how those mail-in votes have helped to start tipping Wisconsin over the course of the morning. And we just got an update on how Michigan is going.
Yeah, let's send things right over to Keith McGilvery. He's got that update. Hey, Keith.
Yeah, so by just getting an update, my wall is not keeping up with my laptop. So forgive me as I glance down. We have the best morning team in TV. Our producer, David Lignani, sent me a text message, and lo and behold, he is right. Right now, Joe Biden pulling ahead in Michigan ever so slightly. 10,000 votes or so, and this is 0.2%. So they both have 2.5 million-ish votes, and the differential between them, it just went up. Joe Biden now up by 18,000 votes in Michigan. These numbers are changing minute by minute. We are tracking it all. Obviously, I'll be back at the board all morning long, but a big, big development. We'll see how the rest of those votes unfold. We'll see what unfolds from the suburbs of Detroit and Lansing. That is where Biden hopes to gain up this ground and build some additional momentum. Right now, 94% of that vote in. So it is anyone's race right now in Michigan.
All right, that's one of the biggest developments since we've been on air at 6 o'clock this morning. Biggest changes we've seen.
Yeah, just unlike anything we've seen. Usually you can call a lot of these races long before all the votes have come in because you know what you're going to see. And yet, even though it was predicted, it's shocking just to see the degree to which some of these early vote totals that were helping the president, thanks to in-person voting, are now slowly starting to flip around to benefit Joe Biden. But again, a long, long way to go.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, coming up on the Fox 61 Morning News.
Eversource crews making progress in restoring gas service to customers in Ansonia and Derby. I'm Fox 61's Gabby Molina with the latest on those restoration efforts, as well as some details about how schools in Ansonia and Derby are affected as well.
We do want to get you some breaking news. We're continuing to follow this morning. A 28-year-old man is dead after what appears to be a drive-by shooting in Waterbury. Police say around 8 o'clock last night, he was at a red light on East Main Street. That's when an SUV pulled up alongside him and opened fire. An autopsy on this man is scheduled to happen over the next few days. No arrests have been made in this case. It's also the second homicide in the city since Friday.
Well, thousands of Eversource customers in both Ansonia and Derby don't have gas service right now due to a low pressure issue.
It's caused school to be canceled in all of Ansonia and at least one school in Derby. We've got Fox 61's Gabby Molina joining us live from the staging area in Derby this morning. Gabby, what's the latest update?
Eversource says that their crews worked hard overnight to finish those repairs and that they are able to start with the relighting process for some of their customers as of 8 o'clock this morning. So that process should be underway about right now. And I want to give you a look behind me. This is the staging area here at the Lowe's in Derby. It's like a mobile command station that has been set up for crews to meet up here before heading out to continue those repairs and that relighting process. Now, this is all happening because of a low pressure issue that crews ran into doing some regular maintenance work in this area yesterday, and it's affecting Derby and Ansonia, and there's more than 2,500 Eversource customers that were impacted by that. They had to shut off the gas going door to door to these houses that are affected, and then in order to turn it back on, they have to go back door to door to give you an idea of what these crews are facing in order to get everyone's gas back on. There are 139 gas technicians from Eversource that have been working on the problem, and they also called in some additional crews from Massachusetts to help. So when the crews go to the houses to turn the gas back on, they're going to be screened for COVID-19. They're going to be wearing a mask and gloves, but they are asking that someone who's 18 or older is home so that the workers can relight each gas appliance and do a safety check. Now, we just mentioned this a little bit earlier, but Ansonia public schools are closed for today because of this, and in Derby, only one school is closed.
Bradley School, because it's in the affected zone. Spoke to Dr. Conway and made a decision to do a homeschooling for today and possibly tomorrow.
The mayor said that the police department and the fire department from both Ansonia and Derby have also been helping crews out, and they're kind of on standby should they be needed as well. So it's been really a group effort here. And Eversource says that their goal is still to get the majority of customers' gas service back on by 11:59 tonight. So it's going to be an ongoing effort here throughout the day. We're going to continue to keep you updated on this on air, online, and on the Fox 61 News app. Live in Derby, Gabby Molina, Fox 61 News.
Gabby, thank you so much for that update. A very unpleasant morning for a lot of people there. Coming up on the Fox 61 Morning News, more weather. Matt Scott.
Yeah, we're here at Rocky Neck State Park in Niantic. We will have that forecast for you coming up.
It is 9:29. We have breaking news right now when it comes to COVID-19 on college campuses. Quinnipiac University has raised its COVID alert level up to orange. This is because of a whole rise in new cases that have happened. I believe 55 new cases reported amongst its students. What this means, the takeaway, right now all classes will be remote for the remainder of the week. Testing students by dorms will continue, so we will keep an eye on that situation as well.
All right, time now to get another check of the forecast. We're checking in with meteorologist Matt Scott. He's on the move.
Hey, Matt.
Hey, we're in East Lyme. I said Niantic earlier. We were off by a mile or two, but this is Rocky Neck State Park, and what you're seeing behind me is beautiful. It's Bride Brook Salt Marsh. Did you know in the last century, Connecticut had lost about a third of its salt marshes? It's true, so they're trying to build them back. It's this beautiful land that's full of blue crabs and then bluefish, trout as well, and you got some ospreys flying in the distance as well. And we have the park to ourselves. We love that. Beautiful morning, the calm of a Wednesday. Hope you have a little serenity today and get nice, peaceful moments like this, because I think we all deserve them. Take a look at the temperatures. We're in the 40s across the board as we look at the board. 40 degrees right now in Hartford, 40 in Meriden, 47 in New Haven. Still struggling in the 30s in Windsor Locks and Danbury and Willimantic at 37. Not a lot to show you on the cloud and radar picture. Sun-tastic today, maybe just a few clouds, but far and wide, we are free and clear of any major weather issues, and that's the way it's going to stay. Throughout the day, maybe just a couple of clouds. Now, you're going to get a little disturbance tomorrow morning. May clip New London County. That's going to be it. I'm not worried about that. Next 5 to 7 days are going to be mostly dry with a nice little warm-up. Upper 50s, low 60s for your highs today. Sunny skies up for tonight. Not bad, 47 degrees. With a calm wind and at sundown at 4:41. Yeah. Warming it up into the 70-degree zone for the weekend. I like the sound of that. Going to get a bonus. Very nice weekend to come out here. I suspect we will not be alone if we show up here at Rocky Neck over the weekend. A lot of people checking out Bride Brook and everything else here, including the beach, which is right by the train tracks down here. More coming up in a few minutes from East Lyme. Back to you guys.
We are following the results of Connecticut's race for the 3rd Congressional District. I'm Angelo Bavaro in New Haven this morning with the full breakdown of where those numbers stand between incumbent Rosa DeLauro and Republican Margaret Stryker. Stay with us.
All local, all morning. You're watching Fox 61 Morning News.
This is a fraud on the American public.
It's not my place or Donald Trump's place to declare who's won this election. That's the decision of the American people.
It all comes down to this. The countdown is over and the counting of votes has begun, but it might be a long haul until we know the clear winner. A lot to get to this morning. We're staying on top of those votes as they come in.
All eyes on the presidential election, but we also can't forget about the local races here in Connecticut. On Fox 61's Lisette Nunez, I'm watching those closely, and I'll bring you up to date where these races stand.
And thankfully here in Connecticut, those races are becoming a lot more clear because nationally the race for president could not be less clear at this morning. The one thing we know is that nobody is known to have won. Glad you're with us here for the Fox 61 Morning News at 9:30. I'm Tim Lammers.
And I'm Ashley Afonso. It is a very busy morning, the day after the election, but we want to get you to a little bit of breaking news this morning.
Yeah, we're going to take you to the Dow, which opened a little bit ago. Dow futures had plunged more than 400 points after the president prematurely claimed victory and said he would try to go to court to prevent legitimately cast votes from being counted. That being said, here's what's happening now that the market has opened. It is up slightly.
All right, stay on top of that. The race to the White House too close to call at this time. Several battleground states are still counting ballots, but President Trump is confident about his re-election chances.
Daryl Forges right now in Wilmington, Delaware with the latest on that.
It's been a tense election season, and it's not over yet. With a crush of mail-in ballots to be counted, it's too close to call in several states. But while legitimate vote counting continues, President Donald Trump has falsely declared victory and is basically accusing Democrats of trying to steal the election.
This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election.
Trump, without any proof, suggested that counting all ballots would disenfranchise his voters and threaten legal action to stop legitimate vote counting. Former Vice President Joe Biden's campaign blasted the president's remarks as outrageous, unprecedented, and incorrect. Biden also speaking in the early morning hours Wednesday, telling Americans to remain patient.
It's not my place or Donald Trump's place to declare who's won this election. That's the decision of the American people.
The record number of mail-in ballots this year is delaying results, something that states expected because of the COVID-19 pandemic.
It's going to take time to methodically and securely tabulate every vote.
In Wilmington, Delaware, I'm Daryl Forges.
And continuing our team coverage, trying to recap this election, Keith McGilvery's had a very busy morning at our touchscreen.
Yeah, we're checking in with him again. Keith, what's the latest developments?
Okay, so let's take a deep breath and just say the goal here is to get to 270 electoral votes, and it could take some time to get that. So with that cautionary tale, I tell you that former Vice President Joe Biden is looking the strongest he has looked so far, new at 9:30 this morning, and there are a couple of reasons behind that. Predominantly, I want to draw your attention immediately to the blue wall state of Michigan. So Donald Trump had led in Michigan through much of the morning and the overnight hours. But as we take this full, you can see for the first time, former Vice President Biden ahead by about 18,000 votes in a state where, as I do my quick middle school math, we're looking at least 5 million votes. Biden ahead by about 18,000 votes. So the Biden campaign sure to be happy about that as they still wait for about 12% of the votes to come in. That, along with the fact that the former vice president is now leading in Wisconsin. We reported that earlier on this morning. He has a lead at this point in Arizona. There are a lot of questions as to which way Nevada will turn. Right now, he is up by about 8,000 votes. But there are other candidates. Donald Trump seeing success in parts of the country as well. Most predominantly, I draw your attention to Pennsylvania. Of course, you'll remember Trump flipped Pennsylvania, turned that blue wall state red, competing against Hillary Clinton in 2016. She was not able to hold on to that. Donald Trump reached out to a lot of rural Pennsylvania, was able to secure that. Right now, he is ahead by a significant margin, about 400,000 votes. So we have seen that drop since about 700,000 this morning, but still a few 100,000 votes lead there. Of course, we are still waiting for a significant number of ballots to come in from the suburbs of, say, Philadelphia and Pittsburgh. This is jockeying back and forth. Those Michigan numbers are new. Every time I glance at the wall, the Pennsylvania numbers just started to change as well. We are tracking it all. You can do it on our Fox 61 News app as well. If you want to give this map a run for your money, Tim and Ashley, we've been kind of working it together through the commercials. It's kind of fun.
It is. It's exciting to see something that's so neck and neck. Of course, we got to remind people, though, be kind, because clearly these numbers are so close.
Yeah.
Somebody in your inner circle probably voted for the opposite candidate that you did. So be nice this morning.
Yes.
Everyone's on edge.
Civility. And I mean, this is still coming off a great day for the United States as a whole. Seeing that level of engagement, that many people voting, and so few problems that we've seen reported so far. Of course, nothing's perfect. Now, as our election coverage continues, we do want to check on some local congressional races. All 5 of Connecticut's seats in the state U.S. House of Representatives up for grabs. In the 5th District, Johanna Hayes going head-to-head with David X. Sullivan. For a time, it was a close race. Right now, though, 57% to 41%, and that is with 73% of the votes reporting.
All right, we want to get you out to Fox 61's Lisette Nunez. She has more on that race. Hey, Lisette.
Good morning, Tim and Ashley. And I just checked with the Secretary of State's website. They are reporting that at least 91% of precincts have already reported results for this race. And they do have the preliminary results showing that Congresswoman Johanna Hayes does have a lead over her challenger, David X. Sullivan. Now, Johanna Hayes did release a statement late last night saying that she is waiting until every single vote is being tallied. She's also asking for election officials and also all of her challengers just to be patient, but also to respect the integrity and also the political process. Her challenger, David X. Sullivan, a former federal prosecutor, talking to Fox 61 late last night. He says the process has been surreal and expects to win the race. Sullivan has been endorsed by multiple police departments and teaches at Yale Law School and Western Connecticut State University. Hayes has been endorsed by the Working Families Party, and she sits on 3 congressional committees and is a former National Teacher of the Year. Now, we had a chance to speak to both Sullivan and Hayes yesterday, and here's what they had to say.
I went out and drove to the 41 towns for the last 16 months and talked to people. And with COVID, I was in my house talking to people. And I've never stopped. And I think that, unfortunately, Johanna Hayes does not represent the values of the people of the 5th Congressional District.
But I also know that there's so much to do to put things back together, to get people to this place of civility, to, repair our community.
He is in New Haven and keeping my colleague Angelo Barro, he's actually keeping a close eye on 3rd Congressional District. And he is live in New Haven with the latest and results with all of that. Good morning, Angelo. What can you tell us?
So we are seeing some new numbers from the Secretary of the State's office in this election as well, but we're going to stick with the Fox 61 count for now, just to make sure we are being as accurate as possible. And we are still waiting for some more precincts to come in as well. But as things stand right now, Rosa DeLauro is leading Republican challenger Margaret Stryker by a pretty sizable amount. But again, we are still waiting on some more precincts. Not all the votes are in, according to the Fox 61 count. So now let's break down where those numbers stand according to that last update from the Associated Press. So as of that last update, we have 42% of precincts reporting. That has not changed throughout the morning. DeLauro is leading with about 59% of the vote, and Stryker is trailing with 40% of the vote. Meanwhile, Green Party candidate Justin Paglino has captured about 1% of that vote. Now, if she wins, DeLauro would head back to her seat in the U.S. House of Representatives, where she was first elected back in 1990. In Congress, she serves in the Democratic leadership as co-chair of the Democratic Steering and Policy Committee, and she is also the chair of the Labor, Health, and Human Services and Education Appropriations Subcommittee. Now, on the other side of this race, we of course have Margaret Stryker, who is really able to make a name for herself and turn a lot of heads around the state. The real estate developer running a very well-financed campaign with critical attack ads against DeLauro, and she was also endorsed by the New Haven Police Union and several other police unions as well. Now, we have heard back from both campaigns, both of these candidates planning to release a statement sometime later today. We're live in New Haven. I'm Angelo Bavaro, Fox 61 News.
Okay, 9:44. We want to talk about the forecast for a little bit. Here's a live look over Hartford and New Haven and a lot of blue skies.
Yeah, nice day. Yesterday was a pretty nice day to get out there and vote, too. And we're in for a warm up. Checking in with meteorologist Matt Scott. He's along the shoreline. I think the shoreline. Are you still along the shoreline? Hey, Matt.
That's right. We are here, East Lyme, Rocky Neck State Park with 61 seconds of weather. Let's take a look at the forecast. We'll start with the numbers right now. And things looking good, getting up there. Breeze is calming down. Here's what you need to know. We are looking at a warm-up over the next couple of days. Near 60 today, upper 60s for the rest of the week, and a perfectly fall weekend on tap. Temperatures ranging from the upper 30s to the upper 40s right now. 47 in New Haven, 46 in Groton, New London, 40 right now in Hartford. No real wind to speak of. It is finally calm, although a little breeze down in Groton right now coming in off the water. Cloud and radar picture is quiet. We're not looking for that to change across the region. Southerly flow dominates the scene. You have nothing to worry about today as temperatures get into the upper 50s. And a couple of bank clocks out there will say 60 degrees. We're the only ones, it seems, right now at Rocky Neck State Park. I want to call your attention to the salt marsh of Bride Brook Salt Marsh. They've got lots of fish in there. Osprey birds have a little stand to nest and get their eggs going. Blue crab's a big thing here. And if you don't think that, hey, you don't see a lot of salt marsh anymore, keep this in mind. In the last 100 years, the state of Connecticut had a lot of salt marsh, but it's lost about a third of them. So the DEP trying to bring them back a couple of acres at a time. And they're doing a fine job here in East Lyme. That's the story here at Rocky Neck. Guys, back to you.
Okay, briefly stepping away from our election coverage soon for an update on our state's travel advisory, which regions were added by the governor's office. But do we have the press conference going on in Philadelphia right now regarding absentee ballots? Let's listen into that.
Update that we did do early this morning. Thank you.
Has the state legislature allowed early processing or early counting? Would you be finished by now or soon?
It certainly would made a difference. It's hard for me to say whether we would be finished or not because we've never done this before. But certainly, any little bit would have helped. Yes, absolutely.
Commissioner, hi. Biden's campaign says that they expect vote by mail in Philadelphia to be counted tonight or tomorrow. Do you expect that to be the case?
We're doing the best we can to get that count done as soon as possible, and it's going to be accurate.
Ballots that come in post election day, are you segregating them? Are you treating them any differently than any other ballot?
Yeah, they will be segregated, but right now we're working on the ballots we have. They're the ballots that we're working on right now.
Hi, Mark Stern from Sky News. Can you give us any time scale? When do you think?
At some point today, we'll be back out and we'll update the numbers and we'll let you know when that's going to be.
But can you give us any scale of when you think you'll be done, finished?
By the weekend?
We'll be done as soon as we're done. We want to make sure that every vote that is legitimately cast and is good, it gets counted. That's what normally happens in elections. People vote, we count the votes, and then there's a winner and there's a loser. That's what's going to happen. We're going to count the votes, and we're going to end up at the end. But it's going to be accurate, and we will continue to give you information as it becomes available.
And what do you make of the comments by Donald Trump this morning?
The 4 o'clock update, that was what we were expecting at midnight on 1. And then we were told that there was going to be updated numbers at 9. You explain why there's no updated numbers now.
We're working on it. So everybody's working. You can see the live stream. People are working. As soon as we have numbers, we'll let you know. No issue.
This indicates there's no slowdown, no issue.
Absolutely.
Anyone should be aware.
No, we're just going.
Do you have an update on the total number that have come in? The 350,000 that we all generally were aware of is, as I understand, Sunday's total of mail-in ballots coming in. Do you have an updated total number of mail-in ballots that have come in?
We are at 353 now. We'll be able to update all those numbers at some point today.
Do you know how many?
You've been listening to Lisa Dealey, the head of the Philadelphia City Commissioners, and she told constituents this morning that the process of counting votes in the city has continued past midnight despite the lack of reporting. She said there will be an updated election count later this morning after more in-person ballots are tallied. The reason why Pennsylvania and Philadelphia, which of course is part of Pennsylvania, might take a long time, in part, a lot of votes, but also postmarked ballots in Pennsylvania can arrive by as late as November 6th. However, the Supreme Court, according to the New York Times, may consider a Republican challenge to that date. So there still could be more. Granted, we're not expecting a whole lot of mail-in ballots that haven't been delivered already, but they still could be delivered for another 2 days yet. And so long as they were postmarked before Election Day, they are legal ballots and will have to be counted.
And you heard reporter questions there. Will you have an answer tomorrow? Will you have an answer this weekend? And she wouldn't answer any of that.
She wants to get it right, not get it quick.
Exactly. We'll continue to follow that. When we come back from a break, we have a lot more to get to. We are continuing our Election Day coverage, and we want to tell you about something non-election related as well. There's an update to the state's travel advisory. We'll tell you the states that were added to that list when we come back. Welcome back. Time now 9:53. 2 more states have been added to the state's travel advisory. Oregon and Washington were added to impacted locations there. So if you're entering Connecticut from one of these locations, you're going to need to quarantine for 14 days or at least show proof of a negative COVID test with 3 days of traveling. Anyone traveling from an affected state to Connecticut must fill out a travel health form. Massachusetts is also on the travel advisory list. Those who travel to and from Connecticut for work can still do so as long as they're in the state for less than 24 hours. Well, we've had a lot of questions about the Electoral College and its role, so our Verified team has been working to answer those questions for you. Here's Jason Puckett.
For the last few weeks, President Trump has been talking about when votes should be counted, saying things like this.
We should know the result of the election on November 3rd, the evening of November 3rd. That's the way it's been, and that's the way it should be.
If people wanted to get their ballots in, they should have gotten their ballots in long before that, a long time. They don't have to put their ballots in the same day. They could have put their ballots in a month ago.
The president has made it clear that he doesn't want votes counted past Election Day, especially ones that may be coming in the mail this week. So let's verify the president's claim that votes shouldn't be counted after Election Day. To find out, we checked with Congressional Research Service records, past election records, and the National Conference of State Legislatures. Short answer, no state reports its final result on election night, period. That means states can and do keep counting votes past Election Day, and they always have. Now that may seem confusing. We're used to seeing news outlets call the winners, but those are technically projections based on the percentage of votes available on election night. Now this year, with a pandemic and record-breaking number of mail-in ballots, it may take some states longer than normal to receive, count, and certify their ballots. But that is actually how the system works. All voting has to be done by Election Day, but counting and certifying the vote count can take longer. And each state actually has its own different deadline for when they have to certify their election results. Delaware is currently the only state required by its law to certify the results this week. So we can verify the claim that votes can't be counted after November 3rd is false. If you're seeing other election claims you want us to look into, send us an email. With your Verify, I'm Jason Puckett.